At the Tiandao Academy, at the Wenxia Peak, two servant disciples engaged in hushed conversation. Lu Fan truly overestimates himself, provoking Master to such a furious extent. After receiving that strike from Master, I fear Lu Fan will find it exceedingly difficult to continue his cultivation, one remarked. If he were to procure a Millennium Spirit Herb, there might be a chance for him to recover. Otherwise, he shall remain a cripple for the rest of his life, unable to cultivate. The other replied, How pitiful! Where might one find a Millennium Spirit Herb so easily? It is said that Master possesses one, but after taking Song Shidi as a disciple the other day, Master gifted that precious herb to him as a token of acceptance. Enough! Do not waste your sympathy on Lu Fan. He brought this upon himself. Just look at how everyone at Wenxia Peak feels about him. That if he hadn't targeted Song Shidi this time, would he have incurred Master's wrath so unjustly? He deserves it. The voices of the two servant disciples echoed intermittently from outside the cave, each word piercing through the desolation and reaching Lu Fan's ears. In the desolate cave, Lu Fan lay sprawled upon the bed, his injuries grave, a mere cough eliciting a spurt of blood. At this moment, he lacked the strength even to rise from his prone position. The strike from Master Nyahuang had crushed his dantian, leaving him devoid of spiritual energy. As the two servant disciples had said, Lu Fan was now a mere invalid, or rather, he was even more lamentable than an invalid. An invalid still possesses a life to live, but given the severity of his injuries from Master Nyahuang's strike, Lu Fan feared he might not survive another decade. Master? Is there anywhere in the world with a master so cruel? Lu Fan scoffed. Harboring numerous grievances against the original owner of this Buddhist master, Tio speak of it. Lu Fan was not a native of the Xuanyuan Continent, but a librarian from Blue Star in the 21st century, who had accidentally traversed into this realm, inhabiting the body of the original Lu Fan. Having arrived just 3 days ago, Lu Fan now lay here, severely injured and racked with pain within this desolate cave. Yet, during these 3 days, the revered master of the original owner had not come to visit him, nor had any of the 8 esteemed senior sisters he had always admired. It was only through the random conversations of a few servant disciples passing by that Lu Fan learned why no one had come to his cave during these 3 days. The previous day was when Master Nyahuang accepted Song Xinghe as a disciple, and the entire Wenxia Peak had been engrossed in preparing for this grand ceremony of apprenticeship. Not only had the original owner's master been occupied, but even the 8 senior sisters had been diligently preparing the event, eager to showcase to the entire Tiandao Academy how esteemed Song Xinghe was at Wenxia Peak. Recalling the servant disciple's description of the ceremony's grandeur, Lu Fan's eyes darkened involuntarily. Why was Song King's life valued, while his own seemed so inconsequential? At that moment, a surge of blood surged within him, intensifying the agony from Master Nyahuang's blow, leaving Lu Fan gasping for breath. He attempted to regulate his breathing to alleviate the pain, but to no avail. Who is it? Just when Lu Fan felt that he could endure no longer, the barrier of the cave unexpectedly lifted, and someone was poised to enter. As the barrier opened, Yi Wanyu appeared, clad in flowing white garments, resembling a solitary, proud white lotus. Despite the simplicity of her attire, it only accentuated her ethereal beauty. The instant she stepped into the cave, her brow furrowed, and her beautiful eyes darkened slightly. Junior brother. No, now he is the 9th junior brother. How can this place be so desolate? Not a single precious artifact adorned the space. Not even a single magical tool. The entire cavern was sparse, save for a few ordinary vines intertwined. Igniting a flicker of pity in Yi Wanyu's eyes, she approached the inner chamber and beheld the frail Lu Fan lying on the bed. Her concern peaked. 9th junior brother, this matter was indeed your mistake. If you simply admit your fault to Master, with your senior sister advocating for you, I am certain Master will forgive you. She spoke. Yi Wanyu's lovely eyes brimmed with genuine concern. Her gaze, as fluid as water, coupled with an aura that surpassed even the most enchanting blossoms in secluded valleys, compelled all disciples of Tiandao Academy to instinctively wish to comply with her words. She was Yi Wanyu, the eldest senior sister of Wenxia Peak, celebrated as the contemporary prodigy of swordsmanship and the most cherished disciple of Master Nyahuang. Thus, during Master Xuanyuan's seclusion, it was she who instructed the disciples of Wen Xiaopeak. As the youngest disciple of Master Xuanyuan, Lu Fan was more accurately considered a disciple of this esteemed senior sister. Therefore, the original owner had shared a close bond with her, even granting her access to the cave's barrier as a sign of trust. Yet, in Lu Fan's eyes, this trust was unworthy of Yuani. I could see this moment. Hearing her words, a hint of derision flickered in Lu Fan's gaze. He had made a mistake. What mistake could that possibly be? Even if Lu Fan had erred, Master Xuanyuan's strike had thoroughly incapacitated him. Where was this senior sister's plea for leniency at that time? Instead, she had stood there, appearing to endorse the master's decision. Lu Fan found this absurd. The original owner was far too kind-hearted. Rather than kindness, it could be said that the original owner harbored an overwhelming affection for Wen Xiaopeak. So profound was this sentiment that even Lu Fan, having traversed into this body, could sense the original owner's deep-seated feelings for Wen Xiaopeak. Lu Fan was an orphan, rescued by Master Xuanyuan during her travels. At the tender age of 5, he had witnessed the slaughter of his entire family at the hands of bandits. And just as the bandit's blade was about to sever his head, Master Xuanyuan had intervened. This act of salvation left Lu Fan eternally grateful to him. Master Xuanyuan was not merely a teacher, she was akin to a parent, representing everything that mattered. He vowed to protect Wen Xiaopeak and its inhabitants with his very life. Yet, struggling to sit up, Lu Fan, with a hint of sarcasm, coldly stated, "Mistaken? I find no fault in my actions. I did not even confront Master. I merely remarked that Song Qinghe is the son of the Demon Lord. Concealing Song King's identity in such a manner is surely inappropriate. Is there anything wrong with my statement?" 3 years ago, the sword cultivator prodigy Song Qinghe had emerged, drawing the attention of numerous sects. Yet, Song Qinghe chose to join Tian Dao Academy. Since his enrollment, the disciples had gone into a frenzy over him. Not only was he a swordsmanship genius, but his handsome visage was also remarkably captivating. In the realm of cultivation, it was common for practitioners to possess striking appearances. However, Song Qinghe was not just good-looking. His aura of coldness and aloofness, coupled with moments of pensive melancholy in his eyes, ensnared the hearts of many female disciples. Logically, everyone was free to admire him. What did it have to do with Lu Fan? However, during a chance encounter, the original owner discovered that Song Qinghe was the Demon Lord's son and was struck with terror, scrambling back to report this to Master. After all, he was the son of the Demon Lord. Chapter 2. The little junior brother will bestow upon you the eternal elixir. What is the Demon Sovereign? A millennium ago, the Demon Sovereign devoured the flesh and blood of hundreds of thousands of innocent lives in the Xuanyuan Continent overnight, resulting in rivers of blood and devastation across the land. The cultivation realm suffered the loss of 30,000 cultivators, with several saints perishing in battle, and even a supreme sage, who was on the verge of ascending to the immortal realm, was completely obliterated in that conflict. Such a catastrophic toll was paid by the cultivation realm for a victory. The demon race and the demon sovereign were subsequently suppressed in the northern regions, granting the cultivation realm and the populace of Xuanyuan Continent a long-awaited peace. Even to this day, the mere mention of the name Demon Sovereign sends shivers down people's spines and ignites an unquenchable hatred. Thus, when Lu Fan learned that Song Qinghe was, in fact, the son of the Demon Sovereign, his first instinct was to report to his master. It is well known that the dark arts of the Demon Sovereign allow one to cultivate by siphoning the essence, blood, and flesh of others. If Song Qinghe were indeed related to the Demon Sovereign, it would mean that the Demon Sovereign could secretly draw upon the essence of cultivators and the blood of the common folk through this lineage, potentially leading to his resurrection in the Xuanyuan Continent. Such a scenario would herald yet another calamity for the living. Hence, Lu Fan hurried back, fearful of escalating the matter and wrongfully accusing Song Qinghe, intending to privately inform his master. However, upon his return to the Wen Xiaopeak, he was met with his master's declaration to accept Song Qinghe as her direct disciple. With no alternative, Lu Fan insisted on having his master dismiss everyone else, and with only the senior sister remaining, he revealed Song Qinghe's true identity. Yet, Lu Fan could never have anticipated that. As he expressed his concerns about Wen Xiaopeak's future, he would receive a strike from his master, a palm strike from a half saint. The force of that strike collapsed his dantian, severed his spiritual energy, and left him bleeding profusely. Accompanying that blow was the seething rage of the Half Saint. I despise suspicion among my own disciples the most. I never expected you, Lu Fan, at such a tender age, would allow jealousy to cloud your judgment and accuse such a talented individual as Qinghe. I am deeply disappointed in you. Consider this a small punishment. Remember, there are words that should and should not be spoken. In that moment, as he lay in a pool of blood, Lu Fan caught a glimpse of the warning gaze from the Half Saint. It was a dire admonition. Some matters were beyond his place to voice. In that instant, Lu Fan grasped the truth. Song Qinghe was indeed the son of the demon sovereign. Furthermore, the Half Saint was aware of it. Should he dare to speak carelessly, the Half Saint would not hesitate to eliminate him entirely. Lu Fan could never fathom why his master would protect the son of the demon sovereign. Was she not afraid of the potential suffering that could befall the Xuanyuan Continent once again? At that moment, as he spoke those words, his hands clenched tightly at his garment, his heart seething with resentment. After hearing Lu Fan's accusation, Xuanyuan shook her head in disapproval, expressing her disappointment. Ninth junior brother, I raised you myself. I have always believed that, although you may not possess the wit of the little junior brother, you should at least be kind-hearted. I never expected you to remain so obstinately ignorant, blinded by jealousy to the extent of fabricating such a grand lie against him. It is truly disheartening. Xuanyuan had come primarily to encourage Lu Fan to forge a better relationship with the little junior brother. She wished for him to recognize the goodness in him. The Half Saint's strike had been excessively harsh, and there was a real possibility that ninth junior brother would be rendered a cripple. Although Xuanyuan had not visited Lu Fan recently, having been occupied with the little junior brother's initiation ceremony, it was not that she did not care for Lu Fan. After all, he was her beloved disciple. It was precisely because she cared that she was dedicated to orchestrating the little junior brother's ceremony, hoping that, upon joining Xuanyuan Peak, he would come to appreciate the camaraderie shared among the disciples and reconcile with Lu Fan. In that case, it was likely that their master would also be appeased, and Lu Fan might still have a chance at recovery through the elixir bestowed by their master. Despite Xuanyuan's thoughtful intentions towards Lu Fan, upon her arrival, she was met with his cold derision, leaving her slightly unsettled. Ninth junior brother should not be like this. She reminisced about how, in the past, he would greet her with a wide grin, eager to share the spoils of his adventures. Indeed, the previous ninth junior brother had held her in such esteem. His eyes filled with admiration, not this disdainful glare. Stung by the sarcasm reflected in Lu Fan's eyes, Xuanyuan resolved to explain herself earnestly. For the bond between the disciples at Xuanyuan Peak was of utmost importance. Ninth junior brother, the little junior brother is truly a good person. Despite your disparagement of him to our master, upon receiving the elixir, he reached out to inform me that he wished to gift it to you to aid in your recovery. You see, while you vilify him, he willingly offers you the elixir, which reveals his pure-hearted nature and goodness. I implore you to put aside your jealousy and treat the little junior brother well. You will always be the best junior brother in my heart. As she finished speaking, a gentle smile graced Xuanyuan's lips, clearly hoping to sway Lu Fan. The eternal elixir was an extraordinary treasure, coveted within the cultivation realm, and even a half-saint like their master possessed only one. Yet, the little junior brother's willingness to bestow such a gift upon Lu Fan illustrated his remarkable character. However, in Xuanyuan's seemingly benevolent and tender gaze, Lu Fan's sense of revulsion deepened. He glanced around, searching for any sign of the eternal elixir, yet found none. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "If what you say is true, dear sister, then where is the eternal elixir he intended for me? I am in dire need of it at this moment. Surely you can present it now." At this, Lu Fan's words left Xuanyuan in shock. Her face, pale as frost, turned a brilliant shade of crimson. Her mouth opening and closing in stunned silence, unable to formulate a response. Ultimately, all she could manage was an awkward admission. Ninth junior brother. That eternal elixir has already been consumed by the little junior brother. Chapter 3. Has the cave dwelling always been this dilapidated? As Xuanyuan uttered those words, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment enveloped her. In her mind, it should not have transpired this way. Such a precious elixir should have been too much for ninth junior brother to accept. He should have refused it. Although the little junior brother had genuinely wished to gift the elixir to ninth junior brother, he had his own pressing circumstances. Recalling the previous day, when the little junior brother had coughed while offering her the elixir, insisting on gifting it to ninth junior brother, Xuanyuan felt a pang of sympathy for him. Unlike ninth junior brother, who had been nurtured in the prestigious Heavenly Tao Academy, The little junior brother had to struggle relentlessly to obtain resources, pills, and techniques, all while battling against adversity to cultivate properly. It was under such dire circumstances that, 3 years prior, he had emerged as a formidable contender among the myriad disciples in the grand competition, despite being a rogue cultivator. One could only imagine how arduous his journey had been over the years. Hence, the injuries he bore were the result of long-standing accumulation, particularly from the battle in the Bearwood Forest last month, where he had captured a golden core-level bear demon but had sustained grave injuries that exacerbated his pre-existing wounds. It was precisely for this reason that their master had bestowed such an elixir upon him. Fearing for the potential damage to the little junior brother's cultivation foundation and the impact on such a prodigious talent, their master's intentions were noble, yet the little junior brother, with such a kind heart, had willingly offered the eternal elixir to save Lu Fan. Faced with such a selfless little junior brother, how could Xuanyuan bring herself to take the elixir that rightfully belonged to him? Although Xuanyuan harbored deeper feelings for her 9th junior brother, having raised him herself, she could not show bias against her younger junior brother, who was also her disciple. After rejecting the younger brother, she steadfastly insisted on protecting him. And only after witnessing him personally consume the Millennium spiritual herb did she finally feel at ease. Her greatest fear was that the kind-hearted younger brother would, out of compassion, give away the precious herb he had so painstakingly acquired. Alas, the younger brother was simply too benevolent. However, at this moment, as she gazed upon Lu Fan, who struggled to rise from the bed, blood staining his body, tears welled in her eyes. Clenching her skirt tightly, a tinge of regret flickered in her gaze. The younger brother was pitiful, but what of the 9th brother? Would he have to resign himself to becoming a cripple without the Millennium spiritual herb? Taking a deep breath, Xuanyuan unfastened her storage pouch and retrieved 3 century herbs and 5,000-year treasures, looking at Lu Fan with deep concern. 9th brother, rest assured, I will risk my life to search for a Millennium spiritual herb for you. I will ensure your recovery and will not allow you to become a cripple. After uttering these words, Xuanyuan grasped her Crimson Fire Spirit Sword and prepared to leave Lu Fan's cave. She believed that if she could find the Millennium spiritual herb for Lu Fan, he would not harbor resentment towards their master or the younger brother. Peace would return to the Xuanyuan Peak, and they would once again be a close-knit family. Yet, where could she possibly seek such a rare herb? With a sigh, she glanced back at Lu Fan's cave as she exited. It was desolate, dilapidated, and arduous. Not a single valuable ornament adorned the space. It contrasted starkly with the cave she had personally arranged for the younger brother, akin to the heavens and the earth. In the younger brother's cave, she had even taken the time to plant several thousand-year treasures, intending to enrich the spiritual aura for his cultivation. The other junior sisters had also presented lavish gifts, rendering the younger brother's cave opulent. While a cultivator's cave should not be overly extravagant, as the gatekeeper disciple of Xuanyuan Peak, a more splendid cave would reflect the sect's esteem for him. As for the 9th brother's cave, why was it so barren? A long-buried memory suddenly surged in Xuanyuan's mind. It was when the 9th brother had just completed his foundation establishment and had specially gifted her a precious artifact to celebrate his success, thanking her for her careful guidance. However, at that time, Xuanyuan had been chastised by their master for not cultivating as swiftly as those from Lingza Peak. Thus, when she clutched the artifact given by the 9th brother, watching him surpass her in cultivation speed, a whirlwind of jealousy, embarrassment, and discontent surged within her, destabilizing her emotions. In a fit of anger, she had smashed the precious artifact to the ground, shattering the carefully selected jade pendant into pieces. Only upon witnessing the destruction had she felt a modicum of relief. Even now, she recalled how she had reprimanded the 9th brother after breaking the gift. She had stated, "As cultivators, we must endure hardship and toil in our cultivation, not revel in minor achievements and waste spirit stones on frivolous artifacts. You have truly disappointed me." Xuanyuan remembered how the light in the 9th brother's eyes had gradually dimmed after her words. Yet, she believed her admonitions were justified. Unlike the other junior sisters of Xuanyuan Peak, the 9th brother hailed from a mortal background, devoid of any familial support. The other junior sisters all came from prominent cultivation families or royal lineages. The 9th brother's humble origins meant he had no right to celebrate minor successes. With mediocre talent and an ordinary background, he should strive even harder rather than seek glory. Xuanyuan was convinced her teachings were sound. Observing the simplicity and austerity of the 9th brother's cave now, she realized he had indeed taken her words to heart. It appeared he still cared for her. Yet she could not fathom why witnessing his cave's simplicity, especially in contrast to the younger brother's opulence, left her feeling slightly unsettled. It was only after Xuanyuan departed that Lu Fan rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Crazy woman." Looking at the 3-century herbs and 5,000-year treasures left by Xuanyuan, as well as her promise to find a millennium spiritual herb, he felt no sense of gratitude. Had it not been for the complete transfer of the original owner's memories, he would have never imagined that such a neurotic woman existed in the cultivation world. In the Xuanyuan Continent, medicinal plants are classified by rank. From the lowest to the highest, they are mortal plants, law plants, treasure plants, spirit plants, immortal plants, and divine plants. Treasure-grade medicinal plants are already quite challenging to find and cultivate, while spirit plants cannot be grown artificially and must be sought in various spiritual realms. As for immortal and divine plants, they are even more elusive. The emergence of a single immortal or spirit plant can incite competition among sages. The millennium spirit plant is exceptionally rare. Otherwise, the semi-saint Xuanyuan would not possess only one. Xuanyuan was undoubtedly aware of the rarity of the millennium spirit plant. Even if Song Qinghe were injured, did he truly require a millennium spirit plant? A century spirit plant, or even a 1,000-year spirit plant would suffice. Yet, a feigned Song Qinghe, who chose to let Lu Fan remain a cripple over a wounded junior brother, expected gratitude from Lu Fan? Was that feasible? Xuanyuan even hoped Lu Fan would remember Song Qinghe's kindness. Ridiculous. Song Qinghe was no good person, and Xuanyuan's reasoning seemed questionable. Lu Fan frowned as he contemplated the 8 medicinal plants bestowed upon him by Xuanyuan. The injuries he sustained were far too severe. These herbs would hardly help. If he were truly to become a cripple, how would he survive in the cultivation world? With a sigh, he swallowed the herbs she had provided. With the memories of the original owner, Lu Fan understood cultivation well. As a direct disciple of the semi-saint Xuanyuan, the original owner practiced the sacred technique, sun and moon decision. Although it was a sacred technique, he was the only one in Xuanyuan Peak cultivating this method. Most of Xuanyuan's previous 8 disciples were female, all following her fire saint flame decision. As such, the original owner received little guidance from Xuanyuan. Thus, while he had entered the semi-saint's tutelage as a direct disciple, all his cultivation was self-taught. Achieving the Golden Core realm was already a testament to his exceptional talent. Regrettably, Lu Fan, relying solely on his own efforts, fell behind the other junior sisters, earning the reputation of being talentless. Shaking his head, Lu Fan intended to operate the sun and moon decision to refine the herbs as he swallowed them. However, the original owner's dantian had been shattered by Xuanyuan, leaving him devoid of spiritual energy. How could he possibly activate the sun and moon decision? Thus, Lu Fan could only chew the herbs as if they were mere petals, swallowing them whole. Remarkably, the medicinal plants of the cultivation world were indeed extraordinary. The moment they entered his mouth, they transformed into a stream of spiritual energy that surged into Lu Fan's body. He instantly felt a gentle warmth beginning to mend his injuries. The sensation was so comforting that, after days of pain keeping him awake, Lu Fan finally felt drowsiness wash over him. Since he could not cultivate, he decided to let the herbs heal his body while he indulged in some much-needed rest. Thus, Lu Fan, with a carefree heart, drifted into slumber. Time flowed gently until the effects of the 8 medicinal herbs were fully realized, and Lu Fan's injuries had completely healed. Alas, his dantian remained shattered. Fortunately, at this moment, Lu Fan was no longer tormented by the pain of his injuries, nor did he lack the strength to turn over or rise from bed. In the darkness of night, Lu Fan opened his eyes, finally able to fully experience the state of his body in this realm of cultivation. He sprang from the bed, liberated from the constraints of his injuries, allowing his movements to become entirely free. After exploring his cave dwelling, Lu Fan felt a sense of disappointment. What a pathetic realm of cultivation! Was this dilapidated cave truly what awaited him? It was far inferior to the modest apartment he had once purchased. The layout of his cave could be described as a mere hall in a bedroom, aside from the bed in the bedroom and a meditation mat in the hall. There was nothing else within this space. It was barren and decrepit, hardly resembling a cultivator's abode. If one were to claim it as a cave inhabited by savages, it would indeed be more luxurious. Reflecting on his freshly renovated new home and comparing it to this cave, Lu Fan felt a profound sadness. In his view, the realm of cultivation ought to offer the finest sustenance and the most lavish accommodations. One should indulge to the fullest. Otherwise, what was the point of pursuing immortality? Yet, the sole source of joy for Lu Fan was the health of his body. after consuming the 8 medicinal herbs, although his dantian was shattered, rendering him unable to cultivate in the realm of cultivation, essentially a useless individual. This body was incredibly healthy. In comparison to his former self, it was a remarkable improvement. Once a programmer, Lu Fan had toiled relentlessly for 8 years, only to be mercilessly dismissed from his job at the age of 30, left with nothing but ailments and a meager sum. At 30, his body felt akin to that of an 80-year-old man, riddled with illnesses, struggling to take even a few steps without gasping for breath. Luckily, Lu Fan managed to secure a position as a librarian. Although the work was less strenuous, it hardly paid well. Nevertheless, after experiencing the drudgery of corporate life, he had come to terms with his circumstances. All he desired was a healthy body. And now, this body was infinitely healthier than the one he had previously possessed. Lu Fan was elated, and, glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he realized he bore a striking resemblance to his original form in his 20s, youthful, vibrant, and healthy. Little did he expect that a mere transmigration would restore all of this. Sitting on the meditation mat, he grinned foolishly. However, after reveling in his newfound happiness, he suddenly remembered this was the realm of cultivation, and he was a person who would never be able to cultivate again, a true conundrum. The health of this body, while remarkable for an ordinary person, would not suffice if he were to be deemed a useless individual, for he would likely be expelled from the Celestial Path Academy. This was no tranquil blue star. Here, demons lurked, danger was omnipresent, and cultivators could kill at will. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. In such a perilous world, should he be expelled from the academy, bearing the title of a useless person and a former direct disciple of a semi-saint, he would undoubtedly become prey for wandering cultivators. Even a discarded semi-saint's disciple, devoid of treasures, would possess invaluable techniques that scattered practitioners would covet. The thought of his future fate sent a shiver down Lu Fan's spine. He could hardly fathom the troubles that lay ahead. Just as Lu Fan envisioned a dismal end at the hands of those wandering cultivators and beasts, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the disciple collecting system. Chapter 5. Wait, where is the spiritual energy from my junior brother? What the heck? A system? Indeed, for transmigrators. This phenomenon is often late, but eventually arrives. Filled with excitement, Lu Fan accessed the system in his mind, initially believing it would provide a solution to his impending fate as a useless person. However, upon opening the system, his heart sank. The main page displayed no information, only his personal details. Host, Lu Fan, realm, useless, cultivation level, 0, disciples, 0, upon successfully collecting a disciple. The host will gain 1 to 100 times their progress. Seeing this personal information, Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. How could it be that, after decades of cultivation in the Xuanyuan Continent, his cultivation level was 0? Yet, upon considering that he had indeed become a useless person, it was only natural for his cultivation to reset to 0. However, he had devoted decades to cultivation, only to find it all in vain. Fortunately, the last piece of information from the system ignited a flicker of excitement within his dejected heart, a multiplier of 1 to 100. This meant that he would no longer need to cultivate himself. He simply had to guide his disciples, and he would receive a far greater level of cultivation than they achieved. This system was fantastic. After enduring the rigors of corporate life, Lu Fan truly wished to avoid hardship. Now, he could let his disciples toil while he reaped the benefits. What a wonderful system. Lu Fan had already envisioned reclining comfortably, waiting for his disciples to cultivate and bring him boundless power, but a thought struck him. He was currently a useless person. With no cultivation whatsoever, how could he possibly take on disciples? It seemed that collecting disciples would not be as simple as he had hoped. Lu Fan threw his head back in a lamenting cry, feeling utterly helpless. By now, the entire Celestial Path Academy must have known of his shattered dantian and his status as a useless individual. Thus, even the most lowly of disciples would hardly consider taking him as their master. With a sigh, Lu Fan pondered deeply about how he might attract disciples. The next day, after a night of contemplation, Lu Fan concluded that the disciples of the Celestial Path Academy would undoubtedly look down on him. However, if he did not take on disciples, his shattered dantian would prevent him from ever entering the path of cultivation again. Thus, he was left with no choice but to find a disciple. Determined, Lu Fan resolved to explore the outer sect today, seeking an opportunity to recruit a disciple. As he stepped out of the cave dwelling, he was greeted by a sharp voice. "Ninth junior brother, you truly have no shame. How could you allow the senior sister, who cares for you so deeply, to risk herself in search of medicine for you in the treacherous by Xuanyuan? Xuanyuan, clad in bright red, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, resembled a fiery red lotus, radiating fury. At that moment, her petite face was etched with anger. She had initially intended to drag the 9th junior brother out of his cave to apologize on behalf of the senior sister. Thankfully, upon receiving news of the senior sister's injuries, the 9th junior brother had come out, proving that their years of concern had not been in vain. With a haughty snort, Xuanyuan raised her chin high, stomping her fiery red boots, and proclaimed proudly, "9th junior brother, you truly are envious, petty, and prone to deceit. Just like those mundane women who belittle you. You lied about being injured to avoid attending the junior brother's apprenticeship ceremony, yet he still harbored goodwill towards you, claiming he could understand your situation. Second senior sister realized you were jealous of the junior brother's extraordinary talent and felt ashamed, but you should never have continued to lie. First, you attempted to deceive the junior brother for the 1,000-year spirit herb, and now you've tricked the senior sister into risking herself and by Xuanyuan. Do you understand the gravity of your misdeeds?" Xuanyuan, the shortest among the senior sisters, deliberately raised her head high while reprimanding Lu Fan, striking a pose to assert her status as the second senior sister of the One Xia Peak. However, as Lu Fan listened to her tirade, his mind was filled with confusion. Lying? Seriously injured? Hadn't he been rendered a useless person by the semi-saint strike? How could this be considered a lie about being gravely injured? Lu Fan's expression immediately turned cold as he impatiently glanced at Xuanyuan and said, "Ni Huang, everyone at the Tiandao Academy must know that my master struck me, yet you still dare to accuse me of lying. I truly cannot discern whether you are blind or deaf." In truth, Lu Fan was quite reluctant to refer to the half-saint Ni Huang as his master. A person who could inflict such harsh punishment on their disciple hardly deserves the title of master. However, this was Wu Xia Peak, and Ni Huang was indeed a half-saint. Given his current state of powerlessness, he could not afford to provoke her. Moreover, the Tiandao Academy placed great emphasis on propriety, and showing disrespect towards one's master was a grave offense that Lu Fan could not bear. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Xuanyuan's brows furrowed instantly. She was about to voice a rebuttal when she realized something was amiss. Why was there no aura emanating from the 9th junior brother? He was at least in the golden core realm. With an abundant supply of spiritual energy, how could it possibly be absent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before Xuanyuan stood Lu Fan, devoid of any spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary mortal from the mundane world. Xuanyuan shook her head vigorously, refusing to believe that her master could be so ruthless towards the 9th junior brother. Although her master was not particularly affectionate towards their disciples, she still cared for them. There was no way her master could have treated the 9th junior brother with such cruelty. Previously, everyone at the Tiandao Academy claimed that the 9th junior brother was punished severely by their master out of jealousy for the little junior brother becoming her disciple, and that he might henceforth become a. Xuanyuan scoffed at such rumors. She could believe that the 9th junior brother felt jealousy, but she could not accept that her master would harm her disciple so severely. Thus, she regarded the entire matter as a joke. Even if her master had indeed reprimanded Lu Fan, it would not have been so harsh. In Xuanyuan's eyes, Lu Fan certainly deserved some discipline from their master, as he was far inferior to the little junior brother. Her fury peaked when Lu Fan failed to appear at the little junior brother's initiation ceremony. Especially upon seeing the disappointment on the little junior brother's face, Xuanyuan became enraged. In her view, Lu Fan's deliberate absence from the ceremony was a calculated move to intimidate the little junior brother. Furthermore, the fact that the little junior brother still believed Lu Fan's excuse of being injured from their master's punishment only fueled Xuanyuan's disdain for him. To her astonishment, even the eldest sister, Xuanyuan, fell for Lu Fan's act. Seeing the injuries on the eldest sister's body only intensified Xuanyuan's anger. "Fine. So you, Lu Fan, are feigning injury? Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. You cannot escape unscathed if you do not wish to honor the sincere intentions of the eldest sister and the little junior brother." However, as Xuanyuan looked at Lu Fan, who was now devoid of any aura and appeared as a mere mortal, she could hardly fathom how he had come to such a state. Could it be that all the rumors were true? Did her master truly strike with such severity? Chapter 6. If you wrong my master again, do not blame me for being unforgiving. Lu Fan wore a look of disbelief as he watched Xuanyuan exclaim in shock, frantically exclaiming, "Impossible! Master would never act so ruthlessly." Meanwhile, Xuanyuan stood before him, jumping up and down, her fiery pupils pleading, 9th junior brother, please tell me. It cannot be our master, right? You must tell your sister who harmed you, and I will surely avenge you. Lu Fan held no affection for this so-called second senior sister. Xuanyuan, born of the Phoenix clan, was regarded as a natural fire phoenix and was thus taken in by the Half Saint Nirvana at birth. Due to her fiery temperament, she was notoriously explosive. Lu Fan had grown up under Xuanyuan's bullying, recalling how, when she lacked the power to maintain her human form, her transformation into a fire phoenix was the most volatile of times. Back then, Lu Fan was merely a child who had yet to cultivate, and he often fled from Xuanyuan as she unleashed flames upon him, leaving him covered in burns while she laughed joyfully in the sun. To this day, the memory of being scorched by her flames haunted Lu Fan. Unfortunately, the members of the Phoenix clan, including the so-called eldest sister Xuanyuan, ignored his wounds. After feeding him a healing pill, Xuanyuan displayed a facade of authority, telling Lu Fan, "Junior brother, your second senior sister was merely playing with you. She simply did not control the flames properly, and you must not harbor resentment." Xuanyuan chimed in, "Junior brother, how could we have known you were so fragile? The eldest sister is right. It's because she cares for you that she plays with you. Next time, she will be more careful." Afterward, Xuanyuan indeed took more care when playing with fire, and Lu Fan no longer suffered such severe injuries. It wasn't until Lu Fan reached the Golden Core realm that he truly ceased to fear Xuanyuan's fiery wrath. Thus, at this moment, as he looked at Xuanyuan, there was no sense of camaraderie between them. Her insistence that he attribute his suffering to another only fueled his anger. With a cold laugh, Lu Fan shook his head and said, "Second senior sister, I regret to inform you that my injuries were indeed inflicted by our master." Xuanyuan's response was another furious denial. "Impossible. Master is not that kind of person." Her voice resonated so loudly that it startled the larks flying above. It was evident that her emotions were on the brink of exploding. As a princess of the Fire Phoenix clan, her fiery temper was quite notorious. However, such a princess should never be allowed to learn the ways of cultivation. If she mastered supreme techniques, her temperament would lead to chaos. Lu Fan quickly retreated a few steps, fearing she might explode. Xuanyuan's fury was indeed nearing its limit. She stomped her fiery boots on the ground, conjuring a cloud of flames in her palm. Fortunately, she retained some sense of reason and refrained from directing the flames at Lu Fan, instead allowing them to strike the ground beside him. The flames ignited the surrounding dry grass and stones, reducing them to ashes without a trace. Xuanyuan's flames were so overwhelming that they could consume everything in their path. As her abilities grew, so too would her capacity for destruction. Lu Fan glanced at the obliterated stones and sighed inwardly, acknowledging Xuanyuan's extraordinary talent and strength, despite her erratic behavior. "Ninth junior brother, you see. Second senior sister knows you have become a, and thus she does not wish to harm you. But do not force her hand," Xuanyuan implored. "Master is such a good person, and it pains me to see you wrong him. If you continue to accuse him unjustly, do not blame me for being unforgiving." Every word Xuanyuan uttered was comprehensible to Lu Fan, yet when pieced together, all he wanted to do was scream, "Is there something wrong with your head? How can you possibly believe that Nirvana is a good person?" Infuriated, Lu Fan could not engage in reason with someone like her. With his current lack of strength, he could only grit his teeth and smile. "You are right, second senior sister. How could such a good person as our master possibly strike me so severely? I must have been lying." Upon hearing Lu Fan's statement, Xuanyuan's emotions settled instantly. Before her stood the vibrant young girl, who immediately broke into a smile. She lightly patted Lu Fan's shoulder and said, "Ninth junior brother, you must promise never to lie again. Your natural talent is already lacking, and you cannot compare to junior brother Xiao in any regard. Moreover, your fabrications are truly distasteful, particularly when they tarnish the reputation of our esteemed master. Such actions make you even more disagreeable. Consider this. Despite the significant incident of me setting fire to the outer sect and harming our fellow disciples, Master has never punished me. This only affirms what a wonderful person Master truly is." Xuanyuan's words were fervent and passionate. One cannot help but acknowledge that a member of the Fire Phoenix clan, perhaps due to their avian nature, could be quite obstinate. She firmly believed that the Half Saint Nirvana was a good person, and thus, he must be a good person. Anyone who dared to claim otherwise was surely wronging her master. Lu Fan struggled to comprehend Xuanyuan's bird-like mentality, but could no longer contain his frustration upon hearing her speak of the fire that harmed innocent sisters and brothers. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Isn't it true? The only reason Master hasn't punished you is that you have shifted all the blame onto me. If Master punishes me, then naturally, you would escape unscathed." Recalling the past, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming surge of anger, utterly baffled by how the fairies of this cultivation world could be so shameless. Chapter 7. You are overly calculating. After Lu Fan's remark, Xuanyuan fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, attempting to recall those events. Moments later, as if she finally remembered, she irritably scratched her head and said, "Ninth junior brother, you are truly too calculating. Why bring up such old matters? Wasn't it you who voluntarily took on these accusations for me? What purpose does it serve to mention them now?" Xuanyuan's expression was one of disdain, as if Lu Fan, by bringing this up, was the epitome of shamelessness. She pouted in agreement with her own thoughts, asserting that he indeed lacked a broad mind and was devoid of any manly demeanor. Witnessing Xuanyuan's demeanor, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice for his original self. Once, to shield Xuanyuan from punishment, his former self had endured an entire year in the penitential cliff, suffering daily torment from searing flames and biting ice, along with 3 lashes from the punitive divine whips, which caused immense pain. Yet, the original self foolishly insisted that all of this was his doing, having nothing to do with second senior sister. In his mind, Xuanyuan was fiery and tempestuous. However, the questioning Cloud Peak was his home, and the Half Saint Xuanyuan was akin to his rebirth parents, while these elder sisters were the only family he had in this world. As a man of honor, how could he stand idly by and watch second senior sister endure such harsh punishment, especially since Xuanyuan, being a fire phoenix, would suffer not only a decline in her powers but also harm to her foundational path after enduring a year of the millennia-old ice. Thus, the original self took on Xuanyuan's sins without a second thought, never considering the potential damage to her path or his own. During the year in the penitential cliff, he delighted in having helped second senior sister, convinced that without his sacrifice, she would never have survived the torment of the ice. Regrettably, it was the very year he returned from the cliff that Song Qinghe entered the Heavenly Tao Academy. Upon his return, the first thing he heard Xuanyuan say was, "Junior brother is truly dull-witted, far inferior to junior brother Song. If only junior brother Song had been the one to assist me, we would never have faced such a harsh judgment from the law enforcement hall. Junior brother Song was right. I merely set fire to the outer sect, causing injury to a few disciples. These acts hardly constitute a grave offense. It's a pity junior brother is so foolish, unable to defend himself in the law enforcement hall," leading to his year-long sentence in the penitential cliff. At that time, the original self was not yet ninth junior brother, but the youngest disciple at questioning Cloud Peak. Thus, upon returning, he was bombarded with praises for Song Qinghe and criticisms of his own perceived dullness from second senior sister. A whole year, an entire year in the penitential cliff. This ordeal had stunted the original self's potential, which should have awakened his sacred body as he entered the golden core stage. Instead, he only awakened the spirit body. Among all the direct disciples of the Half Saint Xuanyuan at questioning Cloud Peak, only he awakened the spirit body, leading the proud Half Saint to feel a loss of face and declare, "You are a useless being, as foolish as a pig." This statement became an indelible mark upon the original self, a source of mockery among all disciples at questioning Cloud Peak. He was forever labeled as talentless. Yet, the original self never held Xuanyuan accountable. Lu Fan found the situation amusing, not out of mockery for the original self's innocence. Having lost his family and regarded questioning Cloud Peak as home, Lu Fan understood the original self's thoughts. Since he considered questioning Cloud Peak a family, he would do anything to protect it. However, questioning Cloud Peak was not worthy of such devotion. This place did not deserve to be regarded as home. At this moment, observing Xuanyuan's furious expression as she bristled at his mention of the blame-taking incident, Lu Fan shook his head and remarked coldly, "Second senior sister, you just claimed that mortal women are jealous, petty, and prone to deceit, deserving of contempt. In truth, you are mistaken. Mortal women are far superior to you celestial beings. They are certainly much better than someone like you, who, despite having benefited from others' kindness, presents yourself as ungrateful." With that, Lu Fan turned away from Xuanyuan, leaving without even a glance in her direction. This so-called second senior sister truly deserved her fate. Who knew when this bird-like creature might erupt in anger? If she decided to lash out at him, he might end up reduced to ashes like those lifeless stones. Now rendered powerless, Lu Fan could not contend with this madwoman Xuanyuan. Thus, he felt an urgent desire to take on disciples, to elevate his own strength. In this absurd world of cultivation, it was strength that provided the most security. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's icy departure left Xuanyuan feeling quite unsettled. She gazed at ninth junior brother, who showed her no respect, and shook her head, murmuring, "This isn't right. Ninth junior brother has always listened to me." Despite Xuanyuan being the second senior sister at Questioning Cloud Peak, with 7 younger disciples under her, the others held no respect for her. They resented her fiery temper and looked down upon her for being a creature of the avian kind. Although Xuanyuan hailed from the Fire Phoenix clan and was admired by outsiders, human cultivators would never regard a bird as their kin. Thus, the 6 younger sisters feigned respect towards Xuanyuan, but she was acutely aware of their disdain. Only ninth junior brother was different. He genuinely treated her as a sister, never once looking down on her due to her demon heritage. In all of Questioning Cloud Peak, he alone regarded her as family. That was why Xuanyuan had so enjoyed playing with ninth junior brother in her youth, even setting fire to him. For he was the only one willing to play with her. She had never lied. Her affection for him was genuine. But what had ninth junior brother just said? That she was ungrateful? That she was inferior even to those mortal women? And how could he look at her with such cold eyes? After all, she was his second senior sister. No, it couldn't be. Xuanyuan's fiery red eyes glimmered with unshed tears as her heart ached with a growing sense of sadness. Ninth junior brother must still see her as family. He was merely reduced to a state of weakness, causing him to speak so harshly today. If only she could help ninth junior brother recover, enabling him to cultivate once more. Surely he would be happy and no longer speak to her in such a manner. With that thought, Xuanyuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Despite the lingering sorrow in her heart, she at least knew what she needed to do. Chapter 8. The eldest senior sister returns with medicine at Wuxia Peak. The spirit of the Lingyun cave was palpable. Though Xuanyuan's injuries were severe, the medicinal pill she had ingested had significantly improved her condition. Nevertheless, having ventured alone into the icy depths of the Bai Shui Han Lin, the chill had seriously harmed her, particularly as she had been cultivating the Fire Saint's yin-yin technique. Fortunately, she had not returned entirely empty-handed, although the coveted millennium herb eluded her grasp. She had procured an 800-year-old medicinal plant for her junior brother. While it would not restore him fully, it would certainly extend his life. And Xuanyuan firmly believed she would eventually retrieve that millennium herb for him. In Xuanyuan's eyes, her junior brother's fate, having been rendered a cripple by their master, with his dantian collapsed and henceforth barred from cultivation, was not a cause for despair. With her extraordinary talent, she was confident that if their master could find the millennium herb, so too could she. Her sole concern was for her junior brother's lifespan. As a cripple, his life would mirror that of an ordinary human, lasting no more than a century. Therefore, as long as she could prolong his life, she was certain she would one day resolve his cultivation plight. After securing the 800-year-old herb, Xuanyuan felt a weight lifted from her heart. The disciples of Wuxia Peak had come to visit her. Yet she leaned back in her chair, staring at the entrance of the cave, anxiously awaiting her junior brother's arrival. Her brows knitted in concern. Why had he not come yet? Memories flooded her mind of how he had always been the first to check on her after her adventures. A wave of sorrow washed over her. Surely he did not know of her injuries. As she sat there, her complexion pale from her wounds, her delicate features radiated an air of fragility that stirred compassion in those who beheld her. When Song Qinghe entered clad in a dark robe, his gaze immediately fell upon Xuanyuan's pitiable state. Truly, she was an unparalleled beauty. The subtle sadness etched upon her brow only amplified her allure. He swallowed hard, feigning concern and urgency. Eldest senior sister, why did you venture into the Bai Shui Han Lin alone? You need only command your junior brother. I would brave any peril for you. Song Qinghe's voice was melodious, imbued with deep emotion, which, combined with his proud demeanor, immediately conveyed the warmth hidden beneath his icy exterior. If Lu Fan had been present, he would have quipped about Song Qinghe's pretentiousness. Upon seeing Song Qinghe, Xuanyuan's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. She had anticipated her junior brother's arrival instead. Nevertheless, she masked her disappointment in light of Song Qinghe's earnest concern, replying gently, "Junior brother, do not overstate my situation. The chill of the Bai Shui Han Lin is far too potent. With your current cultivation, it would be perilous for you to enter. However, I appreciate your kindness." With a sigh, Xuanyuan's thoughts drifted back to her junior brother. She longed to know how he fared, especially given his grave injuries. If not for the lingering cold energy within her, she would have rushed to check on him. Song Qinghe, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped her thoughts. How unexpected that the esteemed eldest senior sister of Wuxia Peak still held such regard for Lu Fan. That she would risk herself to seek medicinal herbs for him was infuriating. His eyes flicked to her serene, yet frosty visage, igniting a flame of jealousy within him. Who could resist the allure of an ice-cold beauty, especially one practicing the fire saint's yin-yin technique? The contrast was tantalizing. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. He had only just stepped into the golden core realm. He could not contend with their master, let alone the formidable sisters of Wuxia Peak. Thus, he suppressed his rage, adopting an expression of icy aloofness as he delicately remarked, "Your devotion to Junior Brother 9 is commendable. He will surely appreciate it. However, I wonder why he is yet to arrive?" Song Qinghe was adept at crafting his words, especially when it came to manipulating sentiment. The naive disciples of the righteous sect could easily be swayed by a few choice phrases. He feigned a look of dismay, casting his gaze around Xuanyuan's cave before continuing, "Junior Brother 9 must be upset with me. Otherwise, he would not neglect to visit you during such a crucial time. Please do not blame him. If anyone is at fault, it is I." Unbeknownst to him, Xuanyu was lost in thoughts of Lu Fan's condition. Song Qinghe's remarks about the disciple ceremony only further reminded her of the day Lu Fan had been gravely injured due to Song Qinghe's actions. Consequently, she brushed off his lengthy speech, feeling no inclination to engage. However, seeing her junior brother's concern for Wuxia Peak, she softened her tone. "Your sentiment is appreciated, junior brother. But you must understand that he did not intentionally miss your ceremony. He is genuinely unwell." "Eldest sister, I understand. Junior Brother 9 must be feeling unwell, and I empathize with him. Regardless of what he has said before our master, I am not offended," Song Qinghe replied, fully aware of Lu Fan's true predicament. Yet he continued to spin his narrative, suggesting that Lu Fan's absence was born from jealousy. As he spoke, Xuanyu fell silent, for she believed that her junior brother had indeed acted out of envy. Just as Song Qinghe reveled in his perceived victory over Lu Fan, a voice erupted from outside the cave, filled with indignation. "Junior brother, how can you so readily slander Junior Brother 9? He is truly injured and unable to attend your ceremony. To say otherwise is misleading." Chapter 9. First, let us administer the medicine to Junior Brother. Xuanyuan burst into Xuanyu's cave, flames of fury coursing through her. Had it not been for Junior Brother's incessant claims that Junior Brother 9 was merely upset, would she have misjudged him? Upon learning today that the 9th junior brother had sustained such severe injuries, Xuanyuan naturally felt a deep sense of regret and annoyance, which she inadvertently directed towards Song Qinghe. However, as a fiery phoenix and a practitioner of the fire technique, Xuanyuan seemed to have met her natural nemesis when faced with Song Qinghe's icy countenance. Each time, for reasons unknown to her, she would find herself entranced by the frigid depths of his gaze. Whenever she encountered the chill emanating from him, her heart would involuntarily ache for his plight. Reflecting on his past, an orphan without parents, he had navigated the vast realm of cultivation all on his own, ultimately reaching this point. Though undeniably talented, it was only recently that he had the opportunity to become a disciple under a master, while the 9th junior brother, a fool, had been brought into the fold from birth. In comparison, the young junior brother was indeed the more pitiable. This compassion and sympathy extinguished Xuanyuan's fury each time she beheld Song Qinghe's visage. Just like now, although she had been fuming over the young junior brother's absurdity moments ago, upon seeing him, her anger melted away into a soft admonition. She fidgeted with the handkerchief in her grasp, half pouting, half angered, and said, "Young junior brother, the 9th junior brother is truly gravely ill. He may never be able to cultivate again. It isn't jealousy that kept him from attending your master ceremony." The moment Xuanyuan entered, Song Qinghe's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her graceful figure. With every bounce in her step, she exuded a captivating allure. In contrast to the icy beauty of Xuanyu, Xuanyuan was a passionate and fiery temptress. One could not help but admire the auspicious energy of the Wuxia Peak, which produced disciples of such remarkable caliber. However, conscious of his current appearance, Song Qinghe quickly concealed his gaze and donned an expression of regret, guilt, and surprise, exclaiming, "Second senior sister, is what you say truly the case? How could 9th senior brother sustain such grave injuries?" Following this, Song Qinghe feigned a cough, simulating a fit provoked by concern, forcing forth a few traces of blood. He then adopted a pallid demeanor and continued, "Such severe injuries, I can empathize with deeply. Fortunately, Master bestowed upon me a millennium-old spiritual herb, which cured the lingering wounds I had from my days as a wandering cultivator. Alas, my injuries were too severe, and even with the millennium herb, I have not fully recovered. I still require a century-old herb, and then I shall be whole." Having suffered from old wounds for years, Song Qinghe could naturally empathize with 9th senior brother's suffering. now that he had joined Wenxia Peak. He was determined to traverse mountains of blades and seize a fire to heal ninth senior brother. After uttering these words, Song Qinghe coughed a few more times, and the blood traces increased. His feeble appearance tugged at Zhuo Ke's heartstrings, who had previously harbored some resentment towards him. She hurried over to support Song Qinghe, her voice laced with concern. Young junior brother, you are in such pain, yet you still think of healing ninth senior brother. He will surely be deeply moved upon learning this. I always knew our young junior brother is a man of honor and integrity, and master did not err in choosing him. Zhuo Ke felt both touched and pained. Supporting Song Qinghe, she first retrieved a chair from her storage bag for him to sit upon, then conjured a cushion for him to lean against. Her actions were meticulous and graceful, revealing none of her fiery temperament. Song Qinghe, in turn, relished Zhuo Ke's attentive care, for he believed he could manage any woman, regardless of her disposition. Once Song Qinghe was settled, Zhuo Ke turned her anxious gaze towards Xuanyuan, saying, Elder sister, did you not acquire an 800-year-old herb from the Baishui Hanlin? Why not administer it to young junior brother first? Since he only requires a century-old herb for healing, we must assist him. Zhuo Ke's eyes brimmed with urgency. She had just witnessed young junior brother spitting blood, and how could she not feel heartache? Xuanyuan, too, was filled with sympathy. A brilliant yet icy genius. How could one not feel for him in such a weakened state? Yet, she hesitated. That 800-year-old herb was on the brink of becoming a millennium herb, and such a treasure was hard to come by. However, what of ninth junior brother? When Xuanyuan mentioned ninth junior brother, Zhuo Ke felt a twinge of reluctance, but recalling her last encounter with him where he bore no injuries, she concluded he was healthy. After some contemplation, she asserted, Elder sister, giving this herb to ninth junior brother will not change the fact that his dantian is destroyed. However, bestowing it upon young junior brother would completely remedy his old afflictions. Thus, I believe it is better to give it to young junior brother. As she spoke, confidence gleamed in Zhuo Ke's eyes. She was certain she would heal ninth junior brother in the future. Xuanyuan, too, found herself swayed by Zhuo Ke's reasoning. Indeed, this herb could not fully mend ninth junior brother's condition, but it could restore young junior brother's health. Observing young junior brother's frail state, Xuanyuan resolved to take action. She retrieved the 800-year-old herb, which she had nearly sacrificed her life to obtain from Baishui Hanlin. No matter, once young junior brother was healed, she would seek out an even better herb for ninth junior brother. Chapter 10. The disciples of menial tasks in the entire Tiandao Academy. Disciples are categorized into menial disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples of the inner sect. The direct disciples of the inner sect represent the highest echelon. The original self, once an ordinary person, was taken as a direct disciple by the Half Saint Nirvana, thus ascending to the highest rank, which is why the original self held such deep respect for the Half Saint. However, from Lu Fan's perspective, were it not for the original self's exceptional talent, the Half Saint would not have chosen him as a direct disciple. Thus, the original self's gratitude was quite unnecessary. Lu Fan calculated that with the menial disciples included, the total number of disciples in Tiandao Academy should be close to 100,000. There are over 90,000 outer disciples, while the inner sect comprises less than 2,000 individuals. Each of the 12 main peaks of the inner sect is overseen by a Half Saint. Given his current situation, it was impossible for him to gain admission as an inner disciple. Each inner disciple, even those who have yet to become direct disciples of a Half Saint, are undoubtedly the cream of the crop. They would never deign to look upon him. For the sake of prudence, his target should be the outer disciples, or more precisely, the menial disciples. With this thought, Lu Fan sighed. The original self, despite his extraordinary talent, had only reached the golden core stage after years of cultivation. In contrast, those with poor talents relegated to menial disciples would likely take an eternity to reach the golden core stage. His own achievements would still depend on their efforts, leaving him to ponder how long he would have to wait. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan decided he needed to find someone with high comprehension, intelligence, and cleverness. With this in mind, he did not linger in the inner sect, but headed directly to the law hall established in the outer sect. The law hall governs both inner and outer sects, handling tasks assigned to disciples, distribution of spirit stones, and disciplinary actions for errant disciples. Lu Fan's clear intent to visit the law hall stemmed primarily from a desire to observe any disciples who had erred and were being punished, hoping to seize an opportunity. After all, with his current identity as a useless person, it would be challenging to garner someone's respect enough for them to become his disciple. He feared that even the menial disciples might look down upon him. It might be more advantageous to seek out those who had erred and see if they would be willing to engage with him. As one of the 10 sacred sites of the Xuanyuan Continent, the Law Hall of Tiandao Academy was not only resplendent in its construction but also radiated an air of solemnity and dignity. The Law Hall towers majestically into the clouds, standing proudly atop the mountain peak, with a brilliant white pearl at its pinnacle. When illuminated by the sun, it sparkles radiantly, exuding an aura of ethereal energy. It is said that this pearl is an artifact left by the founding master of the Tiandao Academy, known as the Four Divine Pearls, which ensures the flourishing of the academy and the continuous influx of talent. Every decade, during the grand recruitment ceremony, the academy showcases this pearl to attract more exceptional individuals. In ordinary times, it rests atop the Law Hall, serving to intimidate the academy's disciples. Lu Fan gazed at the pearl, inhaled deeply, and murmured to himself, "If I were to consume this pearl, my dantian would surely be completely restored." This thought was merely a fleeting fancy, given Lu Fan's current strength. He could not even touch the pearl, let alone consume it. Just as he marveled at the pearl, he noticed a bustling crowd surrounding the Law Hall. Pressing into the throng, he overheard several individuals exclaiming, "Does the Wenchang Peak intend to expel Bianyu from the Tiandao Academy? She is only herself to blame for offending Xia Ziyue. Xia Ziyue is the sole disciple of Senior Sister Yi. While Bianyu is merely a menial disciple, what audacity she possesses. Perhaps Bianyu is jealous. They were both menial disciples. Yet Xia Ziyue was accepted as a disciple by Senior Sister Yi, while Bianyu remains a mere menial disciple." Another added, "I heard that Bianyu spoke disrespectfully to Brother Song of Wenchang Peak. After being reprimanded by Xia Ziyue, she remained unrepentant. Regardless of the circumstances, Bianyu had crossed Wenchang Peak. Should no one take her in, she would undoubtedly be expelled from the Tiandao Academy." Listening to the crowd's disparagement, Lu Fan turned his gaze to the girl in front of the Law Hall, who was enduring the punishment of the disciplinary whip. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, prostrate on the ground as the whip struck her back repeatedly, leaving her clothing stained with blood. Yet, Bianyu gritted her teeth, not uttering a single cry of pain. Her resolute demeanor elicited a nod of approval from Lu Fan. Enduring the pain indicated her capacity to withstand the trials of cultivation. Menial disciples held the lowest status within the Tiandao Academy. According to the academy's rules, once a menial disciple committed an offense and completed their punishment, they could be expelled immediately unless someone was willing to take them in as a disciple. This would grant the menial disciple a chance to remain at the academy. Why is it merely a chance? Because to truly secure their position at the academy, the errant menial disciple must pass a trial 3 months later. Lu Fan's eyes flickered as he heard the elder in charge declare loudly, "Menial disciple Bianyu, you have violated 3 major and 12 minor rules of the Tiandao Academy, disrespecting your elders and showing arrogance. Henceforth, you are to be expelled from the Tiandao Academy. And from this day forward, you shall have no further association with it. Do any of you have objections?" As Elder Hong's voice resonated through the air, a mark of expulsion was about to be stamped upon Bianyu, signifying her severance from the academy. Finally unable to contain her trembling, Bianyu, who had remained silent and stoic, lifted her bloodied face, her tear-filled eyes radiating resentment as she addressed Elder Hong. "Elder Hong, I have objections. I have never disrespected my elders, nor have I been arrogant. I merely stated, Brother Song is merely a loose cultivator with only a 5th grade comprehension, hardly meeting the standards to be a direct disciple. Yet Xia Ziyue came to strike me, claiming I slandered her master. I did not retaliate, and was still gravely injured. Why is it that in the end, all blame falls upon me? Is there no justice or rules left in the Tiandao Academy?" With every word she spoke, blood spilled from her mouth. Song Qinghe was a prodigy who had emerged during the grand competition of the 100 sects, but Bianyu's assertion had merit. Song Qinghe's comprehension was indeed low. During the academy's recruitment ceremony, individuals with 1st and 2nd grade comprehension were never accepted. Those with 3rd grade comprehension became menial disciples, while those with 4th grade comprehension were designated as outer disciples. 5th grade comprehension could barely enter the inner sect, requiring an assessment. As for direct disciples, one must possess at least 7th grade comprehension. Lu Fan himself had an 8th grade comprehension and was directly accepted as a disciple by the semi-saint Nia Huang. Thus, it was reasonable for Bianyu to question Song Qinghe's qualifications. However, as a menial disciple, what right did she have to challenge the actions of a semi-saint? With Bianyu's words hanging in the air, the crowd murmured with a mix of sympathy and disbelief. While it is true that semi-saints accept disciples based on fate, Brother Song's comprehension is indeed rather low. It is strange. If Brother Song's comprehension is so lacking, how did he excel in the grand competition? Surely, one's advancement is not solely dependent on comprehension. Otherwise, how could Brother Song have triumphed? Indeed, Brother Song must possess some exceptional qualities, which is why the semi-saint chose him as a disciple. In an instant, the crowd's sentiments shifted. Elder Hong, wielding the disciplinary whip, surveyed the prostrate Bianyu with a lofty demeanor, declaring, "Sinner Bianyu, do you not hear the surrounding voices? The Tiandao Academy upholds strict etiquette. All disciples are to respect their masters. Only you would dare to recklessly criticize a semi-saint. How utterly arrogant." With that, Elder Hong swung the disciplinary whip, creating a resounding crack in the air. The mark of expulsion was once again summoned, as Bianyu trembled uncontrollably, her heart sinking into despair. "Elder Hong, I do not wish to leave the Tiandao Academy. Could you grant me another chance?" Bianyu had been a part of the Tiandao Academy for a century. With her closest kin long gone, where could she possibly go? A menial disciple, expelled from the academy, would find no acceptance in any formal sect. More importantly, without the academy, she faced a dead end. Bianyu clasped her hands tightly, her eyes reflecting a plea born of desperation, yet Elder Hong disregarded her entreaty entirely. "Do not harbor such delusions, Bianyu. Not only do you lack a master, but even if you did, do you truly believe they would grant you another chance? The trial 3 months hence is exceedingly difficult. The current pass rate is merely 20%. If your master were to bestow you this opportunity and you failed, they would face punishment. Thus, Bianyu, after departing from the Tiandao Academy, strive to live well." In that moment, Bianyu felt as though her heart had turned to ash, tears streaming down her face. She realized she had no opportunity left. Once she left the Tiandao Academy, her chances of survival dwindled to mere days. Bianyu trembled with anticipation, fully prepared to confront the expulsion decree. Suddenly, a cultured and elegant voice resonated from afar, proclaiming, "Elder Hong, I, Lu Fan, previously reached the Golden Core stage, and you mentioned I could take on disciples. Today, I find Bianyu promising, so I shall accept her as my apprentice." After observing the unfolding drama, Lu Fan stepped forward, interjecting to halt the expulsion. To be candid, he hesitated to accept Bianyu as a disciple, considering she had spent a century in cultivation yet remained at the chi refinement stage. He genuinely feared that this child might never progress, thus depriving him of any benefits the system might bestow. However, remembering her transgression of questioning Song Qinghe, Lu Fan felt that perhaps Bianyu was worth taking under his wing. At that moment, in front of the law hall, clad in white robes, Lu Fan appeared before the crowd, a figure of respect despite his crippled condition, as he bore the title of a semi-holy direct disciple. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, creating space. Elder Hong, holding the expulsion decree, regarded Lu Fan with uncertainty and inquired, "Lu Fan, are you certain? Bianyu has offended the esteemed Wenxia Peak." The notion of Lu Fan, a direct disciple of Wenxia Peak, accepting a disciple who had wronged them seemed inherently peculiar, enough to cause Elder Hong's hands to tremble. Yet, considering the rumors circulating since earlier today, he began to suspect that Lu Fan's actions were intentional. After all, Bianyu had dared to challenge Song Qinghe, and it was reasonable for Lu Fan, who harbored jealousy towards Song Qinghe, to lend a hand to Bianyu. Elder Hong hesitated, observing Lu Fan's frail form, and kindly cautioned, "Lu Fan, this matter is not to be taken lightly. Even if you take her as a disciple and assist her, should she fail the trials in 3 months, you will face consequences. The punishment entails 3 months of confinement at the thought reflection cliff, and given your current state, can you endure that?" Elder Hong's warning stemmed from genuine concern. He doubted Bianyu would pass the trials, and the repercussions would ultimately fall upon Lu Fan. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness jeopardize your life. As Elder Hong spoke, Bianyu, who had believed herself saved, blinked rapidly, comprehending the implications. She might indeed bring misfortune upon her rescuer. Thus, despite her inability to rise, Bianyu crawled a few steps forward, extending her bloodied hand to grasp Lu Fan's robe. Her voice weak but resolute. "Thank you, senior brother, for your life-saving grace. But please, do not let my presence endanger your life." Lu Fan looked down at Bianyu, her sincerity surprising him. He never anticipated that, in a moment of life and death, she would still consider the well-being of others. It seemed this disciple was worth accepting. At the very least, her character was commendable, ensuring she would not betray her teacher. After a moment's thought, Lu Fan bent down, gazing at Bianyu, and declared, "Bien Yu, my decision to accept you as my disciple today is not out of pity. I genuinely recognize your exceptional potential and believe you are moldable talent. I hope that you do not allow a moment of careless words to ruin your cultivation path. Do not wallow in self-pity, but strive to prove yourself and successfully endure the trials in 3 months." Though Lu Fan spoke without a clear understanding of Bien Yu's potential, he considered the complexity of accepting a sinner as a disciple. If he were to miss out on Bien Yu, would he ever have another opportunity for a disciple? Nevertheless, every word Lu Fan uttered resonated profoundly in Bien Yu's ears. Exceptional potential, moldable talent? In a century, no one had ever praised her so. Her heart raced as she realized that perhaps her master truly saw something in her worth cultivating. Bien Yu's previously despondent eyes shimmered with renewed hope as she gazed up at Lu Fan, her master, whose stature seemed infinitely grand in that moment. Unable to rise, Bien Yu could only bang her head gently against the ground in reverence. Chapter 12. The First Disciple, with Bien Yu's heartfelt exclamation of master. The system's voice erupted in Lu Fan's ears. "Congratulations, host, for accepting Bien Yu as a disciple. You have received the Disciple Gift Pack, Dantian Restoration Pill. Bien Yu is currently at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. Reward, 100 cultivation points. Discovery, Bien Yu possesses a hidden sacred fire immortal body. Reward, sacred fire divine body. This will be granted when Bien Yu awakens her innate body." Receiving 3 consecutive rewards, Lu Fan felt an exhilarating lightness throughout his being. The previously collapsed dantian felt rejuvenated, akin to a gentle spring stream nourishing the parched land, leaving him utterly invigorated. However, in the public eye, he could not delve into the details of the rewards. According to previous discussions with Xuanyuan and others, it was said that to restore one's dantian, one would need at least a millennium-old spirit herb. Yet, upon accepting Bien Yu as a disciple, the system granted him restoration. Thus, Bien Yu equated to a millennium-old spirit herb. With this realization, Lu Fan's gaze toward Bien Yu grew even more affectionate. What a fortunate apprentice, bringing him the equivalent of a millennium-old spirit herb right from the start. As both had completed their master-disciple ceremony, Elder Hong, who had initially intended to dissuade Lu Fan, fell silent. The crowd, who had anticipated witnessing Bien Yu's expulsion, were instead astounded to see her accepted as a disciple by none other than a direct disciple of Wenxia Peak. This turn of events was simply unbelievable. Whispers filled the air. Does this mean Bien Yu has suddenly ascended from a mere servant disciple to an inner sect disciple? Do you understand the rules of the Tiandao Academy? Although senior brother Lu is a direct disciple, he is not an elder of Wenxia Peak. Thus, even if he accepts Bien Yu, she remains a servant disciple. However, Bien Yu is undeniably fortunate. The Tiandao Academy had its regulations to become an inner sect disciple. 2 conditions must be fulfilled. 1. An inner sect elder must accept the disciple. 2. The disciple must pass the inner sect examination. Both conditions are indispensable for promotion to an inner sect disciple. Nevertheless, it was still seen as a stroke of luck for a servant disciple like Bien Yu to be taken in by someone as esteemed as Lu Fan. Just as this wave of envy began to swell, a sharp female voice cut through the air. Dripping with sarcasm, "I heard senior brother Lu has had his dantian shattered by the semi-holy Nifeng and is now a cripple. What use is such a master?" This remark jolted the crowd from their admiration of Bien Yu's fortune. They began to recall the numerous scandals surrounding Lu Fan over the years. 1. Envying the talented. 2. Labeled by semi-holy figures as talentless. 3. Plus, a cripple. The gossip about Lu Fan echoed throughout the Tiandao Academy, and while Song Qinghe enjoyed a resplendent reputation, Lu Fan's name was besmirched. Currently, the most prevalent narrative was that he was a cripple with no future, prompting many to murmur, "Indeed, what use is such a master?" It seemed these 2 cripples were banding together. No wonder Lu Fan was willing to accept Bien Yu as a disciple. As the crowd's envy of Bien Yu faded, Xia Ziyue, hidden among them, finally felt a surge of joy. Dressed in a flowing purple robe, she exuded an aura of grace. Observing Bien Yu being taken as a disciple, a cold glint flickered in her eyes. Xia Ziyue pushed through the crowd and approached, showcasing her acting prowess. She first offered a courteous bow to Lu Fan before playfully rebuking him. "Ninth uncle, how could you accept someone like Bien Yu as your disciple? This woman has shown disrespect to our junior master and has openly challenged the dignity of Wenxia Peak. How can you take such a person as a disciple? Moreover," she continued, "a servant disciple is of such lowly status. How could she be associated with us at Wenxia Peak?" Xia Ziyue, the senior sister of Wenxia Peak, had herself been chosen from the outer sect servant disciples by Yi Wanyu upon reaching the Golden Core stage. A decade later, After Xuanyuan was appointed as an elder by the semi-holy Nifeng, Xia successfully passed the inner sect examination, thereby naturally ascending to the status of an inner sect disciple. Upon becoming an inner disciple, Xia was eager to sever all ties with the term outer disciple. Thus, she expressed her dissatisfaction with Lu Fan's actions in a haughty tone, stamping her violet boots lightly upon the ground. She cast an irritated glance at the prostrated Bianyu, her eyes ablaze with contempt. It is worth noting that she and Bianyu had once shared a camaraderie as outer disciples. That year, when the master came to select apprentices from among the outer disciples, Xia was chosen due to her high affinity with fire, and from that moment on, she had no further dealings with someone like Bianyu. Yet, Xia could not quite discern whether it was her affinity for fire that was superior or if Bianyu possessed an even greater connection. Regardless, how could Bianyu possibly compare to her? Having only been at the Tiandao Academy for 30 years, she had already reached the foundation establishment stage, while Bianyu remained stunted at the Qi refinement stage after a century. It was she whom the master had selected, and she alone. However, for reasons unknown, every time Xia laid eyes on the lowly outer disciple Bianyu, a sense of discomfort would wash over her, as if Bianyu's visage was one she could hardly bear to tolerate, wishing to eliminate her at once. Today, she had finally seized an opportunity to oust Bianyu from the Tiandao Academy, only to have her plans thwarted by the unexpected intervention of the ninth master uncle, which she found utterly vexing. Xia tightened her grip on the delicate sword in her hand, casting an unhappy glance at Lu Fan, stating, "Ninth master uncle, it would be best if you did not take on this outer disciple. Ziyue has no desire to see this person enter our Wanchang Peak." Xiao's words were resolute, her eyes gleaming with expectation as she looked at Lu Fan. Given Lu Fan's previous attentiveness towards her, she was confident that he would acquiesce to her wishes. Although the ninth master uncle was somewhat lacking in intelligence and prone to jealousy, he treated everyone at Wanchang Peak exceptionally well and was fiercely protective. Moreover, as the sole disciple of the esteemed senior sister, Xia enjoyed special favor from Lu Fan. Through the years, Xia had come to regard the ninth master uncle as someone who, despite his flaws, genuinely cared for her. Thus, she blinked her eyes, tears glistening, convinced that her plea would surely be met with compliance. However, as she opened her eyes, she beheld Lu Fan already assisting Bianyu to her feet and moving away. Watching Lu Fan's back as he disregarded her completely, Xia felt as if she were a mere clown, her face flushed with embarrassment. This was not how it should be. The ninth master uncle had always been so fond of her. At this moment, Xiao's tears, now tinged with sincerity, propelled her to step forward, bypassing Lu Fan, and with a pitiful gaze, she implored, "Ninth master uncle, how could you treat Ziyue this way? Did you not once say that you cared for Ziyue the most? I merely wish for you not to accept this woman as your disciple. Why will you not grant my request?" Listening to Xiao's childish outburst, Lu Fan felt as though his eardrums were shattering. Indeed, the original owner had once doted on this Xia excessively. The reverence he held for the senior sister Xuanyuan was matched only by his affection for her disciple. Each time he returned from a mission, he would bring back treasures for her. Once, having obtained a fine artifact, he gifted it to her without a second thought upon seeing her delight. There were times when Xuanyuan would reprimand her, and he would intervene, protecting Xia on numerous occasions. Yet, how had Xia repaid such kindness? Behind closed doors, she spoke of the original owner as being dull-witted, inferior to Song Shixiao, and accused him of jealousy towards the talented. Even the precious artifact he had once given her was now in the hands of Song Qinghe, as she sought to curry favor with him. How could the original owner be so blind to such a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing? Lu Fan, however, saw through her clearly. Blocking Bianyu's attempt to speak, he raised an eyebrow at Xia and coldly remarked, "I recall lending you a celestial fire talisman artifact last time. After so many days, when do you intend to return it?" "Lend you?" Xia, who had been on the verge of tears, suddenly froze, bewildered as she questioned, "Ninth master uncle, was that not a gift from you?" "A gift? We are not even related as master and disciple. Why would I gift you an artifact?" Lu Fan replied dismissively, "Today, as I am taking on a new disciple, you should promptly return the artifact you borrowed so that I may bestow it upon my new apprentice." Lu Fan had no intention of being swayed by Xiao's tearful antics. The original owner respected Xuanyuan, thus extending that affection to Xia. But Lu Fan felt nothing but irritation towards her. Upon her ascension from outer to inner disciple, Xia Ziyue had immediately developed an air of superiority, capable of uttering disparaging remarks about outer disciples, revealing her unworthy character. Although Lu Fan did not dare to challenge the likes of Yi Wanyu and Zhuo Ke, he was unafraid of confronting Xia Ziyue, though he currently found himself in a state of impotence. The strict moral codes of the Tiandao Academy ensured that Xia Ziyue would face repercussions should she show him any disrespect. Glancing at Elder Hong in the distance, Lu Fan raised his voice intentionally. Xia Ziyue, I must warn you, according to the rules of the Tiandao Academy, your failure to return borrowed items constitutes theft. You dare to steal from a master? I could easily report this to Elder Hong, and I dare say you would find yourself expelled from the Tiandao Academy today. With that, Lu Fan turned to leave, feigning an intention to report her misdeeds, which sent Xia Ziyue into a state of panic. Grabbing his arm, she pleaded, No. Ninth Master Uncle, that was clearly a gift from you. A gift? We are not related. What gives me the obligation to gift you an artifact? Am I some kind of fool? Lu Fan countered, relishing in her predicament. After all, when the original owner had bestowed the celestial fire talisman to Xia Ziyue, no one else was present. It was essential to understand that artifacts were not commonplace items. The celestial fire talisman had been acquired from a secret realm. And although it was merely a decorative piece, it was indeed a valuable treasure. Lu Fan adamantly insisted he had never gifted it, leaving Xia Ziyue momentarily at a loss. As murmurs began to circulate around them, Xia Ziyue's frustration grew. She could hear others remarking, who would have thought Xia Ziyue was this sort of person? Stealing and refusing to return, utterly disgraceful. How embarrassing to be her peer. Hearing these comments, Xia Ziyue felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her face burning with humiliation. Since becoming an inner disciple, she had been accustomed to flattery and praise, never having encountered such blatant disdain. Moreover, she had already offered the celestial fire talisman to her junior uncle. Though she was the master's disciple, she rarely possessed any valuable items. During the ceremony for her junior uncle's apprenticeship, she found herself unable to present anything of worth, and gazing upon her junior uncle's handsome visage. She had ultimately resolved to part with the celestial fire talisman gifted by the ninth master uncle, desperate to avoid disappointing him. She had to ensure that her junior uncle understood she was his most devoted admirer. Therefore, the celestial fire talisman was already in her junior uncle's possession, leaving her at a loss as to what she could return to Lu Fan. Surely she could not approach her junior uncle to ask for it back, as that would tarnish her image in his eyes. Xia Ziyue's hands twisted anxiously as she watched Lu Fan genuinely prepare to approach Elder Hong. In a sudden surge of desperation, she implored, Ninth Master Uncle, I seem to have misplaced that item. Could I possibly offer you something else in compensation? Oh my, who would have thought this fool would be so quick to admit her guilt? Lu Fan thought gleefully, putting on an act of benevolence, and smiling warmly at Xia Ziyue. Since you have acknowledged it, I am not one to be petty. I shall not insist on reporting you to the law hall. However, you have already mentioned that you would compensate me, so please do so now. Master Shishu, being magnanimous, understands that you cannot afford to give me a precious artifact. Therefore, you may offer me the phoenix feather that you possess. This phoenix feather was specifically sought by Yi Wanyu from Zhuo Ke to aid Xia Ziyue in her cultivation of the Fire Saint Flame technique. The origins of this feather are quite significant, as it is said to be a plume from a semi-holy member of the Phoenix clan. Wearing it enhances fire attributes and aligns perfectly with the Fire Saint Flame technique. Lu Fan recalls that his newly accepted disciple seems to possess a hidden Saint Fire immortal body. Thus, this feather indeed complements his disciple splendidly. As Lu Fan reaches for it, Xia Ziyue hurriedly covers the feather with her hand, casting a timid glance at Lu Fan in hopes of evoking his compassion. With a pitiful tone, she says, Ninth Master Uncle. Before she can finish, Lu Fan feigns a move toward Elder Hong, leaving Xia Ziyue with no choice but to reluctantly surrender the feather. Watching it fall into Lu Fan's grasp, Xia Ziyue internally reassures herself. Ninth Master Uncle has always cherished her and will likely return it to her later. She ponders whether his current behavior stems from discovering that she gifted the precious artifact, the Heavenly Fire Talisman, to her younger Master Uncle, thus provoking his ire. Upon realizing this critical point, Xia Ziyue's understanding dawns. She shoots an accusing glare at Lu Fan, muttering under her breath, Ninth Master Uncle is truly narrow-minded. After this murmur, she believes that relinquishing the feather will placate Lu Fan and quickly offers him a sweet smile. Ninth Master Uncle, since I have given you the feather, you must take good care of it for me. You will surely return it to me later. Xia Ziyue typically reserves such sweet smiles for her younger Master Uncle. So today she deploys this powerfue charm, hoping it will soothe Lu Fan's anger. Yet, she hears him declare, "Disciple, I bestow this phoenix feather upon you." "What?" Xia Ziyue exclaims in disbelief, staring at the scene before her. Lu Fan has truly given the treasured phoenix feather to that wretched Bianyu. How could this be? Although ninth master uncle has always been petty and jealous of her younger master uncle, he has treated her juniors with utmost kindness and never behaved so towards her. In this moment, as she observes Bianyu clutching the feather that rightfully belongs to her, the flames of hatred begin to ignite within Xia Ziyue's eyes. She almost forgets that they are in a public setting, gritting her teeth as she glares at Lu Fan, seething, "Ninth master uncle. This person has offended us at Wuxia Peak. Not only have you accepted her as your disciple, but you have also given her my phoenix feather. Are you not afraid of angering my master? Do you not fear upsetting our ancestor?" Xia Ziyue feels her fury reaching its peak. She prides herself as the most favored junior of Wuxia Peak, although this favoritism stems only from ninth master uncle's affection. After all, Zhuoke, the temperamental phoenix, would rather not incinerate Xia Ziyue. The other master uncles, each with their peculiar tempers, hardly acknowledge her. Therefore, among all the master uncles, Xia Ziyue values ninth master uncle's affection the most. Yet now, witnessing his kindness towards that wretched Bianyu shatters her heart. Combined with Lu Fan's apparent disregard for her indignation, the pain deepens. In that instant, she feels as if she has returned to the time when she was merely a servant disciple, ignored and neglected. Even the one who cherished her most, ninth master uncle, was taken away by another. How could this be? It should not be this way. Xia Ziyue gazes at the retreating figures of the two, overhearing the murmurs of the crowd around her. Suddenly, she raises her chin defiantly and declares, "Ninth master uncle, Bianyu must undergo a trial 3 months from now to remain at Tiandao Academy. Since she is fortunate enough to join us as disciples of Wuxia Peak, let me compete with Bianyu in the trial." The trials held every 3 months typically consist of 2 types. 1. The trial tower, where successfully navigating the tower counts as passing the trial. 2. Competitive matches, where life and death are at stake, with many perishing in the arena. Most importantly, since the trial is intended for sinners, those competing against them usually possess a higher cultivation level, rendering the chances of the sinners prevailing exceedingly slim. In front of the law hall, Xia Ziyue, adorned in her purple attire, elegantly twirls her sword, declaring with conviction, "Bianyu is currently in the 3rd stage of qi refining, while I am merely in the 2nd stage of foundation establishment. According to Tiandao Academy's regulations, as long as we do not exceed 10 stages, we can compete. I, Ziyue, am willing to face you, Sister Bianyu." Xia Ziyue casts a cold glare filled with animosity towards Bianyu. Within Wuxia Peak, there can only be one Xia Ziyue. She will not allow another Bianyu to steal her spotlight. 3 months from now, she will undoubtedly crush Bianyu in the arena. Bianyu, bloodied and clad in white, feels a flicker of determination as she faces Xia Ziyue, a disciple of the inner sect, and boldly responds, "Very well, I, Bianyu, shall engage in battle with you in 3 months." Despite being 9 stages lower than Xia Ziyue, Bianyu feels no confidence, yet she cannot tarnish her master's reputation. Her fists clench tightly as she glances at her master, silently vowing, "Even if I perish in the arena, I will never disgrace my master's name." The grace of being accepted as a disciple today is a tremendous favor. With 3 months remaining, I must strive diligently to cultivate and ensure my master is not burdened by me. As both Xia Ziyue and Bianyu agree to this challenge, Elder Hong schedules Bianyu's trial for 3 months hence. When Lu Fan and Bianyu depart, he faintly hears Xia Ziyue grumbling in indignation, "Ninth master uncle, you will surely regret this." "Regret? Regret what? I have taken a disciple today, restored my dantian, and feel no remorse whatsoever." At Tiandao Academy, on Yaowang Peak, amidst the multitude of peaks, most remain uninhabited. Lu Fan, feeling the weight of having taken a disciple, has rented Yaowang Peak, intending to reside there with Bianyu. Though Tiandao Academy typically arranges accommodations for its disciples, Bianyu, being a servant disciple, has a poor living situation and shares quarters with others. Thus, Lu Fan believes it is best to secure a peak solely for them. Presently, Lu Fan holds no authority or status within the academy, and he cannot claim a peak for himself. Thus, he must rent one using spirit stones. The Yaowang Peak, however, is located in a remote area, categorized as a desolate peak. As they ascend, Lu Fan feels a chill in his heart upon observing the desolation around them. The peak, having been uninhabited for years, is overgrown with weeds and filled with a sense of desolation. Since entering Tiandao Academy, Lu Fan has always resided at Wuxia Peak, which boasts pristine beauty and vitality. Even the dilapidated cave he lived in far surpasses the current desolate mountain. Internally, Lu Fan laments as he stumbles on loose stones, nearly falling. But Bian Yu is quick to catch him, preventing an embarrassing tumble. How dare they rent this wretched peak to me for 5 high-grade spirit stones a month? It is important to note that disciples like Lu Fan receive a mere 15 high-quality spirit stones as their monthly stipend, while the servant disciple, Bian Yu, is only allotted 10 low-quality spirit stones per month. According to the currency exchange rate in the Xuanyuan Continent, 100 low-quality spirit stones equate to a single medium-quality spirit stone, and 100 medium-quality spirit stones equal 1 high-quality spirit stone. Therefore, it is quite outrageous that such a desolate peak charges a monthly rent of 5 high-quality spirit stones. However, there is little choice, as Lu Fan currently possesses neither authority nor influence within the Celestial Path Academy, and is now rendered powerless. Were he to ascend to the position of an elder at the academy, he would be entitled to possess a peak entirely to himself and would be exempt from any rental fees. Nonetheless, he remains optimistic. If he can gather more disciples, he will eventually surpass even the saints. Who knows, he might even become the head of the academy. Standing atop the barren mountain, Lu Fan daydreamed about the future while gently patting Bian Yu's shoulder, cheerfully encouraging her. Bian Yu, you must diligently cultivate. Our Yaoguang Peak may one day rival the grandeur of the 12 peaks. Chapter 15. The Sacred Fire's Celestial Body. Bian Yu paused, gazing at the overgrown state of Yaoguang Peak, struggling to envision the bright future her master had described. Lu Fan genuinely believed that. When he took Bian Yu as his disciple, he initially thought her lack of progress after a century in the qi refinement stage indicated a bleak future. However, after accepting her, the system revealed something remarkable. Discovered Bian Yu's Dao body is the hidden Sacred Fire Celestial Body, rewarding the host with the Sacred Fire Divine Body. The reward will only be granted upon Bian Yu's awakening of her Dao body. The Sacred Fire Celestial Body. In the Xuanyuan Continent, the cultivation levels are categorized as follows. 1. Qi refinement. 2. Foundation establishment. 3. Dao entry. 4. Golden core. 5. Nascent soul. 6. Spirit separation. 7. Dao integration. 8. Half Saint. 9. Saint. And 10. Human immortal. There are 10 levels in total, with each level containing 10 small stages. Upon reaching the 3rd level of Dao entry, cultivators will be distinctly categorized. The 10th stage of Dao entry is designed to cultivate one's Dao body, determining their future potential. Upon entering the Golden Core stage, the Dao body will fully manifest. Dao bodies are classified into 6 tiers: mortal body, celestial body, spiritual body, sacred body, celestial body, and divine body. If one possesses a mortal body, aspirations of becoming a human immortal are futile, and even reaching the nascent soul stage is improbable. They are destined to stagnate at the Golden Core level. The higher the tier of the Dao body, the greater the potential for cultivation. After all, during the Celestial Path Academy's enrollment, the only discernible quality is the disciple's comprehension. The Dao body cannot be assessed until one has entered Dao entry and reached the Golden Core stage. Had the original body not suffered Dao body damage at the cliff of reflection during Dao entry, it would not have merely awakened a spiritual body. The original's true potential was only that of a sacred body. It is worth noting that all the disciples at Wuxia Peak are also merely of the sacred body tier. The so-called celestial body and divine body are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, Bian Yu is different. This young girl possesses a celestial body. Lu Fan, brimming with excitement, felt as though he had struck gold. He patted Bian Yu's shoulder and said, "Do not worry. I shall impart to you supreme techniques that will enable you to cultivate unparalleled abilities. In the future, you shall become the eldest senior sister of Yaoguang Peak. I will ensure your name, Bian Yu, resonates throughout the Xuanyuan Continent." Lu Fan's grand declarations left Bian Yu's eyes sparkling with hope. Yet, she hesitantly scratched her head and replied, "Master, as a servant disciple, the best techniques available to me are merely high-quality ones. Currently, I am practicing the precious technique Xuanyuan, which I obtained through completing a task. The Celestial Path Academy's library is filled with techniques, but servant disciples can only access the 1st floor. The finest techniques available there are high quality. The 3rd floor, which houses the best precious techniques, is not open to outer disciples, while the remaining floors can be explored freely by inner disciples. However, despite the abundance of techniques, true sacred and celestial techniques are never found in the library. The classification of techniques in the Xuanyuan Continent includes low quality, medium quality, high quality, precious, supreme, sacred, celestial, Tao, and great Tao. For instance, the Ryu Ju practiced by the original body is a sacred technique, while the Huasheng Yin Ju practiced by the Half Saint Nia Huang is a celestial technique. Sacred and celestial techniques are typically kept privately by the peak masters for their disciples and are never shared with others. Thus, in the Celestial Path Academy, having a master is truly significant. Lu Fan looked at Bianyu, pinched his thumb thoughtfully, and furrowed his brow, saying, "You mentioned you've been practicing Xuanyuan? With a sacred fire celestial body, how could you be training in such a water-based technique? No wonder it has taken you a century to remain in the Qi refinement stage. Logically, servant disciples should have elders who provide unified instruction. Didn't any elder suggest that this technique was unsuitable for you?" Bianyu was left utterly dumbfounded by Lu Fan's inquiry. For all these years, she had been diligently practicing Xuanyuan. In her early attempts, it was exceedingly difficult to grasp, but over the years, she had become accustomed to it. Yet after so many years, this technique indeed impeded her progress. Hearing her master say that this technique was unsuitable for her, Bianyu was suddenly enlightened and exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, have I wasted all these years of effort?" The elder came to teach them servant disciples every 3 months. And with so many students present, the elder had no time to offer individualized guidance. With a sigh, Bianyu reflected on the stark contrast between having a master and not having one. In that moment, her fingers trembled slightly as she realized that one day, she too would have a master. From now on, she would have someone to guide her. Bianyu raised her gaze, her eyes filled with admiration for Lu Fan. Feeling somewhat bashful under Bianyu's gaze, Lu Fan was aware that he had no techniques to offer her. After all, Ryu Ju belonged to the Half Saint Nia Huang, and moreover, it was not a fire attribute technique. Given that Bianyu possessed a sacred fire celestial body, it was evident that she was exceptionally suited for fire attribute techniques, which left Lu Fan in a quandary. Having just boasted about imparting supreme techniques, he now found himself lacking. As a former librarian in the 21st century, Lu Fan had read extensively in the library. After pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded decisively. "All right, wait for me 3 days. I shall present you with a supreme technique." After making this promise, Lu Fan pointed out a cave dwelling on Yaoguang Peak for Bianyu and then proceeded to the largest cave on the peak, where he began to immerse himself in research. In the Blue Star realm, a certain fire technique was the internal cultivation method of the Thunder Law True Monarch. With his eyes closed, Lu Fan meticulously recalled the details of the book he had encountered in the library. Time flew by, transitioning from day to night and back again. For 2 whole days and nights, Lu Fan remained consumed in thought about the contents of that book. Finally, he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he joyfully remarked, "I never imagined that after traversing worlds, my memory would prove so exceptional that I could retain this." With that, Lu Fan took up a brush and began to write fervently on paper, inscribing 5 stars and 5 organs, 5 thunder and 5 directions, concentrating spirit to command the divine. Lightning hidden within. Winter solstice brings life, transforming divine withered wood. Azure energy south fire, converging in the Dan furnace. 4 symbols harmonize. 5 chi return to origin. Engrossed in writing, Lu Fan remained oblivious to the fact that with each character he penned, thunder roared outside Yaoguang Peak, and spiritual energy surged forth. Even the great Tao was stirred by the power emanating from each word he inscribed, enveloping Yaoguang Peak in an overwhelming aura. Chapter 16. The day will eventually reappear. Boom. A clap of thunder reverberated across Yaoguang Peak. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy of the world seemed to respond to a calling. Surging forth in a magnificent rush, radiant rays of dawn illuminated the sky, ethereal mist enveloped the surroundings, and the birds sang in harmonious chorus. Even the spiritual beasts residing within the mountain peaks appeared to be summoned, lifting their heads in unison to gaze towards Yaoguang Peak. A notable commotion erupted among the various peaks. The peak lords, save for those in seclusion, were astonished and rushed out to discern the situation. What could it be? Could it be that the sect master has broken through? The Tiandao Academy stands as the foremost among the 10 sacred places of the Xuanyuan Continent. And the sect master, Taiyan, a semi-saint nearing the threshold of sainthood, is indeed formidable, having nearly stepped into the realm of the saints while remaining in seclusion. Although they are an ancient sacred ground, the loss of numerous saints in the battle against the demon clan a millennia ago has significantly diminished the Academy's power, with other sacred places rising in prominence and eyeing them covetously. It is only due to their profound heritage that they have managed to withstand the pressures from the outside world. Thus, the anticipation surrounding the sect master's breakthrough is palpable, as it would elevate the Tiandao Academy to new heights. At Lingjin Peak, the Peak Lord Waya, a semi-saint, and Biluo, the Peak Lord of the Artifact Refining Peak, were engaged in a game of chess beneath a pavilion when they were startled by the commotion emanating from the southwest. Biluo, in shock, dropped his chess pieces and sprang to his feet. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that the sect master has emerged from seclusion? The usually composed Waya quickly shut his eyes, extending his spiritual sense toward the southwest, only to be met with an inexplicable force that obstructed his efforts. As a semi-saint in the latter stages of cultivation and among the most distinguished of the 12 Peak Lords, he was astounded that even he could not discern the source of the aura. Biluo continued to murmur excitedly. If the sect master has successfully emerged, he would be the only saint in the Xuanyuan Continent. Once the news spreads, let us see if those petty beings dare to make a fuss. The Tiandao Academy shall surely regain its former glory. Waya, let us hasten to welcome the sect master. Turning around, they found Waya had already summoned his flying sword, leaving behind a hasty remark before transforming into a streak of light and soaring away. Shortly, Waya arrived at Yaoguang Peak, closely followed by a series of divine rainbows, which coalesced into the forms of other peak lords from the Tiandao Academy. After exchanging greetings, they surveyed the desolate scene before them. Weeds flourished, the landscape appeared barren, and the spiritual energy in the air was scant. Before them stood only a dilapidated cave, devoid of anything else. The peak lords wore expressions of joy, yet they gazed at Yaoguang Peak with confusion. After all, it seemed the sect master's seclusion place was not located here. They began to speculate. What on earth is happening? Did that phenomenon that nearly stirred the Great Tao occur here? I am uncertain. Yaoguang Peak is too distant from the 12 main peaks. I have only just arrived. If that overwhelming aura is not from the sect master's emergence, what else could it be? But the sect master has always been at Lingza Peak. Why would he choose such a remote location? As the discussions continued without resolution, they turned their attention to Waya. Waya, have you discerned anything? Waya stroked his beard, his expression complex as he endeavored to maintain his composure. That aura had been earth-shattering, even causing tremors among them semi-saints. Its intensity was truly astonishing. However, the aura emerged swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, rendering it nearly impossible to identify. Waya could only expand his spiritual sense to cover the entirety of Yaoguang Peak. With the invisible barrier lifted, his spiritual sense spread like countless roots. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his expression grave. There are two individuals on this peak. One is in the chi refining stage, while the other is actually a waste. Waya's words trailed off as his brow furrowed deeply. Recently, the Tiandao Academy had been abuzz with matters concerning Lu Fan, who had become infamous due to jealousy over his master taking in a loose cultivator as a disciple. This notoriety had spread even to Waya, who would typically not concern himself with the affairs of such an insignificant figure. He had merely heard that Lu Fan was narrow-minded and not of good character. Yet, how had this child ended up as a waste? Waya found himself momentarily at a loss to comprehend what had transpired. Was it not said that Lu Fan was particularly favored at Wenxia Peak, and that the semi-saint Nia Huang had excessively doted on him, leading to a warped disposition? Nia Huang had even taken the initiative to educate him prior to the disciple selection ceremony in hopes of correcting his character, yet it seemed the boy had strayed too far. How could such excessive indulgence lead to a complete destruction of his dantian? Waya, in a state of bewilderment, shook his head. Meanwhile, the other semi-saints who had accompanied him exchanged glances, one suddenly lamenting, "It appears that not all rumors are to be believed." Indeed, I could never be so ruthless towards my own disciple. To cripple someone's dantian is indeed a ruthless act. It is no wonder the semi-saints present speculated that it must be Nia Huang's doing. After all, Lu Fan is a disciple of the Tiandao Academy and a direct disciple of a semi-saint. To have such a character's dantian destroyed by another would be a blatant affront to the Tiandao Academy and an insult to Nia Huang. And now, with the Tiandao Academy silent and Nia Huang's lack of response, was it not indicative that she had indeed acted? To cripple her own disciple's dantian was an act that left the assembled semi-saints feeling somewhat disheartened. Standing beneath Yaoguang Peak, Waya sighed. I have always known Nia Huang to be ruthless, but I did not expect her to treat her own disciple in such a manner. Yet, how could one commit such an act that ruins the future of their own student? As Huayra's words fell, a wave of murmurs and sighs rippled through those present. The Tiandao Academy, after all, is distinct from other sections. It is an institution dedicated to teaching and nurturing. As educators, they ought to embody the virtues of mentorship. Nirvana's actions indeed left many feeling a sense of shame. However, while they may feel this way, it was impossible to expect them to stand up for Lu Fan. After all, with the sect master absent and Nirvana's power undeniably superior to their own, they were in no position to act. On this day, with such a great disturbance, the semi-saints had gathered at Yaoguang Peak, believing the sect master was emerging from seclusion. Yet, Nirvana had not even made an appearance, which was nothing short of a display of arrogance. If Nirvana were to attain sainthood before the sect master, who would govern the Tiandao Academy in the future remained uncertain. After searching Yaoguang Peak in vain, the crowd could only dismiss the events as inconsequential, hastily departing. However, before they left, they could not help but murmur, what could have stirred the great Tao? Could it be some great demon emerging? Impossible. Perhaps it is a treasure of immense value. A treasure capable of invoking the great Tao? If that were true, it would surely incite a frenzy among people far and wide. Though the gathered individuals continued to express their eager speculations, they ultimately resolved to remain patient and await developments. After all, if it were indeed a treasure, it would eventually resurface. Chapter 17. Not just anyone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. While Lu Fan remained in his cave, diligently composing techniques for Bianyu, she would come to his cave each day, bowing in reverence. For Bianyu, who had just acquired her first master, her respect for Lu Fan was profound. Even though she was aware of his circumstances, her reverence remained unwavering. Being able to publicly acknowledge him as her master was not just a matter of mentorship. He was akin to a rebirth father and a savior. Bianyu had resolved that regardless of the nature of the technique Lu Fan bestowed upon her, she would receive it with utmost joy. Even if it were a low-grade technique, her heart would brim with gratitude. With such a mindset firmly established, after completing her morning salutation before Lu Fan's cave, she heard his voice from within, "Come in." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Bianyu's expression reflected even greater respect. She cautiously entered Lu Fan's cave and noticed that his face appeared somewhat pale. The thought of her master being rendered incapable weighed heavily on her heart, causing her voice to quiver with tenderness as she spoke. "Master, yesterday I exchanged all my shares for healing elixirs. Although I am uncertain about their efficacy in restoring your health, I, your disciple, will strive earnestly." After her heartfelt declaration, Bianyu respectfully placed a small porcelain vial on the stone table beside Lu Fan. Inside the vial was a third-tier healing elixir. Though it may seem modest, such an elixir could incite a frenzy among wandering cultivators. Bianyu had expended all the spirit stones she had saved from her tasks at the Heavenly Tao Academy to procure this elixir. She even pawned her beloved water spirit sword to gather enough spirit stones for the exchange. The elder of the elixir hall had assured her that even severe internal injuries could be healed instantly with such a third-tier elixir. Alas, it was unlikely to aid her master significantly. Nevertheless, Bianyu clenched her fist, vowing to work harder to earn more spirit stones to acquire better elixirs for her master. As Lu Fan gazed at the elixir vial on the stone table, his expression turned slightly dazed. The vial, porcelain white and sealed, still emanated a faint fragrance of the elixir. Instantly, a delicate aroma filled the cave. It dawned on Lu Fan that since his birth on Blue Star, apart from gifts from his mother, he had never received any presents from the opposite sex. To his surprise, he found himself receiving a gift from his disciple after his transmigration. This stirred a subtle emotion within him. Initially, he had taken Bianyu as a disciple due to the system's requirements, but now he felt a genuine affection for her. It seemed that not all women from the Heavenly Tao Academy were akin to the intellectually challenged senior sisters. There were indeed kind-hearted individuals among them. "This is your cultivation method. Take it and practice diligently. I have devoted sleepless nights to writing this for you, so do not disappoint me." While he felt moved, he was also aware of the necessity to pick up artist, his disciple. If she did not grasp the depth of his intentions, how could she possibly cultivate with sincerity and diligence? After speaking, Lu Fan gestured for Bianyu to leave. Once she departed, he turned his attention to the grand gift package bestowed by the system. The first item was the Disciple Recruitment Gift Package, repairing the dantian. With a thought, he activated the package on himself. When he had first received it, He had refrained from using it immediately due to the presence of others. Although it had partially repaired his damaged dantian upon arrival, he opted to hold off on its use. Now, as he fully activated it, a warm sensation enveloped him, particularly in the area of his dantian, which felt incredibly soothing. An endless stream of spiritual energy began to nourish the dilapidated dantian, and soon he noticed it becoming increasingly translucent and radiant. Wait, something feels off. As he inspected his dantian, he realized it was unlike anything he had seen before. In the Xuanyuan Continent, a cultivator's dantian resided in the Qi Sea, surrounding the Xuanyuan Point, serving as a reservoir for spiritual energy. Normally, this area would be devoid of color, as spiritual energy is inherently colorless and tasteless, much like air. However, upon introspection, Lu Fan discovered that his dantian was now shimmering with vibrant colors. What on earth is happening? Has my dantian undergone a transformation? Lu Fan felt bewildered. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for a long time, reappeared, stating, "Rest assured, host, this is a premium product from the system. The dantian repair gift package not only restores, but also upgrades the dantian. Your current dantian is known as the Xuanyuan dantian, the most unique type on the Xuanyuan continent. As for its uniqueness, you shall explore it in due time." Upon hearing this lengthy declaration, the system fell silent once more. Fortunately, the peculiarities of his dantian were visible only to Lu Fan. Others could neither see nor probe it. This must be yet another hidden attribute of his extraordinary dantian. Unable to probe, Lu Fan stroked his chin, pondering, "I wonder how others perceive my current state. Is it as a waste with a ruined dantian, or something else entirely?" After contemplating this, he decided to shift his focus to his personal profile. Since accepting Bian Yu as a disciple, his profile had transformed into host, Lu Fan, realm, slightly better than a waste, cultivation, 100, disciple, 1. Upon successful recruitment, for every advancement made by the disciple, the host will receive an increment of 1 to 100 in cultivation. Good heavens, my realm has shifted from that of a waste to slightly better than a waste. It appears that this so-called unique dantian is of little use. Lu Fan felt resentment towards the system's evaluation of him. As for the 100 cultivation points he currently held, they were merely the ones granted upon accepting a disciple. Since Bian Yu had not made any progress in the past 3 days, he naturally could not earn any cultivation points. It seemed that in order to become powerful, he would need to put effort into motivating his disciple. With a sigh, Lu Fan began to reflect on how his previous boss had used PUA techniques on his employees. As the saying goes, "You toil while I enjoy the fruits of your labor." Now, as a master, he too needed to diligently spur his disciple to work hard and reward him with a leap towards greatness. Having resolved how to motivate Bian Yu, Lu Fan lay down on his bed without a care in the world and fell into a deep sleep, knowing that the one who needed to strive was Bian Yu, not himself. Chapter 18. In any case, they can do nothing to me. After receiving the cultivation method from Lu Fan, Bian Yu stepped out of the cave, holding the folded white paper, lost in thought. In the Xuanyuan Continent, even the most inferior cultivation methods were documented on a special paper known as the Qing Fa paper. This was because even the most basic cultivation method was a glimpse into the mysteries of the heavens, a lifelong pursuit for ordinary people seeking longevity. Therefore, without Qing Fa paper, one could not record cultivation methods. However, the method Lu Fan had given Bian Yu was simply ordinary white paper. As she touched the edge of the paper, she could ascertain that it was indeed plain white paper, the kind used by common folk for writing. Cultivation methods must be inscribed on Qing Fa paper, and recording them on ordinary paper could only imply that this method was not a cultivation technique. Contemplating this possibility, Bian Yu let out a soft sigh. Initially prepared to accept a low-tier cultivation method from her master, she felt a flicker of disappointment. However, this disappointment was fleeting. As she quickly rallied her spirits, murmuring to herself, "My master has shown me immense kindness, even if he does not allow me to practice cultivation techniques, but rather ordinary methods, I should still heed his words." At Yaoguang Peak, dressed in white, Bian Yu encouraged herself, vowing to follow her master's teachings wholeheartedly. No matter what her master asked of her, she would endeavor to fulfill it. With this resolve, she opened the thin sheet of white paper. The first line read, 5 stars, 5 organs, 5 thunders, 5 directions, focus spirit, commanding lightning, 5 stars, 5 organs? The opening words caused Bian Yu's eyes to widen momentarily, igniting a flicker of fervor within her, as if flames were surging from the crown of her head. As she continued reading, Every word from the thunder fire technique resonated with an intangible shock that coursed through her. Bien, you could not understand why, but she felt an overwhelming excitement coursing through her veins. This clearly appeared to be a fire attribute cultivation method. Yet every word she read seemed to awaken a tremor within her very soul. It was a harmonious resonance between her innate attributes and the method. Since entering the Heavenly Tao Academy, Bien Yu had always practiced water attribute techniques and had never delved into any fire attribute methods. As she gazed at the martial arts manual bestowed upon her by her master, the heart of Bien Yu, which had long despaired of ever achieving success in her cultivation, began to stir with a flicker of excitement. It felt as though this technique was a beacon of hope, reigniting her aspirations. Yet, she could not shake the notion that this was merely a rudimentary text, inscribed on plain white paper, and therefore could not possibly be a genuine cultivation method. The glimmer of hope in her heart began to wane. Nevertheless, out of respect for her master, Bien Yu diligently committed every word of the manual to memory. So engrossed was she in her task that she failed to notice that with each incantation she uttered, the spiritual energy from the Yaoguang Peak intensified. Upon completing the recitation, a thunderous clap echoed from the heavens, startling Bien Yu to her core. As she looked up in bewilderment, she beheld a dazzling display of thunder and fire in the sky, as if countless paths of enlightenment were swirling before her. Astonishingly, the principles contained within those manifestations aligned perfectly with the teachings in her master's manual. In that moment, the few obscure passages she had struggled to understand suddenly became crystal clear. Simultaneously, as she finished the manual, a bolt of lightning struck the white paper, incinerating it entirely, erasing the existence of the thunderfire technique. From a state of confusion to one of profound shock, and finally to elation, Bien Yu was consumed by joy. She no longer cared whether she was suited to cultivate a fire-based technique or why it had been inscribed on plain paper. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the sacred fire secret realm, determined to practice this technique. It was imperative that she refine her meridians with the sacred fire 1,000 times to truly master it. Bien Yu ran with remarkable speed, her heart racing with urgency as she sought to undergo the refining process, eager not to disappoint her master's kindness. The sacred fire secret realm was one of the 10 esteemed realms within the Tiandao Academy, accessible to disciples for a fee, though it required payment. It was a privilege sought after by outsiders. The origin of the sacred fire was legendary. It had been brought back from the world's foremost sacred fire mountain by the founding master of the Tiandao Academy, who not only summoned its flames but also relocated the mountain itself to the academy. To this day, the mere presence of the sacred fire mountain was a source of great envy among external sections. Many had petitioned the academy for a share of its power. Yet the Tiandao Academy, a bastion of prestige, had every right to refuse. Thus, the disciples who trained within the sacred fire realm felt an unparalleled sense of honor, able to cultivate what others could only dream of. Upon entering the sacred fire mountain, Bien Yu was immediately enveloped in a searing heat that left her feeling weak and faint. For years, she had practiced water-based techniques, which were fundamentally at odds with the sacred fire. Consequently, the pressure she experienced was far greater than that faced by most. She paused in a valley, drenched in cold sweat, her body tormented by the relentless heat. Yet, gritting her teeth, she urged herself on. If I cannot endure this minor discomfort, how could I ever repay my master's generosity? After steeling herself, Bien Yu circulated her internal energy, managing to suppress her discomfort. Is that not Bien Yu? A voice called out. I heard you've taken on a master. Why aren't you practicing your water cloud technique instead of coming to the sacred fire mountain? Zhang Lanlan emerged from the sacred fire realm, spotting Bien Yu's pale complexion. After surveying the vicinity for onlookers, her tone turned haughty. What? After taking a useless master, you're now being guided by him to practice at the sacred fire mountain? No wonder Lu Fan has become a failure. He doesn't even know what attributes his techniques have. You truly are a fool. A worthless person like him, who cannot compare to Brother Song, deserves to be a failure for trying to sabotage Brother Song's endeavors. Zhang Lanlan's voice was low, yet her disdain for Lu Fan was palpable. For her, the handsome Song Qinghe represented the pinnacle of their social class, in stark contrast to the lowly status of Lu Fan, who was but a mere servant disciple. Her contempt for Lu Fan was unabashed, as she savored the thought that he had attempted to undermine Song's acceptance into the semi-holy sect. Bien Yu had no intention of engaging with Zhang Lanlan, who had consistently looked down upon her. But the latter's blatant disrespect toward her master ignited a fierce anger within her. With wide eyes and a voice full of indignation, she she declared, Xuanyuan, how dare you? You shall not belittle my master. To Bianyu, Lu Fan was a mentor, a father figure, and a benefactor. She had yet to repay his kindness. And now he had gifted her an unparalleled technique. Though she was unaware of its true rank, the profound wisdom encapsulated within the text had captivated her completely. It was a privilege not all disciples received, especially not so soon after taking on a master. The fact that Lu Fan had entrusted her with such knowledge filled her heart with boundless gratitude. Yet, hearing Xuanyuan's disparaging remarks about Lu Fan only fueled her resentment. To Xuanyuan, however, Bianyu's fury was merely the petulance of the weak, evoking not a shred of fear. Xuanyuan stood at the 8th level of Qi refinement, 5 tiers above Bianyu, rendering them incomparable. She recalled their previous encounter, where Xuanyuan had challenged Bianyu to a duel over an herb she had discovered. In a single strike, Bianyu had been left bloodied and battered. The memory of lying on the ground, defeated, was seared into Bianyu's mind, and Xuanyuan relished in her triumph. Even if I belittle your master, what can you do about it? Can you not recall how I left you half dead last time? Had I not shown mercy, you might still be bedridden, Xuanyuan taunted. Her arrogance palpable. Bianyu's expression turned ashen at the recollection of that pain, the vivid memories of her suffering sending tremors through her. Gazing at Xuanyuan, who looked down her nose at her, Bianyu understood her own limitations. The Tiandao Academy was a place of strict hierarchies, where respect for masters was paramount. Yet it was also a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak. She was not an inner disciple like Xia Ziyue, but merely an inconsequential servant disciple. Complaining to the elders would yield no results. They were disinclined to intervene on behalf of outer and servant disciples. In this environment, private disputes were often the most effective means of resolution. Bianyu's thoughts swirled as she recalled the excruciating pain from her last encounter with Xuanyuan. However, Xuanyuan, while you may insult me, you shall not dare to insult my revered master. Upon uttering these words, Bianyu found herself instinctively channeling the newly acquired technique. The Thunder Fire formula, bestowed upon her by her master. The 5 stars aligned with the 5 organs, the 5 thunders resonating across the 5 directions. She focused her spirit and commanded the divine, concealing the radiant lightning within. The essence of the Thunder Fire gathered within her consciousness, and myriad spiritual energies coalesced in her dantian. The Thunder Fire formula resided deep within her heart. With a raised hand, Bianyu unleashed her power. From her palm emerged a faint wisp of fire cloud, which she promptly hurled towards Xuanyuan. This fire cloud appeared exceedingly weak. So much so that Xuanyuan couldn't even be bothered to defend herself. She threw back her head in laughter, mocking Bianyu's feeble fire cloud. Bianyu, I said both you and your master are nothing but trash. After all this time, this is all you can conjure? Ha. Allow your senior sister to teach you the true meaning of being worthless. With that, Xuanyuan raised an eyebrow, her purple robe fluttering lightly as she extended her right hand, intending to effortlessly grasp the feeble fire cloud in midair. This time, she not only aimed to give Bianyu a sound thrashing, but also to thoroughly humiliate her, making it abundantly clear just how inferior her master truly was. The technique taught to her, producing such a pathetic wisp of fire cloud, was utterly laughable. Thus, Xuanyuan extended her delicate fingers, eager to demonstrate her overwhelming strength to Bianyu. She wished to show her, firsthand, how effortlessly she could extinguish the fire cloud with merely 2 fingers. The thought of Bianyu's shattered confidence and profound humiliation brought Xuanyuan immense satisfaction. At that moment, Bianyu would realize that the master she so reverently respected merely imparted a worthless technique. She would understand just how inept her master truly was. Lu Fan, a mere incompetent, could never compare to the noble and aloof Song Shixiao. Individuals like Lu Fan were undeserving of anyone's respect, not even that of a lowly servant disciple like Bianyu. Within the sacred fire mountain, Xuanyuan, draped in her purple attire, felt as though she were a celestial being. Despite the rapid approach of the fire cloud hurled by Bianyu, it remained insignificantly small. A fire cloud no larger than 5 centimeters in diameter was utterly inconsequential against the backdrop of the blazing inferno that constituted the sacred fire mountain. Bianyu's expression reflected her profound dismay. At that moment, gazing at the meager fire cloud she had summoned, she felt as though she had brought shame upon her master. Having been taught a technique of such depth, she lamented her inability to master it adequately, producing only this weak fire cloud. The embarrassment was overwhelming. She could already envision Zhang Lanlin's mocking laughter echoing in her ears. However, it mattered not. As long as the ridicule was directed at her and not her master, she could endure it. Just as Bian Yu braced herself for the inevitable beating and scorn from Zhang Lanlan, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the sacred fire mountain. Ah, it hurts so much. Why is it so painful? At that moment, Zhang Lanlin's body trembled violently, as her right hand, poised to seize the fire cloud, made contact with the feeble wisp. Something astonishing occurred. The fire cloud, seemingly harmless, began to burrow into her fingers as if it possessed a will of its own, resembling a blood-sucking leech as it penetrated deeper. Regardless of Zhang Lanlan's attempts to expel the fire cloud with her technique, it proved futile. The moment the fire cloud traversed her fingers, her right arm erupted in a gory explosion. Chapter 20. A vast disparity. The technique practiced by Bian Yu is known as the Thunder Fire Formula. What is the Thunder Fire Formula? It is a flame that transcends mere fire, infused with the essence of thunder. Thus, this flame carries with it the power of retribution. Should one come into contact with even the slightest trace of the thunder fire, they will be seized by a pain that pierces the very soul. This torment strikes at the core of one's being, for the thunder strikes at the soul. Amidst the sacred fire mountain, Zhang Lanlin's anguished cries reverberated, a testament to her suffering. Lying on the ground, her body quivering, she clutched her severed right arm with her left hand. Though the limb was lost, the thunder fire had already begun to launch its assault elsewhere. In that moment, Zhang Lanlan felt as though all pain had dissipated, replaced by the chilling scent of death. Her eyes widened in terror, her entire being trembling as torrents of blood poured from her mouth. She gazed in Bian Yu's direction, utterly bewildered by the transformation that had transpired in merely a few days. How had Bian Yu become so formidable? Could it be that the so-called worthless Lu Fan truly possessed such power? In that instant, Zhang Lanlan felt her resolve shatter. In her heart, the one she had always regarded as exceptional was the illustrious Song Shixiang. Conversely, Lu Fan, whom she deemed incompetent, had always been envious of Song Shixiang, obstructing his path. However, Bian Yu, having trained under Lu Fan for but a few days, had already acquired such a potent technique. Did this not imply that Lu Fan was far more powerful than she had ever imagined? At the very least, she mused, the gifted Song Shixiang could not have achieved such mastery in just a few days. Thus, Zhang Lanlan began to question the validity of Lu Fan's jealousy towards Song Shixiang. Why would a powerful individual harbor envy towards someone weaker? Zhang Lanlan was at a loss, fully aware that if she did not beg for mercy, she might truly perish in the flames. Finally, she relinquished her pride, gazing sorrowfully at Bian Yu, pleading, I implore you, spare me. It was all my foolish tongue. As she uttered these words, she coughed up blood, her body utterly weakened. How could such a diminutive fire cloud threaten her life? A mere individual, 5 ranks lower than her, could indeed strike her down with a single blow. In that moment, all remnants of her dignity vanished. Her spirit shattered beyond repair. Yet, Bian Yu was momentarily bewildered. Once clarity returned, she was filled with astonishment and joy. How could such a feeble fire cloud utterly decimate Zhang Lanlan, an 8th-tier Qi refining disciple? She had bested someone 5 ranks above her. Had she truly achieved victory? What kind of technique had her master imparted to her? Was it of the divine or celestial grade? Bian Yu's heart raced, her excitement palpable, her eyes glimmering with aspirations of becoming a formidable force. After dismissing the flames engulfing Zhang Lanlan, she adopted a stern expression and declared, from now on, do not let me hear or see you speak disrespectfully of my master again, or I shall risk my life to eliminate you. With that, Bian Yu paid no heed to Zhang Lanlin's reaction. She felt no fear of retribution, nor did she worry about Zhang Lanlin's potential retaliation. She had discovered the power of strength, which banished all fears. Regardless, should Zhang Lanlan dare to speak ill again, she was confident of her ability to triumph once more. Bian Yu strode away decisively, depositing her spirit stones to enter the sacred fire's secret realm. In a humble hut within the sacred fire's secret realm. Though referred to as a hut, every blade of grass that constituted it was far from ordinary. The elder guarding the secret realm was utterly astonished by the recent events on Sacred Fire Mountain. Typically, such private skirmishes among outer disciples or servant disciples would elicit no surprise from the 2 elders. After all, these occurrences were all too common. Despite the Academy's prohibition against private duels, there were always ways around it. The elders responsible for overseeing the secret realm were not enforcers, and thus would not interfere. They often turned a blind eye or simply observed the spectacle with interest. But today, it was different. If I am not mistaken, that young girl just summoned a fire cloud, which surprisingly seems to harbor elements of the thunderous laws of the Tao. Elder Zhang Hong, clad in a flowing blue robe, exuded an air of ethereal elegance. Yet, at this very moment, his eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he had never witnessed such wonders before. The mere fact that the diminutive fire cloud could contain the principles of thunder implied something significant. Could it be that this young girl practiced a technique of the highest order? Zhang Hong gasped aloud, only to shake his head vigorously in disbelief. A technique of that caliber? Surely, it could not be true. It was utterly preposterous. He must have been mistaken. Such a technique was a rarity that emerged only once every several millennia. One must realize that whoever possessed such a profound technique would not only be on the path to becoming a sage, but would certainly be on the verge of entering the realm of immortals. How could a mere servant disciple possess such an extraordinary technique? Zhang Hong squinted, suddenly recalling recent gossip. It seemed this servant disciple had taken on the apprentice of that old woman, Niefeng. She had taken on a student named Lu Fan. Zhang Hong pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the lad. He had encountered Niefeng, a semi-saint, in the past. Her arrogance was unparalleled, and she was far from benevolent. It was rumored that Lu Fan had recently suffered a crushing blow to his dantian, rendering him a mere husk. Thus, it was improbable that Lu Fan could bestow such a technique upon Bian Yu. He must have been mistaken. Zhang Hong repeated the notion of his own error several times, which momentarily quelled the jealousy simmering within him. How could he not feel envious of a technique of such grandeur? However, as an elder of the Celestial Tao Academy, he maintained a semblance of decorum. He would never stoop to seizing another's fortune. Yet, refraining from theft did not preclude him from harboring envy. With a sigh, he reclined on his rocking chair and mused. That young girl possesses a rather poor constitution. After a century, she has only attained the third stage of qi refinement. Reflecting on Lu Fan's decision to take Bian Yu as his disciple, Zhang Hong felt pity for the lad, believing his judgment to be severely lacking. In 3 months, should Bian Yu fail her trial, both master and disciple would surely face dire consequences. Zhang Hong sighed for Lu Fan, casting his gaze toward the life secret realm and murmured, "One wonders if that young girl could endure even a single day within the secret realm? Her talent is truly dismal." Chapter 21. Is it truly so? Zhang Hong's estimation that Bian Yu would not last a day in the Sacred Fire Secret Realm was grounded in reason. The Sacred Fire Secret Realm was no ordinary place. Even disciples at the 10th stage of qi refinement could manage but 3 days within its confines. For someone like Bian Yu, at the 3rd stage, lasting even a day would be a testament to her extraordinary talent. Of course, this assertion applied only to ordinary disciples and did not encompass prodigies. In the past, a disciple proficient in fire techniques, despite being at the 1st stage of qi refinement, managed to endure 10 days in the Sacred Fire Secret Realm, a clear indication of exceptional talent. How, then, could a disciple like Bian Yu, who had trained for a century yet remained at the 3rd stage, be considered exceptional? Thus, Zhang Hong did not hold Bian Yu in contempt. He simply viewed her as beneath consideration. Within the Sacred Fire Secret Realm, the conditions were distinct from those of the Sacred Fire Mountain. The secret realm was the epicenter of the fire source. Thus, ordinary individuals entering this realm would be incinerated to ash. Even disciples practicing fire attributes could not withstand long periods within its depths. Only those specializing in physical cultivation or those intent on forging with the sacred fire could endure the searing pain for a slightly extended duration. However, even their extended duration amounted to merely 10 days to half a month. Yet, astonishingly, someone had remained in the corner of the Sacred Fire Secret Realm for a staggering 28 days. The figure was completely obscured beneath a thick layer of fire sparks, rendering their identity indiscernible. Surrounding spectators could only speculate. Could this be the senior brother from the Forging Peak? How remarkable to withstand immersion in the sacred fire for 28 days. I suspect it might be the junior sister from the Forging Peak. I recall a woman arriving here that day. No, this must be senior brother Chio from the Body Refinement Peak. To endure such torment for 28 days. The pain must be excruciating. No one else could possibly manage it. The disciple who proclaimed senior brother Chio's name instantly garnered the agreement of those around him. While disciples from the Forging Peak were undeniably formidable, enduring 28 days beneath a deluge of fire sparks was an extraordinary feat. Why was it deemed impossible? One must understand that this individual, enveloped in fire sparks, had not merely lingered in the Sacred Fire Secret Realm for 28 days. The fire source within the secret realm possessed sentience. It was alive. Each day, it would churn and, with each upheaval, expel massive fire sparks. Even a disciple at the 10th stage of chi refinement would be scorched by such sparks. Thus, when the fire source stirred, all would hastily evade the scorching embers. Yet this individual, shrouded in fire sparks for 28 days, neither flinched nor moved, resolutely remaining seated. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a disciple from the body refinement peak, specifically, Senior Brother Chio. Although body refinement peak disciples belong to the outer sect, Senior Brother Chio enjoyed the privileges typically reserved for inner sect disciples. Were it not for the fact that the 12 inner peaks had not yet taken him as an apprentice, he would undoubtedly already be a distinguished inner sect disciple. However, it was rumored that if he performed well in the upcoming Celestial Tao Academy competition, he might be accepted into the inner sect, potentially becoming a direct disciple. Thus, who else but Senior Brother Chio could have withstood the fire sparks for 28 days? As the fervent discussion among the crowd intensified, Chio Feng, clad in black, awkwardly interjected, halting the speculations surrounding the formidable figure. He scratched his head, his gaze fixed intently on the individual under discussion. At that moment, the sparks covering the figure still glimmered. Layer upon layer of fire sparks completely concealed the person. Witnessing this scene, Chio Feng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He vividly recalled the last time he had chosen to endure the fire sparks for physical cultivation, the moment the sparks seared his skin. He felt as though he would be consumed by flames. Yet, in the name of cultivation, he had persevered. However, enduring for a day was bearable. 2 days were beyond his limits, particularly since the fire source stirred daily, accumulating sparks upon his body. After 2 days of relentless torment, he could no longer endure and was forced to flee. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that those 2 days of suffering had propelled Chio Feng to remarkable progress. Listening to the surrounding speculations about the distant figure, he could not help but reflect, to last 28 days, this person is far superior to me. Upon hearing Chio Feng's remark, those nearby nodded in agreement. However, if it was not Chio Feng, then who could it be? Just as the crowd remained puzzled, someone suddenly exclaimed with a spark of realization, "I know who it is. If it is not an outer sect disciple, then it must be an inner sect disciple. I wager, this person is certainly a disciple from the Wuxia Peak." It was well known that among the 12 inner peaks, most disciples from Wuxia Peak practiced fire attribute techniques. Hence, if it was not the strongest outer sect disciple, Chio Feng, it must indeed be a disciple from the inner sect's Wuxia Peak. Upon uttering these words, this clever individual was met with a chorus of dissent from the crowd. As they interjected, "Nonsense. Disciples from Wuxia Peak are all at the Golden Core stage or higher. Why would they come here to cultivate? Indeed, this place is only suitable for those of our realm. Higher-tier practitioners would find no merit here." Hearing the rebuttals from those around him, the clever one merely smiled with a hint of mischief, feigning mystery as he shook his head and remarked, "Have you forgotten to inquire about the disciple of the Master Sister from Xiajin Peak, Xiaziyue? It is said that she intends to participate in the trial against Bianyue. Surely she has come here to train for this very challenge." After making this statement, he expressed genuine admiration. Xiaziyue is indeed formidable, truly deserving of her status as an inner disciple. To endure the scorching flames for 28 days is nothing short of remarkable. She is indeed a paragon of excellence. His words resonated with the crowd, who cast envious glances towards the formidable Bianyue, murmuring in agreement. With Xiaziyue's prowess, Bianyue may find herself in dire straits. They reflected on the audacity of a mere servant disciple daring to compete with Xiaziyue, predicting her inevitable downfall. How could Xiaziyue possess such strength? They pondered, their admiration for her growing as they derided Bianyue's overreach. As the crowd expressed both envy and disdain, the towering bonfire, engulfed in flames, began to stir. A live figure emerged from the blaze, and as the onlookers beheld her face, their astonishment was palpable. The individual was not Xiaziyue, but rather Bianyue, the very servant disciple who had yet to ascend beyond the 3rd stage of chi refinement after a century of cultivation. Even as Bianyue departed the secret realm, the spectators remained agape, struggling to comprehend her sudden transformation. How did Bianyue become so powerful? Someone finally ventured. Indeed, it was astonishing that a person long deemed ineffective could attain such strength, particularly after having recently taken on the mentorship of Lu Fan, a once prominent inner disciple now rendered ineffectual. Was it true that Lu Fan, known for his lack of talent and narrow-mindedness, was the cause of this transformation? Yet, merely days after Bianyue had begun her tutelage, she had already achieved such remarkable prowess. Was Lu Fan truly as inept as rumored? Chapter 22. Xia Ziyue feels anxious at Wuchang Peak. Before the entrance to Lingyun Cave, Xia Ziyue's palms were slick with sweat. After a long moment of hesitation before her master's dwelling, she finally resolved to enter and seek counsel. Initially, Xia Ziyue had no intention of informing her master, Yi Wanyu, about her participation in the trial against Bianyue. In Xia Ziyue's eyes, her ninth senior uncle's inclination to assist Bianyue rather than herself was undoubtedly unjust. Surely, after the matter escalated, Wuchang Peak would rally to her side, and even her master would speak on her behalf, reprimanding her ninth senior uncle. However, Xia Ziyue felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, she was involved in the trial against Bianyue. If she were to defeat Bianyue and the law enforcement hall punished her ninth senior uncle, her master would undoubtedly be furious upon discovering her involvement. Should her master impose punishment upon her, it would spell trouble. Thus, Xia Ziyue had concealed her intentions well. Moreover, since Yi Wanyu had sustained injuries during her last venture into the cold pool, she had remained secluded in her cave, oblivious to recent events. On occasions when Yi Wanyu asked Xia Ziyue to deliver items to Lu Fan's cave, Xia Ziyue feigned compliance, returning to report that her ninth senior uncle was in seclusion and inaccessible. Consequently, for some time, Yi Wanyu remained unaware of Lu Fan's acceptance of disciples, nor of his prolonged absence from Wuchang Peak. As for Xia Ziyue, her anxiety only grew with her secrecy. She had planned to defeat Bianyue in 3 months and, upon the law enforcement hall's reprimand of her ninth senior uncle, to plead on his behalf, hoping to mitigate any repercussions. In her mind, not only would her ninth senior uncle be spared, but she might also earn her master's praise for her intercession, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. However, she could scarcely fathom that Bianyue had managed to endure the flames of the sacred fire secret realm for 28 days. The news reached Xia Ziyue's ears, causing her to panic. Since becoming Yi Wanyu's disciple, Xia Ziyue was expected to endure the trials of the sacred fire secret realm. Yet she had found the experience unbearable after a single attempt, emerging from the flames wounded and in tears. Consequently, Yi Wanyu had granted her special dispensation, allowing her to cultivate with resources and elixirs provided at Wuchang Peak, sparing her from further suffering. Thus, Xia Ziyue had never returned to the sacred fire secret realm. Upon hearing of Bianyue's astonishing endurance, she felt utterly disheartened. Standing before Lingyun Cave, she bit her lip and declared, "Were I to go now, I could easily endure not just 28 days, but even 288. Yet, it was her master's compassion and the consideration of Wuchang Peak that shielded her from such trials. Still, her bravado masked a deep-seated fear. She dreaded the possibility of losing to a lowly servant disciple like Bianyue. The thought of such humiliation was unbearable. It was this very fear that led her to hesitate before Lingyun Cave, contemplating whether to seek her master's assistance. Regardless, my master cherishes me. She will surely help. With this resolve, Xia Ziyue steeled herself and entered the cave. Though she summoned her courage, trepidation lingered. Upon entering, she did not dare to lift her head, but knelt, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Master, please save Ziyue. I act for the sake of Wuchang Peak." She recounted how Bianyue, a mere servant disciple, dared to openly challenge her junior uncle, and how she, in defense of her junior uncle, had brought Bianyue before the law enforcement hall. Although the hall had recognized her actions as justified, her ninth senior uncle had inexplicably intervened, defending Bianyue and reprimanding her instead. Xia Ziyue understood that her ninth senior uncle harbored resentment, yet she believed her actions were for the greater good of Wuchang Peak. Now, she was uncertain of what teachings her ninth senior uncle had imparted to Bianyue. The thought of losing to a servant disciple filled her with dread, not for herself, but for the potential disgrace it would bring upon her master and Wuchang Peak. Clad in flowing purple garments, Xia Ziyue knelt, weeping pitifully. She spoke in a way that downplayed her own role, twisting the narrative slightly. After a lengthy monologue that elicited no response from her master, Xia Ziyue cautiously raised her gaze, only to be struck dumb with shock. To her astonishment, not only was her master present, but so were her second senior uncle and junior uncle. At that moment, Yi Wanyu wore a pallid expression, lost in thought, while Zhuku's face was a stormy shade of fury as she slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "Has Xiaojiu lost his mind? How could he support one who openly disparages our junior brother? How could he have changed so drastically?" Her ire was palpable. She recalled how her ninth junior brother had once been fiercely protective of Wuchang Peak's honor. He had declared, "Wuchang Peak is my home." The harm done to it pains me more than any personal injury. How could the junior brother, once so devoted to the sanctity of their sect, now lend aid to an outsider instead of supporting Xia Ziyue? Though Zhuoke harbored little fondness for Xia Ziyue, she recognized that Xia Ziyue was still a part of Wenchang Peak, and under any circumstances, her ninth junior brother ought to have defended her. The reason why the ninth junior disciple would rather assist outsiders than help Xia Ziyue stems solely from jealousy. Jealousy towards the younger junior disciple. Upon realizing this, Zhuoke felt an overwhelming surge of anger. It was not merely the fact that the ninth junior disciple was envious of the younger disciple that irked her. Rather, it was the astonishing notion that he had forgotten to inquire about the matters concerning Shifeng due to his jealousy. How could this be? How could one forget to inquire about Shifeng, which is our home, simply because of jealousy? Inquiring about Shifeng is paramount to all 10 of us senior and junior disciples. Regardless of what transpires, this place should always hold the utmost importance. Zhuoke's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, and she was consumed by her indignation. Just then, she heard Song Qinghe, who had remained silent, speak with a hint of sorrow. Could it be that ninth brother truly no longer wishes to inquire about Shifeng because of me? Upon hearing this, Zhuoke's expression darkened further, and she immediately stood up from her seat, not even casting a glance at Song Qinghe, as she strode towards the exit of the cave. In the blink of an eye, Zhuoke's figure vanished completely, leaving behind only a resolute declaration. I shall seek out the ninth junior disciple. Hearing these words, Song Qinghe's eyes narrowed slightly, concealing a hint of amusement, before he resumed his facade of aloofness, addressing the already departed Zhuoke's silhouette. Second sister, please refrain from confronting ninth brother. It seems that ninth brother is merely momentarily troubled by my presence. In this moment, Song Qinghe's words were laced with a sense of grievance and discomfort. The dignified and aloof scion, who prided himself on his cold and proud demeanor, uttering such sentiments was indeed heart-wrenching. Previously contemplating whether Song Qinghe's acceptance as a disciple had genuinely distressed the ninth junior disciple, Yi Wanyu finally lifted her head upon hearing Song Qinghe's remark. As she gazed in his direction, she was met with a glimpse of sorrow reflected in his proud eyes. The faint blush at the corners of his fair eyes instantly dispelled any thoughts she had harbored about persuading their master to expel Song Qinghe from Shifeng. Observing Song Qinghe's melancholy, Yi Wanyu felt a wave of clarity wash over her. The younger junior disciple had already become a member of Shifeng and had committed no wrongdoing. How could she entertain such thoughts? Such notions would be utterly unworthy of the younger junior disciple. Yet, Yi Wanyu still felt a twinge of discomfort within her heart. If anyone understood Lu Fan the best within all of Shifeng, it would undoubtedly be Yi Wanyu. After all, she had raised Lu Fan herself, and she knew all too well the kind of person he was. She was acutely aware of Lu Fan's standing within Shifeng. It was simply inconceivable that the ninth junior disciple would assist an outsider while neglecting Shifeng. This was not at all characteristic of him. It became evident that the ninth junior disciple had indeed changed. Changed? How could he change? The mere thought of this sent Yi Wanyu's heart into a frenzy of denial. She absolutely would not permit any transformation in the ninth junior disciple. He is a person of Shifeng, and he shall remain so for all eternity. A glimmer of determination sparked in Yi Wanyu's eyes as she turned to the still kneeling Xia Ziyue and declared, since you fear losing to that servant disciple in the competition, then starting tomorrow, I shall personally train you. In this moment, Yi Wanyu's gaze was filled with solemnity. She clenched her fists tightly, having made her decision. Unlike Zhuoke, who was rashly seeking to confront Lu Fan, Yi Wanyu resolved to train her disciple diligently, preparing to deliver a resounding blow to Bianyu's pride. When the trial day arrived and Bianyu faced a dismal defeat, the punishment from the law enforcement hall would inevitably follow. At that moment, she would shield the ninth junior disciple from this punishment, ensuring he would recognize who his true ally is, regardless of Bianyu's presence. The ninth junior disciple would understand that such individuals are utterly inconsequential. By then, the only thing on his mind would be Shifeng. With this realization, Yi Wanyu's expression brightened considerably, as she envisioned once more the harmonious atmosphere among everyone at Shifeng. The ninth junior disciple would continue to be obedient, respectful towards his elder sister, and everything would revert to its former state. As she contemplated this return to normalcy, a faint flush returned to Yi Wanyu's previously pale face, and her spirits soared. She rose unsteadily, forcing a smile as she exclaimed, "Let us not wait until tomorrow. Let us commence today." With these words, Yi Wanyu waved her sleeve, leading Xia Ziyue out of the Lingyun cave. Throughout the entire process, she did not so much as cast a glance at Song Qinghe, seemingly forgetting that he was still present in her cave. Only after Xuanyuan had departed did Song Qinghe raise an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Was he being disregarded? Surely not. It must be that his earlier display of sorrow had prompted Xuanyuan's urgency in teaching her disciple, seeking to avenge herself. With this thought, Song Qinghe's previously aloof demeanor took on a tinge of lewdness. He shamelessly surveyed Xuanyuan's cave, breathing in deeply as he enjoyed the atmosphere, before sighing with delight, truly deserving of being Shifeng's elder sister. Once he successfully claims this unattainable beauty, how pleasurable it shall be. At that time, he would certainly have his fair share of fun with her. After indulging in a few more lewd chuckles, Song Qinghe reluctantly exited Xuanyuan's cave. However, once he stepped outside, the lascivious aura dissipated, and he resumed his cold, proud demeanor. His pale, slender figure traversed Shifeng as though he were one of the idols Lu Fan had seen on Blue Star, captivating the attention of several servant disciples along the way. Satisfied by their infatuation, Song Qinghe feigned a casual lick of his lips, casting flirtatious glances, leaving only whispers of admiration. Brother Song is so handsome. That useless Lu Fan deserves to be cursed. Even such a Brother Song incites jealousy. I truly adore Brother Song. I've never encountered someone so remarkable. Delighted by the praises echoing in his ears, Song Qinghe looked skyward, his gaze condescending, as he silently scoffed. Lu Fan, just wait. Soon there will be no place for you at Shifeng. The Tiandao Academy is situated atop the entire Kanglan mountain range. Beneath this mountain range lies Kanglan City, where mortals reside and conduct their businesses. However, due to Kanglan City's proximity to the Tiandao Academy, it differs from ordinary cities, as the presence of cultivators is commonplace. The city buzzes with life, and many shops cater to the needs of cultivators. Unfortunately, Lu Fan currently does not possess substantial wealth, and after browsing through Kanglan City with his newly acquired disciple, he found himself unable to afford most of the goods crafted from spiritual stones. With no other choice, he opted for a restaurant that emitted a pleasant aroma, intending to sample some food. Upon entering the establishment, the waiter, recognizing Lu Fan's impressive demeanor, promptly led him to a private room without a second thought. The room's decor was not particularly exquisite, yet it possessed a certain rustic charm. After taking his seat, Lu Fan waved his hand grandly, ordering over 20 dishes, only to witness his disciple's astonished expression as he exclaimed, "Master, one should not indulge in earthly delicacies." Indeed, cultivators often abstain from consuming mundane grains, believing such foods would taint their bodies. However, having spent many years on Blue Star, Lu Fan's greatest pleasure lay in satisfying his appetite. Moreover, he was in exceptionally high spirits today. Stealing a glance at the system's display, he noted the following messages. Congratulations to the host's senior disciple Bianyu for successfully breaking through to the 4th stage of Qi refinement, rewarding the host with 100 cultivation points. Congratulations to the host's senior disciple Bianyu for successfully breaking through to the 5th stage of Qi refinement, rewarding the host with 188 cultivation points. Congratulations to the host's senior disciple Bianyu for successfully breaking through to the 6th stage of Qi refinement, rewarding the host with 210 cultivation points. Congratulations to the host's beloved disciple, Bianyu, for successfully breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement. The host is rewarded with 1,000 cultivation points. With 7 consecutive system rewards, Lu Fan now finds everything particularly pleasing to the eye, especially Bianyu. After all, during his time on Blue Star, joyous occasions were always celebrated with exquisite feasts. Why should it be any different in this realm of cultivation? With a grand gesture, Lu Fan declared nonchalantly, as the saying goes, what passes through the intestines is fleeting, yet the Buddha remains in one's heart. I, your master, see no harm in indulging. Chapter 24. It seems to have disappeared. Has my master also studied Buddhism? Bianyu gazed at Lu Fan in awe, perceiving him as a divine being. Having spent a century at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, she had unexpectedly ascended to the 10th level in just over a month after encountering her master. What could this signify? It indicated that her master was indeed the most formidable person in the world. Bianyu had completely idolized Lu Fan. Thus, upon hearing his words, she began to ponder their meaning earnestly, hoping to glean some wisdom to honor her master's guidance. However, after much contemplation without any revelation, the waiter had already served over 20 dishes. Observing her master relishing the meal, Bianyu hesitated, unsure whether to partake in the feast. After all, since beginning her cultivation at the Tiandao Academy, She hadn't touched mortal food in a century. Yet, since her master had suggested it, perhaps she should indulge a little. Who knows, it might even serve as a form of cultivation. As Lu Fan continued to eat, he noticed Bian Yu picking up her chopsticks, reaching for her favorite pig's head meat. Remembering his previous statement, he promptly set down his chopsticks and said earnestly, "Disciple, are you aware that I did not complete my previous sentence? The continuation is, if the world were to follow my path, it would be akin to entering the demonic way." At these words, Bian Yu dropped her chopsticks in shock, her face a mixture of pale and flushed, unsure whether to swallow the pig's head meat in her mouth. This naive expression prompted Lu Fan to rub his forehead in exasperation before saying with a resigned smile, "Go ahead and eat. I was merely jesting. After all, my sudden surge in cultivation is largely thanks to you, my dear disciple. How could I be petty over a plate of pig's head meat?" After a moment of self-derision, he discreetly signaled the waiter to bring 2 more plates of pig's head meat. Since becoming a cultivator, Lu Fan had discovered that he no longer felt hunger. Yet when he did eat, his appetite was insatiable, as if he could devour 10 cows without difficulty. Watching his refined and elegant disciple eat, he realized he was indeed consuming a considerable amount. But what of it? After all, mortal food required no spiritual stones and cost little. While devouring his meal, Lu Fan inquired, "It is rumored that you are currently the top disciple of the outer sect. You should have a solid chance in your upcoming competition against Xia Ziyue in 2 months, correct?" Upon hearing this, Bian Yu, who had been delicately eating, suddenly found herself unable to eat another bite. Her complexion fluctuated between white and red, and she appeared extremely embarrassed, daring not to look at Lu Fan. With a hint of shyness, she replied, "Master, Xia Ziyue has already entered the foundation establishment stage. I intended to break through to foundation establishment as well, but I am still a bit short. Rest assured, within these 2 months, I will succeed in my foundation establishment. On the day of the competition with Xia Ziyue, I will not disgrace you, master." In the past, such resolute words would have never crossed Bian Yu's lips. But today, she found the courage to declare them, all because her master had instilled within her such courage and confidence. Though Lu Fan often found the people from Wuxiao Peak distasteful, he held a fondness for his disciple, especially at this moment when Bian Yu vowed not to tarnish his reputation. Amused, Lu Fan sincerely placed a plate of pig's head meat in front of her, saying, "Good. Your words have pleased me. However, remember, the path of cultivation should not be rushed. Especially with your thunderfire technique, one must maintain a righteous heart. For thunder represents the majesty and justice of the heavenly way. A cultivator must never tread the path of evil, lest it backfire upon them." Bian Yu absorbed Lu Fan's teachings completely. The concepts of heavenly majesty and justice seemed to awaken her from her confusion, making her feel as though her path to foundation establishment had become clearer. Filled with joy, she realized her master was indeed remarkable. Just a few words from him could illuminate the mysteries of cultivation and resolve her struggles. In that moment, the atmosphere in the elegant room was harmonious, with one teaching earnestly and the other listening intently. Outside, Xuanyuan watched this scene with fury, her anger boiling over. Ever since she learned that her junior brother was helping an outsider, she had intended to confront him. However, upon realizing that they had been kept in the dark about his absence from Wuxiao Peak, her worry for Lu Fan intensified. He was already injured, and everyone believed he was in seclusion, safe from harm. But outside, the situation was uncertain, especially given Lu Fan's poor reputation at the Tiandao Academy. It was as if everyone sought to vilify him. Xuanyuan feared he might be sulking and refusing to return to Wuxiao Peak, potentially falling victim to bullying. Thus, she dispatched all her resources to search for his whereabouts. Upon learning of his location, she rushed to Kanglin City, filled with worry that he might be mistreated. What did she see upon her arrival? She witnessed her junior brother laughing and conversing amiably with a lowly servant disciple. The junior brother, who had previously treated the sisters of Wuxiao Peak as family, was now treating Bian Yu as one of his own. Furthermore, he was earnestly teaching her about cultivation principles. This sight pierced Xuanyuan's heart deeply, leaving her wounded. She recalled how, during her last visit, Lu Fan had treated her with disdain, showing no signs of warmth or affection, only anger and wariness. Wariness? Yes, why would he be wary of her? He had previously shown no caution even after she had burned him with fire cloud, treating her as his second sister. How could things have changed so drastically? Xuanyuan found herself at a loss, feeling that things should not be this way. Had she not witnessed Lu Fan's gentle demeanor towards Bian Yu, she might have remained oblivious to the rift between her and her junior brother. Standing outside the elegant room, Xueku felt a chill coursing through her body. Her heart sinking like a stone. It appeared her junior brother had vanished. Chapter 25. Does junior brother have other intentions? With a loud bang, the door to the elegant room was kicked open. Bianyu instinctively shielded Lu Fan, her gaze fixed on the red figure that had entered with an air of menace. Although she was merely at the 10th level of chi refinement and wouldn't be considered a master even in the mortal Kanglan city, she understood that her master, rendered powerless and vulnerable, needed her protection. Lu Fan, however, remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea after finishing his meal. His expression calm and composed as he casually blew at the tea leaves. Xueku noted Lu Fan's demeanor. Having been his fellow disciple for many years, she was accustomed to his joyous greetings. Raising her voice, she demanded, "Lu Fan, what is that expression on your face? Once, when I encountered you, you would respectfully address me as second senior sister. Yet now, not only has your character undergone a dramatic transformation, but you also choose to side with a menial disciple who berates our junior brother? Have you truly forgotten the kindness shown to you by your senior sisters? I am utterly disappointed." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan scoffed, lifting his gaze to Xueku with a mocking expression. "Your words only serve to highlight how well you treated me in the past." This statement struck Xueku like a blade, piercing her heart. It rendered her fury tangled in her throat. She fixed her gaze on Lu Fan, her crimson dress radiating a fierce glow, as a fiery cloud began to form in her palm. With a mere flick, the unique flames of the Fire Phoenix clan could engulf the entire private room. "I am furious. How could I have wasted my efforts finding you, only to be rebuffed in such a manner?" Xueku instantly suppressed her guilt and shouted, "It seems my previous leniency was misplaced. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson, and I am confident I can make you submit." The flames in her hand morphed into serpentine forms, darting towards Lu Fan. "Be careful, master." Bianyu stepped forward, invoking the thunder fire technique to counteract the attack, forming a feeble barrier of flames. However, with Xueku's cultivation at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, how could Bianyu, still in the chi refinement stage, stand a chance? The fiery serpent surged forth, shattering Bianyu's meager defense in an instant. To her surprise, Xueku's anger intensified. "Who do you think you are to interfere in my affairs with Junior 9? It is because of you that Junior Brother 9 and our Junior Brother are at odds." "Fine, if you seek death, I shall oblige." Lu Fan took a deep breath, realizing Xueku's wrath could very well incinerate the entire establishment. He faced her squarely, positioning himself protectively in front of Bianyu. "Xueku, you dare?" As the next wave of fiery serpents surged towards him, he found himself with no means of escape. Fortunately, he possessed a low-tier defensive talisman. Yet, the talisman could only shield him from a portion of the flames, with a few embers splattering against his attire. His clothing, being merely an ordinary talisman, could not withstand Xueku's fierce flames and was soon burned through, leaving a gaping hole. Gasps echoed around him. The wounds on Lu Fan's abdomen resembled old burns, intertwining grotesquely. Unsightly scars spread across his back. Xueku's malevolent actions ceased abruptly as she stared blankly at the scars. "Junior 9, this is..." Lu Fan, realizing his modesty was compromised, hastily grabbed a tablecloth to cover himself. Although he was a man, he was acutely aware of his disciple's presence and the crowd outside, all of whom were watching intently. He still valued his dignity. Xueku, however, had caught a glimpse, and upon seeing the extent of his injuries, particularly on his abdomen, she gasped in horror, wondering if his back bore similar wounds. Her breath quickened as she approached Junior 9. Where did those scars come from? Junior 9 had always been cherished by the Xiahua Peak, and even if punished, Xuanyuan would soften and secretly provide healing remedies. Why then? Were his injuries so severe? In truth, it would have been better if Xueku had remained silent, for as soon as she spoke, a tide of uncontainable malice surged within Lu Fan. He regarded her coolly and replied, "Naturally, this is the consequence of the punishment at the penitence cliff. Each day, my body was scorched by searing flames, leaving me in agony, and at night, I was cast into a millennium of icy cold. Moreover, the 3 lashes of the punitive divine whip, crafted from black iron at the chi refinement peak, were lined with barbs infused with the spiritual energy of a half-saint from the emerald abyss. Each day my wounds would heal only to reopen, leaving me no respite. Who prompted my foolishness? To take the blame for you?" At his words, Xueku froze, her fiery eyes widening in disbelief, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. It was as though she herself were the one being punished at the penitence cliff. When Lu Fan returned from his ordeal, she had audaciously spoken of his ignorance. declaring him inferior to Song Qinghe. Thus, her current display of concern was, to him, nothing short of absurd. The onlookers outside exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves. What do you mean taking the blame for second senior sister? I was unaware of such happenings. Did you just join the academy? There was an incident when someone cast spells to ignite the outer sect's quarters, where many outer disciples resided. The flames were no ordinary fire. Common water could not extinguish them, and numerous disciples were injured. Elders rushed to extinguish the blaze. That is quite the offense. Indeed. The elders at the law enforcement hall and several peak leaders were furious, determined to capture the perpetrator and exact severe punishment. At that moment, Lu Fan emerged, claiming full responsibility, leading the elders to sentence him to a year of punishment at the penitent's cliff. Could it be that it was not Lu Fan who set fire to the outer sect, but rather second senior sister? It is highly plausible. Second senior sister's fiery temperament is well known throughout the Taoist academy. However, it is unexpected that this envious Lu Fan would take the blame for her. Perhaps he is not as terrible as the rumors suggest. If I were Lu Fan, I too would take the blame for the beautiful second senior sister. Who knows what ulterior motives he harbors? Regrettably, after a year, a more favored junior brother emerged, and in his discontent, he resorted to slandering his fellow disciples. Which is indeed poetic justice. Listening to the discussions around her, Xuanyuan's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Years ago, Junior 9 had resolutely taken the blame for her, expressing fear that her powers might regress and harm her foundation. Yet, at that time, he was only at the initial stage of the Golden Core. Did he not hesitate to consider the damage to his own foundation? Junior 9 had always stated that his senior sisters were his only family, willing to do anything for them, and they had always cared for him wholeheartedly. Yet, they had overlooked one crucial detail. Junior 9 was man. Xuanyuan, the little princess of the Fire Phoenix clan, had countless suitors in the cultivation world eager to win her favor. Xuanyuan had always been confident in her appearance. And now, reflecting on Junior 9's voluntary acceptance of blame, she could not dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives, even if it was not romantic. Junior 9 might have wished to create a sense of indebtedness. As her thoughts swirled, Xuanyuan's guilt faded, and she coldly declared, There is no need for you to remind me of this. Why did you not speak of your injury sooner? Did you not have a mouth? Had Junior 9 spoken up earlier, she would have certainly sought the finest spiritual herbs and pills for his healing. I would like to ask, did you ever grant me an opportunity? Lu Fan responded coolly, using the tablecloth to cover the burned area. Xuanyuan's expression darkened. She had noticed that Lu Fan had recently refrained from calling her senior sister. Observing the complexity in Xuanyuan's gaze, Lu Fan smirked with irony. Surely, you do not believe I intentionally allowed my injuries to worsen to evoke your guilt and regret? After coming back from the penitent's cliff, I went directly to Master, only to be struck by her palm, leaving me immobile. Surviving was a challenge enough. I had no energy to tend to my wounds. Xuanyuan, you may feel guilt, but you will never regret it. For I was injured at the penitent's cliff, damaging my foundation, awakening only my spiritual body. Perhaps you secretly rejoice that it was I who suffered the punishment and not you. Am I not right? Gazing into Lu Fan's questioning eyes, Xuanyuan felt as if invisible hands were ruthlessly tearing at her heart. Yet, she could not muster a single retort. Yes, it was her own choice, and she could not blame others. After all, she regarded her second senior sisters as family, and Master had nurtured her. It was only natural she would do anything for them. But you harbor resentment. Xuanyuan shouted, her heart heavy with an inexplicable agitation. When one owes another too much and cannot repay it, the discomfort within will instinctively drive Xuanyuan to evade the topic, even leading her to despise Lu Fan for bringing it up once more. You are making a mountain out of a molehill. She seemed to see through Lu Fan's intentions. Sneering, everything you do now is deliberate, intentionally distancing yourself from us, intentionally resurrecting old grievances, all to garner attention from the Xiaohua Peak. Is it not? Junior 9. You were once so innocent and kind-hearted. When did you learn to employ such tricks? I must confess, my thoughts have been increasingly occupied by my junior disciple lately, and rightfully so, for he is indeed worthy. Has he not bestowed upon you treasures, elixirs, and magical artifacts? When has the second senior sister ever forgotten you? You possess enough. Must one not be more generous in life? Observing Xuanyuan's face, contorted with fury, Lu Fan could not help but reflect on the original's remarkable patience in enduring such a tempestuous woman for so long. Were it not for his insufficient cultivation preventing him from overpowering her, he would have relished the opportunity to silence her with his strength. Resisting the urge to act, he casually remarked, treasures, elixirs, and magical artifacts? Did I not purchase these with my own spirit stones? Are you experiencing a lapse in memory? Perhaps you should consult a physician regarding your mental faculties. As a princess of the Fire Phoenix clan, Xuanyuan was accustomed to extravagance since her youth. Whenever she set her eyes on something she fancied, be it newly released magical artifacts or implements in the cultivation market, she would promptly acquire them with spirit stones. Yet her father's financial support was never sufficient for her lavish desires. As a direct disciple of the Nirvana Half Saint, her monthly allowance of 300 spirit stones was quite generous. Comparatively, inner sect disciples received only 50 spirit stones a month, while core disciples earned a mere 100. The disciples of the Law Hall, recognizing Lu Fan's esteemed status as the Nirvana Half Saint's second disciple, had generously increased his allowance to 300. Xuanyuan, upon receiving her allowance, would rush to shops like the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, particularly seeking fire-related artifacts. Take, for instance, the last occasion when she coveted a pair of wrist guards made from the hide of a fire-spotted rhinoceros. Although their protective capabilities were minimal, their exquisite craftsmanship warranted a price of 150 low-grade spirit stones. Without a moment's hesitation, she made the purchase, only to discard them shortly thereafter when the novelty wore off. Such incidents were countless. Xuanyuan often sought Lu Fan's assistance in borrowing spirit stones. As he was always generous with his resources, instilled with a sense of thriftiness from Xuanyuan's teachings, he would readily lend her the majority of his spirit stones. Over time, she had become accustomed to this arrangement. Whenever funds ran low, she would fly to Lu Fan's residence, never once contemplating repayment, for to her, Little Nine's wealth was synonymous with her own. Occasionally, in her moments of delight, she would gift Lu Fan with presents, taking satisfaction from the gleam of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, Xuanyuan's complexion was ashen, her fury palpable. Over a few spirit stones. Could one truly be so miserly? Enraged, she exclaimed, "Little Nine, what do you mean by this?" Lu Fan stepped forward, gazing down at Xuanyuan with a calm demeanor, devoid of any indication of his usual warmth. The sudden distance between them felt foreign, as if he had transformed into a different person. "Xuanyuan, your purchases are none of my concern, but since we are discussing this, shall we address the matter of repayment?" "Lu Fan, what has gotten into you today? Are you determined to oppose me?" Xuanyuan was nearly beside herself with anger. Previously, Lu Fan had been quite accommodating with money. Yet now he not only displayed indifference, but also demanded repayment. Was this the same Lu Fan who once trailed behind her, affectionately calling her senior sister? However, in the face of Xuanyuan's ire, Lu Fan remained unyielding, arms crossed, embodying a steadfast refusal to relent. Xuanyuan turned her gaze toward the throngs outside the pavilion, most of whom were disciples of the Heavenly Path Academy. The thought of being labeled a debtor was unbearable. How could she maintain her dignity and command respect? "I have no money." After a prolonged silence, she finally uttered. Lu Fan had anticipated her response and was prepared, his gaze pointedly directed toward the storage pouch at her waist. "If memory serves, I once gifted you a pair of 9 yang rings. Perhaps you could return them to settle your debt?" "The 9 yang rings? Are you serious?" Xuanyuan's disbelief was evident as she looked up, her expression confirming the reality of the situation. It struck her like a thunderclap, her hands trembling slightly. Since their quarrel had begun, this was the first time Xuanyuan had reacted so profoundly. It was understandable, for the 9 yang rings were precious artifacts crafted from the 9 yang stones he had painstakingly saved to exchange from the Academy's treasury, holding deep significance for both of them. Though not exorbitantly valuable, their worth lay in the effort expended and the emotions invested. "Fine, I shall return them." Xuanyuan inhaled deeply, feeling as though a multitude of fine needles had pierced her heart, each one a reminder of her anguish. Soon, a pair of exquisitely crafted red rings appeared on the table before them. Seeing her willingness to part with them, Lu Fan approached to inspect the rings. The 9 yang rings, infused with the power of flames, could unleash fireballs in moments of danger and could be adjusted in size, from small enough to be swallowed to large enough to resemble a dwelling. As a fire elemental offensive artifact, they would be perfect for Xuanyuan, who had been in search of a weapon for her disciple. "Xuanyuan, take these 9 yang rings." Xuanyuan hesitated, realizing that unlike the previous Fire Phoenix feather, the rings held significant value for Xuanyuan. Their master was currently at odds with the disciples of Washa Peak, and as the saying goes, a bone broken is still attached to the sinew. The bond they shared was akin to that of family. What if their master regretted this decision later? "Take them. They are gifts from your master and will not be reclaimed." Lu Fan seemed to perceive Xuanyuan's concerns, abruptly interjecting. His words subtly conveyed to Xuanyuan that the 9 yang rings would be permanently severed from her possession. Yes, thank you, master. Bianyu dared not decline further, bowing her head to accept the rings. Her master's wisdom was sound. She simply needed to trust his judgment. Xuanyuan's expression shifted abruptly, a blend of anger, resentment, and astonishment flickering in her eyes, ultimately giving way to profound sorrow. Little Nine had actually given the 9 yang rings to another? Her heart ached with a pain so palpable it was almost tangible. The fact that her distress was so overt, yet utterly disregarded by Little Nine, only deepened her sense of betrayal. Did this not imply that, in his eyes, others held greater significance than she did? Chapter 27. I will seek out the master. Lu Fan and Bianyu enjoyed tea and laughter together. Xuanyuan felt a warmth in her eyes as tears began to fall. How could this be happening? It should not be like this. How could her junior disciple treat her in such a manner? Ultimately, Xuanyuan was unsure how she had returned to Wenxia Peak. Her heart ablaze with an anguish akin to being plunged into a frigid abyss, the pain relentless and chilling. Song Qinghe had just emerged from his dwelling when he spotted the petite figure clad in red. He approached with a harmless smile, only to realize that Xuanyuan appeared disoriented and despondent, muttering, "Little Nine, it should not be like this. It cannot be so." Hearing her words, Song Qinghe's eyes brightened with understanding. It was evident that a conflict had arisen between Lu Fan and Xuanyuan. He quickly steadied the swaying Xuanyuan. Concern etched on his face. Second senior sister, what troubles you? Has someone wronged you? Speak up. While my skills may not match yours, I would gladly risk my life to repay any grievances inflicted upon the disciples of Wenxia Peak. Little Nine. Xuanyuan gazed up, her eyes momentarily filled with disappointment upon realizing it was Song Qinghe. He reminded her so much of her junior disciple, who had always prioritized the senior sisters of Wenxia Peak. Yet, as she recalled Lu Fan's cold and indifferent gaze from earlier, her heart sank. After conveying the events to Song Qinghe, his handsome face filled with regret, the 9 yang rings were the most cherished possession of the senior sister. How could he take them back to gift to another? That time I borrowed them to play with, you scolded me for a while, and I hastily returned them to my storage pouch, treating them with utmost care. It is all my fault. Second senior sister, you should have stopped him. Then you and your senior brother would not have quarreled. Xuanyuan fixed her gaze on his face, asking, little junior brother, if I were to ask you for something, would you demand its return one day? Song Qinghe was taken aback. What did she mean? Was she about to request money from him? Lu Fan might be a soft touch, but he certainly was not. Glancing at her sorrowful yet furious expression, he clenched his fists tightly, determined to prove his loyalty, and declared, how could I ever be so petty? Second senior sister is my family. It is only natural to provide for family, and I would never resort to such miserly and ungrateful behavior. Upon seeing Xuanyuan's increasingly grim expression, Song Qinghe belatedly covered his mouth, cautiously shaking his head. Second senior sister, I did not imply that senior brother is a treacherous wolf. What I meant was, though his words were cautious, his heart was elated. It appeared that the blow from the Half Saint Nia Huang not only damaged Lu Fan's dantian, but also wounded his spirit, prompting him to distance himself from the 8 senior sisters. Any normal heart would feel chilled. Retrieving the Zhuyang ring could be considered a concession, yet sadly, Song Qinghe would never speak kindly of his adversaries. Enough, Xuanyuan interrupted Song Qinghe, having detached herself from her sorrow. After conversing with her empathetic junior brother, only fury remained. The numerous onlookers in the elegant chamber made her feel humiliated. How could she reclaim the gifts when Lu Fan clearly held her in disdain? Forget him. If I need to take it back, so be it. It's no big deal. I don't care. Despite her words of indifference, her lively and adorable visage betrayed her sense of grievance, prompting an immediate discomfort in Song Qinghe. The human race is indeed a peculiar species. Often, what they think in their hearts is utterly at odds with what they express. They are both awkward and pretentious, unlike the bold and carefree demeanor of the demon race, which is far superior to the hypocritical humans. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. Xuanyuan shared a deep bond with Lu Fan and was evidently hurt by his actions. The more she suffered, the more it signified her concern. Uncle Jiu's actions were indeed excessive. If Master were to find out, she would surely feel pained. He placed his hands on the petite shoulders of Xuanyuan, shaking his head. So, second senior sister, you must not let Master know. If she sees the conflict escalate to this extent between senior brother and the senior sisters, she will undoubtedly be disappointed and heartbroken. Master, Xuanyuan suddenly realized. Yes, there was also Master. She could no longer afford to dwell on sorrow. If she allowed him to act recklessly any longer, it would eventually lead to serious trouble. Zhuoke's countenance darkened entirely. She had hoped Lu Fan would humbly apologize today, only to return empty-handed after losing the Jiuyang ring. Since he won you, and she could do nothing, someone else must intervene. I will seek master. Little Jiu is naive and needs to be taught a lesson. Then he will understand his mistakes. Little Jiu listens best to master. I cannot believe he would disregard her words. As she spoke, Zhuoke summoned her flying artifact and hurriedly soared towards the location of the Half Saint Niahuang. Upon witnessing Zhuoke's determined pursuit of Niahuang, Song Qinghe's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons, satisfied that his objective was achieved. He naturally hoped Zhuoke would properly report Lu Fan as transgressions, though he did not expect Niahuang to be disillusioned with Lu Fan all at once. However, given enough time, opportunities would arise. While Zhuoke was reporting, he would be sure to embellish the tale with a few choice words. He had to be wary of Zhuoke's impulsive nature. Niahuang was not as easily swayed as several senior sisters and must not uncover his role in the matter. With a worried expression, Song Qinghe thought, no. Second senior sister is too impulsive. I must go and advise her. On Yaoguang Peak, amidst the lush forest and tangled weeds, after some effort, the desolate mountain summit had finally been tidied up. Lu Fan's cave abode occupied the most advantageous eastern position, not far from Bianyu. Between them lay the kitchen. After all, Lu Fan had little else to occupy his time and prepared his own meals thrice daily. Only a small fraction of cultivators could achieve complete fasting. Most still required sustenance. The academy had a designated peak for cultivating spiritual rice and fruits to nourish the disciples. In the kitchen, the aroma of spiritual rice wafted through the air. With 2 bowls of rice and a dish of vegetables, Lu Fan set the chopsticks upon the stone table. Congratulations to the host's first disciple, Bianyu, for successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, rewarding the host with 1,500 cultivation points. Congratulations to the host's first disciple for achieving minor success in the Thunder Fire technique, rewarding the host with the complete Thunder Fire technique. Congratulations to the host's first disciple for achieving minor success with the magical artifact Jiuyang Ring, rewarding the host with the major success of the Jiuyang Ring. Lu Fan smiled. It seems the Thunder Fire technique suits Bianyu remarkably well. Her growth is astonishingly rapid. The elder responsible for miscellaneous tasks would never have imagined that the girl who had failed to break through the 3rd layer of qi refinement for a century could, in such a short span, achieve foundation establishment. Her cultivation speed was certainly on par with the cherished direct disciples of the elders. Master, I apologize for waking late. Bianyu huffed as she arrived, her face flushed with guilt. Lu Fan waved his sleeve dismissively, inviting her to join him for a meal. No worries. You practiced late into the night. That is commendable. How does it feel to have broken through to foundation establishment? Bianyu nodded, taking her seat at the stone table. Her fingers bore bruises, and her wrists were wrapped in cloth. It was evident that mastering the Jiuyang Ring was no simple feat. She had diligently trained without a moment's respite, enduring countless injuries without a single complaint. Where could one find such an exemplary disciple? How did you know I achieved foundation establishment? Bianyu's eyes sparkled, impressed by her master's prowess. Hee. It seems my hard work has not been in vain after all. The techniques bestowed by you, master, are indeed effective. As they conversed, she hastily picked up her chopsticks. Truly hungry. During her time spent with Lu Fan, Bianyu realized he was a kind and approachable elder, far superior to the disdainful overseers. The miscellaneous disciples could not indulge in such fine spiritual rice. It was soft, sweet, and imbued with a hint of spiritual energy. Lu Fan had declared that from now on, aside from spiritual rice, they were forbidden from consuming anything tainted by worldly flavors. If they could avoid pills, they should, as it would aid in their cultivation. Each day, when the sun rose and at midnight, the energies of yin and yang were at their peak, making it the most suitable time for cultivation. Bianyu practiced the Jiuyang Ring by day and meditated on the Thunder Fire technique by night. Although the training was arduous, her heart felt fulfilled. Whenever fatigue set in, she recalled the days spent as a miscellaneous disciple and the challenge issued by Xiaziwa, which spurred her to persist in her training without faltering. Chapter 28. Cooking as an art of cultivation with minor success in the Jiuyang Ring. As long as she did not encounter opponents in the later stages of foundation establishment or engage in direct confrontations with the spells and talismans of cultivators, she had nothing to fear. Should she catch 3 or 4 foundation establishment practitioners off guard, victory was not out of reach. Not to mention, With the addition of the thunder fire technique, the combination would likely allow her to compete with ordinary inner disciples. Lu Fan mused. Master, I believe I should take over the cooking from now on. What kind of master cooks for their disciple? It's too exhausting. Bianyu set down her chopsticks. Feeling abashed, although she relished the meals prepared by her master, the anticipation of waiting for dinner after her daily training felt quite uncomfortable. Hearing the young girl's words, Lu Fan thought, exhausting? Not at all. You are the one who bears the burden. Aside from eating, sleeping, and reading, he had no other activities. And cooking was the only task he performed. The greatest joy he derived was from the news of his first disciple's breakthroughs while he cooked each day. Do not underestimate cooking. It, too, is a form of cultivation. Lu Fan pondered, attempting to preserve his dignity. Cooking is also a form of cultivation? Bianyu's eyes widened in surprise and confusion, struggling to grasp his meaning. Cultivation often conjures images of Zen sitting, refining, and comprehending the mysteries of the universe. However, the definition of cultivation is far from narrow. To experience the desires of the world, the impermanence of life, and the dualities of joy and sorrow amidst the complexities of existence allows us to perceive reality in its true form. To focus on the present, to cook, to wash clothes, is also a form of cultivation. Cultivation should address the issues present. One must work through those challenges. With a tranquil heart, one can perceive the sequential nature of the world. Is this not a form of cultivation? Lu Fan cast a sidelong glance at Bianyu, a cold sweat threatening to emerge. He wondered if this reasoning would suffice. Bianyu gazed at Lu Fan, her pupils slightly trembling, her heart shaken. Suddenly, her expression turned resolute, her smile transforming into a determined demeanor as she silently clenched the edge of her garments. Master, I understand. Bianyu gently lowered her head, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Actually, there is something I have always been afraid to tell you. The incident where the elder nearly expelled her from the Tiandao Academy had greatly impacted her. My heart is consumed with thoughts of the trial, my mind replaying the scenes of that day. Thus, I have secluded myself in the Yaoguang Peak, avoiding all contact with others. This is the reason for your recent stagnation in cultivation, is it not? Lu Fan interjected, noting that with her pace, she should have long since broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Seeing Bianyu gently nod, Lu Fan took a sip of tea and continued. The reason I instructed you to practice the thunder fire technique is not only due to your affinity for fire-based methods, but, more importantly, to facilitate your connection with the heavens. By harnessing the power of the 9 suns, you can communicate with the heavenly thunder. The thunder law emphasizes the preservation of thought and spirit. It is one of the most formidable spells. For you, the comprehension of the unity of heart and mind is paramount. Only by merging the essence of lightning with your own being can your cultivation flourish and achieve rapid progress. As Bianyu listened to her master's words, her eyes sparkled with understanding. In her usual practice, she had merely attempted to connect with the heavens without achieving the unity of heart and mind. Numerous opportunities for enlightenment had slipped through her fingers. Suddenly, she grasped her master's meaning. Until now, her perspective had been limited to her time as a servant disciple, allowing the scorn of others to weigh heavily on her. Despite the precious opportunity for cultivation, she had been ensnared by her emotions. Her path had been too narrow and selfish. Letting go and confronting her challenges might be the key to her growth. Bianyu's previously muddled eyes gradually brightened with determination, and she nodded earnestly. Disciple thanks Master for the guidance. I shall take my leave. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for haste. First, finish your meal. Have you forgotten what I said? Eating and walking are also forms of cultivation. Bianyu's cheeks flushed as her demeanor calmed, and she began to eat the spiritual rice in her hands earnestly. Although her heart still longed for cultivation, she took her time to savor her meal, reminding herself to focus solely on the task at hand. At that moment, a paper crane carrying a message soared into view. Lu Fan, sipping his tea, casually placed a restriction on the paper crane. The next instant, a loud clang echoed as the cymbals on the crane erupted, delivering a terrifying message that even caused the teacup in his hand to topple. Disobedient disciple Lu Fan, come to the Qianghua Hall at once. A cold, indifferent voice emanated from the crane. Bianyu, being of lower cultivation, was immediately overwhelmed, her ears ringing, blood surging, and her complexion paling. Master the pale Bianyu struggled to keep her bowl steady. Had she not grasped the stone table, she would have collapsed to the ground. Lu Fan's expression was one of shock. Since his arrival, he had lacked understanding of the semi-holy realm, But truly, the top-tier powers of the Xuanyuan Continent were formidable. Even a mere fragment of divine consciousness held such might. That level of power was indeed beyond his reach. However, this was merely a temporary state of being out of reach. The visitor was not benign. In stark contrast to Bianyu's distress, Lu Fan appeared remarkably composed. It seemed that the semi-holy Nifeng had genuinely lost her temper. She was well aware of Lu Fan's current state, having been rendered nearly powerless after a single strike on his spiritual field. If Bianyu was in such disarray, how much more so would Lu Fan be? The term master had vanished, replaced only with the oppressive reference of this seat. Lu Fan slowly stood from the stone bench, adjusted his dark robes, and let out a cold laugh. It seems it is time to sever my ties with the Wenxia Peak. However, he realized that going alone would be perilous. He must prepare for contingencies. Lu Fan turned back to his dwelling, penned a letter, and handed it to Bianyu. Go find Elder Changjing from the law hall. That old fellow has some rapport with me. Should Nifeng be truly ruthless and expel us from the Heavenly Path Academy, he may intervene on my behalf. He can assist in finding me a position, ensuring that neither of us is left homeless. But are you not the most cherished ninth disciple of the semi-holy? Why would she be so furious? Bianyu was puzzled by Nifeng's actions, even if there were tensions between the master and the senior sisters. Barring severe transgressions against the academy, how could a direct disciple of the semi-holy fall to such a state? Lu Fan smiled faintly. Knowing well the likely reason Nifeng sought him, he had remained quiet on Yaoguang Peak. What could have provoked her ire? The only culprit capable of inciting Nifeng's wrath was Song Qinghe. Lu Fan had intentionally taken in a disrespectful disciple who spoke ill of Song Qinghe. While everyone rallied to defend him, how could Nifeng remain uninformed? He gently rubbed his chin, pondering the semi-holy's thoughts. Why would she prefer to accept a son of the demon lord as a disciple? Surely, she understood that the demon race consumes flesh and spirit for cultivation. Risking the entire Heavenly Path Academy's downfall for Song Qinghe? The first to suffer would be those on Wenxia Peak. Chapter 29. How ridiculous. The 8 senior sisters, unparalleled prodigies. At the very least, Lu Fan had seen through Song Qinghe, while those 8 women, who adored their junior brother, remained oblivious. Their fate was either to be devoured by him, their souls extinguished, or to have their cultivation stripped away, becoming mere pets. How utterly laughable. What would they do if they learned of their junior brother's true identity? How would they react if they knew that this calamity was orchestrated by Nifeng herself? He was eager to witness the moment Song Qinghe's true nature was unveiled, to see the expressions of the senior sisters. Regrettably, Lu Fan would not reveal the truth to them. When they turned against him due to Song Qinghe, their camaraderie would end. Their master, you must intervene with Lu Fan. His behavior has been excessive of late. He doesn't even call me senior sister anymore. His attitude is so brazen. The key is, I don't understand what has gotten into him. He actually took in a servant disciple who was about to be expelled from the academy. Bianyu audibly criticized the junior brother, thankful that Ziyue had stepped in to teach her a lesson. Yet, Lu Fan had taken her as his disciple right in front of them, openly opposing Wenxia Peak. Furthermore, on that day, I worried for his injuries. Xuanyuan incessantly lamented in the Great Hall, embellishing her grievances to portray Lu Fan as an ungrateful and disloyal scoundrel who neglected the sect. Not only did Lu Fan protect that wretched Bianyu, but he also gifted her the 9 Suns ring before my eyes. To uphold Wenxia Peak's reputation, Ziyue had arranged a match against Bianyu in the external sect trial 2 months hence. Xuanyuan recalled Lu Fan's treatment of Bianyu, her heart torn with pain and resentment. Song Qinghe interjected, second sister, do not let my presence mar our harmony. That Bianyu was correct. My comprehension is indeed lacking. Otherwise, 9th brother would not have to fight an outsider. Xuanyuan was furious, had it not been for the fact that they were within the semi-holy's dwelling. Her anger would have consumed her entirely. What of your lack of comprehension? Qinghe, you are the most diligent disciple I have ever seen. The fact that the master has taken you as a disciple signifies your worth. In the end, it all circled back to Lu Fan's faults. If he had been more considerate, he would not have openly sided with an outsider, allowing the other 11 peaks to mock them. Song Qinghe sulked, his face a mask of despair, clearly reluctant to witness discord among his peers, yet he struggled to articulate his thoughts, merely anxious at the sidelines. In the grand, ancient hall, a woman clad in resplendent red robes sat in meditation, her demeanor noble. Her features were captivating, her garments flowing gracefully, and with each breath, golden light shimmered around her. Silent and expressionless, she exuded an aura of terrifying power that could shift the very fabric of reality. This was Nifeng. the peak master of Wenxia Peak and the most esteemed figure after the sect leader. Needless to say, the matter will be resolved by the master. Nifeng finally opened her eyes, her voice devoid of emotion. She regarded the anxious Song Qinghe not far away, and her previously cold gaze softened momentarily. "Call Lu Fan to me." Yet, this fleeting warmth vanished, replaced by a more frigid demeanor. Despite Zhuoke's fiery temperament, she turned into a meek quail in the presence of the semi-holy. In the Xuanyuan Continent, where the strong reigned supreme, Nifeng was undeniably a formidable force, eliciting both respect and fear. It was said that those at the semi-holy level wielded unparalleled powers. Although the master was within the Xuanyuan Hall, she was aware of all significant happenings outside, every word spoken by disciples within the academy, and even the minutiae of their surroundings fell under her divine perception. After the semi-saint of nothing spoke, her eyelids fell, and she closed her eyes once more, her expression deep and indifferent, exuding an unsettling aura. Song Qinghe felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that the semi-saint of Nifeng was genuinely enraged. Since joining the Wenxia Peak, everything had proceeded remarkably well for him. He had become a disciple of the semi-saint, earning the affection and trust of 8 senior sisters, as if the heavens themselves were favoring him. Despite his mediocre comprehension, he had gained the title of a sword cultivation genius through a sword technique pilfered from the demon clan's treasury. To ascend swiftly to the pinnacle of the world, he had no choice but to rely on the demon clan's arts. This demonic technique was a forbidden method, leaving behind a trace of the demon clan's aura, and its reckless use could easily attract the attention of various sect cultivators who would unite to hunt him down. Thus, Song Qinghe disguised his identity and infiltrated the esteemed Tiandao Academy, the foremost of the 10 sacred grounds. With a multitude of cultivators present, the disappearance of 2 or 3 individuals over a month would not raise suspicion, and his identity as a righteous disciple would facilitate his activities within the cultivation realm. After biding his time, fortune unexpectedly smiled upon him, and he was taken as a close disciple by the semi-saint of Nifeng, not to mention her formidable semi-saint status. Each of her 8 female disciples was an extraordinary prodigy, and Song Qinghe was more than willing to accept. Upon entering Wenxia Peak, he discovered that not only were the 8 senior sisters exceptionally talented, but they each possessed unique beauty, akin to celestial maidens who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. No wonder the most renowned of the 10 sacred grounds was Wenxia Peak rather than Lingjin Peak. Song Qinghe was overjoyed. It felt akin to a wolf falling into a rabbit hole. However, these 8 women were not easy to handle, prompting Song Qinghe to alter his plans. He decided to leverage his identity as the junior disciple to evoke sympathy from the senior sisters, gradually easing their wariness and becoming the pure, innocent, and devoted junior brother they envisioned. Initially, the plan was remarkably successful. However, after drawing upon the spiritual essence of a solitary cultivator, his identity was exposed by Lu Fan, who harbored murderous intent. Unfortunately, the commotion attracted nearby cultivators, forcing Lu Fan to retreat temporarily. After they departed, Song Qinghe dared not even breathe as he flew back to the academy, ultimately arriving a moment too late. Witnessing Lu Fan enter the grand hall of the semi-saint of Nifeng, gazing at the magnificent Xianghua Hall, Song Qinghe suddenly felt as though it were a ravenous beast, poised to devour him next. Should the semi-saint of Nifeng discover his true identity, the entire cultivation realm would not spare him, with his current fragile state. How could he contend against so many adversaries? It seemed he was destined to await his demise. Overwhelmed with unwillingness, Song Qinghe pondered whether the revival of the demon clan would thus perish. To his astonishment, news soon spread from within the hall that the semi-saint of Nifeng had unleashed her wrath, shattering Lu Fan's dantian with a single strike. Indeed, the identity of the demon lord's son was exceedingly elusive. No one would believe it. They would merely assume that jealousy had driven Lu Fan, and with a little manipulation, the senior sisters who cherished him would undoubtedly seek to right the wrongs. He had anticipated that strike would obliterate Lu Fan entirely, yet he had miraculously survived. Now a cripple, Lu Fan was as easy to crush as an ant in Song Qinghe's mind. Presently, Lu Fan was employing a strategy of feigned retreat, causing a rift with the senior sisters he had long admired, and the master could no longer tolerate it. Lu Fan was swiftly expelled from Wenxia Peak, and soon, the entirety of Wenxia Peak would be within Song Qinghe's grasp. The sensation of having everything under control was nothing short of sublime. Contemplating this, Song Qinghe suppressed the joy swelling within him, quietly awaiting Lu Fan's arrival. Chapter 30. Expulsion from the Academy upon entering the Qianghua Hall. Lu Fan found Zhuku and Song Qinghe present, yet Xuanyuan was conspicuously absent. His gaze shifted to the red-clad woman seated within the hall. Golden light emanating from her breath, her presence overshadowing all others. "I pay my respects to Master," Lu Fan declared. As he entered, she opened her eyes, her expression impassive. Though Lu Fan could distinctly sense the icy fury within her gaze, Zhuku remained indignant. "Little Jiu, do not blame me for being quick to report to Master. How could you return the Jiuyang ring to Bianyu? Prepare for Master to confine you for a couple of days. No, do not confine me. Instead, you should bring Lu Fan before Master, locking him in the Qianghua Hall to listen to Master's teachings for several days. Master is strict and unyielding. After a month of her cold demeanor, Lu Fan would undoubtedly become obedient." She utterly despised the current gloomy and eerie atmosphere of Wansha Peak. Since the last incident, Xuanyuan had been reclusive, dedicating herself to intensive training with Xia Ziyue, remaining within her cave unless there was a pressing matter. Many academy disciples inquired about her prolonged absence, wondering what she had been occupied with. Zhuoke stumbled over her words, unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. How could she reveal that it was the duel between little Jiu and her disciple that had nearly driven her to madness? The other 6 junior sisters were also absent from Wansha Peak. Previously, laughter and camaraderie filled the air. Even when absent due to tasks, the bond remained intact. Now, despite Lu Fan standing merely a foot away, his demeanor and tone were tranquil, unaffected by the tempestuous anger of their master. It was as if he existed on an unreachable plane. This realization left Zhuoku in a state of panic, as her messages to the 6 junior sisters went unanswered. Desperate, she sought Master's intervention. Although Master's anger was formidable and Lu Fan would inevitably suffer, he had been raised by her and was accustomed to obeying her words. Surely, the innocent little Jiu would return. Zhuku, her thoughts racing, stepped forward. Hands on her hips. "Ninth junior brother, you must understand why Master has summoned you. Before she becomes truly enraged, quickly bow and admit your mistakes. Be sincere, and second senior sister may speak a few good words for you." Song Qinghe, ever perceptive, fixed his gaze on Lu Fan and remarked, "Master cherishes ninth senior brother the most. She wouldn't want to unleash her wrath. It's all second senior sister's fault for making a mountain out of a molehill and bringing this to Master's attention. I couldn't stop her. Indeed, Master is merely curious about the discord among her disciples and wishes to mediate. I understand you harbor grievances, but it would be best to express them openly. Clarifying the matter will prevent any significant rifts among us." Song Qinghe's eloquent persuasion garnered Zhuoku's agreement, alleviating much of her pent-up frustration. The little junior brother made a valid point. No wonder he received guidance from Master, as such a junior brother was adored by all. Lu Fan stood at the center of the hall, observing the harmonious exchange between his senior siblings, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Song Qinghe, so you believe you can speak so freely, do you? You think I am unaware of the grievances brewing within?" His tall figure loomed in the hall, and he fixed his gaze directly on Song Qinghe. Those clear, piercing eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything, causing Song Qinghe to feel a pang of anxiety. As if his secrets had been laid bare. A surge of anger welled within him, as the son of the demon lord, a figure of nobility. How could he have imagined being ridiculed by a mere cripple? Fortunately, the denizens of Wansha Peak would not easily believe Lu Fan's words. Song Qinghe lamented, "How can ninth senior brother ever trust me? Lu Fan, I was the one who informed Master. Do not involve the little junior brother indiscriminately." Zhuoku exclaimed in frustration. Lu Fan's expression remained impassive, mirroring his emotional state. He had once invested countless efforts to earn the trust of those around him, only to realize that nothing he did could compare to Song Qinghe. Now, regardless of how fiercely he quarreled with his senior sisters, his heart was devoid of any turbulence. The semi-saint of Nifeng furrowed her brow. In the past, had she spoken in anger, Lu Fan would have been on his knees, begging for forgiveness. Yet now, while he addressed her as Master, his demeanor was frigid, standing at a distance without any sign of remorse, as if he were justified in his actions. With a sigh, the semi-saint felt increasingly disappointed in her ninth disciple. In contrast, a lesser disciple would certainly be crying and pleading for mercy at this moment, given their bond. A lighter punishment might have been permissible, but now, you have established your own cave and taken on a disciple? The semi-saint of Nifeng inquired. The matter of Lu Fan taking on disciples had long stirred up a commotion at the Tiandao Academy. The semi-holy Nifeng was well aware of this. Yet she sought an explanation from Lu Fan. Upon his admission, he fell silent. "Have your injuries healed?" It seems you have been diligently cultivating during this time. Showing no signs of neglect, Nifeng remarked, fully capable of discerning Lu Fan's physical condition as a semi-holy cultivator. On that fateful day, her uncontrolled anger had led her to strike him with great force, causing him to faint on the spot. Whispers circulated in the academy, branding her as cold-blooded and ruthless, claiming she had shattered her disciple's dantian, rendering him utterly crippled. A destroyed dantian? How could that be? I was holding back, Nifeng thought, observing Lu Fan standing before her, seemingly unharmed, albeit having lost all his cultivation. The loss of cultivation was not frightful. As her disciple, he could always start anew. Years ago, she had rescued the young Lu Fan from bandits and taught him the path of longevity. He was more fortunate than most. A cultivator must possess a steadfast mind and the courage to begin again. Should he lose heart and fall into despair, how could he expect to achieve the immortal path? He would not deserve to remain her disciple. Nevertheless, she believed it prudent not to overly praise Lu Fan to prevent him from becoming arrogant. She felt his swift recovery was primarily due to her diligent teachings, thus attributing his progress to her prowess as a mentor. Lu Fan, observing Nifeng's seemingly righteous demeanor, nodded in a perfunctory manner. Indeed, impudence. Nifeng's gaze turned icy, and her imposing aura shook the grand hall. Even from a distance, Lu Fan found himself unable to lift his head, struggling against the pressure. She was patient in her discourse, but what was this attitude? Looking at Lu Fan, she found herself increasingly fond of Song Qinghe. Her little disciple would never contradict her or speak in such a tone. Nifeng's expression grew colder, filled with anger and disappointment. Lu Fan, your aptitude is mediocre. You show disrespect to your elders, tarnishing the reputation of our sect. You harbor jealousy towards your peers. Your words do not match your heart. You are overly competitive, stirring up trouble. You are self-righteous and brimming with arrogance. You have already violated numerous precepts. A person with such impure intentions cannot be my disciple. Today, I shall expel you from the Tian'o Academy. Outside the hall, divine light flickered, and a terrifying aura surged. Even the servants and disciples of the Xuanyuan Peak felt the overwhelming pressure, collapsing to their knees in fear. Their faces turned pale, trembling, perplexed as to who had provoked Nifeng's wrath. For no matter the circumstances, Nifeng always maintained an air of calm indifference, embodying the demeanor of an immortal. Even when the 9 great sacred lands besieged the Tian'o Academy, her expression remained unyielding. Inside the hall, Lu Fan found himself uncontrollably kneeling, not surprised by Nifeng's words. As his mind wandered elsewhere, it was the first time he clearly sensed the vast chasm between himself and Nifeng. Before a semi-holy cultivator, he was nothing more than an ant. With a mere flick of her finger, she could extinguish his life. Upon this realization, the joy from the disciple acquisition system dissipated, replaced by a sense of urgency and crisis. He had not forgotten that Song Qinghe, the son of the demon lord, was rapidly growing in power. If Song Qinghe sought to absorb the essence of all cultivators, none within the Tian'o Academy would escape. He would inevitably reach a level beyond even Nifeng's capacity to contend with. Lu Fan, viewed as a thorn in Song Qinghe's side, would be the first to be crushed. Even if he managed to flee the academy, with Song Qinghe's strength, he would easily track him down. Clenching his fists, beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he forced himself to look upon Nifeng's cold, divine visage, knowing she would eventually pay the price for her choices. Xuanyuan and Song Qinghe were also affected by the oppressive aura, though their cultivation allowed them to endure. Upon hearing Nifeng's words, they both looked up in shock. Xuanyuan's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by lightning. She couldn't believe her ears, but the answer lay clear in Nifeng's countenance. Suddenly, she dropped to her knees, crawling desperately to Nifeng's feet. Master, Xuanyuan pleaded, nearly prostrating herself. What are you saying? Xuanyuan Peak cannot be without Xiaojiao. He is a child you have nurtured since he was little. Please do not cast him out. Xuanyuan was bewildered. Master had always treated the 9th disciple well. She had never considered that Master would be so merciless as to directly expel Lu Fan. When Lu Fan had been brought to Xuanyuan Peak at the age of 5, frail and sickly, Master had personally cared for him, spending 3 days and nights crafting medicinal pills for his recovery. Although Lu Fan had later been entrusted to Yi Wanyu for cultivation, Master often summoned him to inquire if he faced any difficulties, guiding him through his mistakes. The sisters at Xuanyuan Peak often spoke of Lu Fan as Master's most cherished disciple. Nifeng appeared cold as ice. Yet she was like a caring parent to her students. Why? While it was right to punish the 9th disciple for his errors, it should never lead to expulsion. Wait, It was true that the ninth disciple's dantian had been shattered. Otherwise, Xuanyuan would not have frantically searched for spirit herbs. When Xuanyuan had gone to Lu Fan, she had been covered in blood, her internal energy rapidly depleting, rendering her unable to cultivate. At that moment, Zhuoku had refused to believe Master was responsible, even arguing fiercely with the ninth disciple. Now, witnessing this situation, could it truly be Master's doing? Zhuoku wept, feeling a chilling dread in her heart. In a panic, she began to bow her head, her fair forehead soon becoming red and swollen. Yet she did not pause. Master, quell your anger. I bow before you. Xiao Jiu's jealousy stems from caring too much for us. It is not a grave sin. He lost his parents at a young age and now has lost all his cultivation. The academy is filled with wolves and tigers. How can he survive if expelled? Please, do not be angry. Song Qinghe, standing nearby, observed Zhuoku's frantic prostrations and quickly knelt as well. His head bowed with a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth. He was immensely shocked, realizing that his thoughts had come to fruition so smoothly. Yet seeing the frenzied second sister, he was filled with disdain. The little princess of the Fire Phoenix clan was known for her fiery temperament and lofty pride. She had always bullied Lu Fan, and now, witnessing her desperation, he felt a sense of schadenfreude. Nufeng, however, did not regard her, but shifted her gaze to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, everything is of your own making. Do not blame others. Do you have any objections? Lu Fan smiled lightly, shaking his head. None. Silence. Zhuoku suddenly lifted her head, her forehead now bloodied, crimson flowing near her fiery eyes. She had no time to wipe it away and rushed forward to grasp Lu Fan's collar. Are you out of your mind? Quickly beg Master for forgiveness. She is merely angry in the moment and does not genuinely wish to punish you. Hurry. Lu Fan wrested himself from her grasp, trembling against the pressure as he stood upright. With a sudden motion, he drew a short blade, its sharp edge slicing into his palm. The vivid crimson blood dripped onto the immaculate floor of the hall, starkly contrasting its cleanliness. Do not think I care much for Xuanyuan Peak. This signifies the severing of my ties with my sisters. As for Master's nurturing grace, it has long been obliterated by your palm. On what grounds do you expel me from the academy? I have already submitted my request to the law hall to leave Xuanyuan Peak and become an ordinary outer disciple. From this moment forth, I shall no longer address you as master, nor will I yield or show any leniency. I, Lu Fan, sever all ties with Xuanyuan Peak. Xiaojiu, do you truly mean it? Looking at Lu Fan's bloodied hand, Zhuoku's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Has Lu Fan already contemplated leaving Xuanyuan Peak? Why? Is this not his home? Such an abrupt change left the usually indifferent Nirvana Half Saint momentarily speechless. Her brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Unrepentant. After a while, she finally spoke coldly. Nirvana Half Saint could not fathom that Lu Fan would voluntarily leave Xuanyuan Peak. She assumed he was merely putting on a brave front. Upon hearing Nirvana Half Saint's words, Song Qinghe's expression darkened instantly, realizing the implication of Lu Fan's statement. Indeed, how could Lu Fan possibly relinquish an identity he so desperately sought? It was merely a ploy to garner sympathy. Nirvana Half Saint was utterly perplexed. How could that once obedient disciple resort to such theatrics? Such a penchant for drama, feigning innocence for attention, with ulterior motives and a dark disposition. My path of enlightenment cannot be bestowed upon you. Lu Fan, you do not even deserve the qualification to be a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy. I command you to leave the academy within 2 days, or do not blame me for disregarding our past teacher-student bond. The piercing gaze from the grand hall fell upon Lu Fan, and her fearsome voice, laced with fury, nearly shook the very foundations of the palace, causing Lu Fan's blood to surge violently. Ugh! With a bend of his knee, his head bowed to the ground, and he could not lift it again. Lu Fan coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his vision engulfed in darkness. Chapter 32. The arrival of the sect leader Nirvana Half Saint was truly intent on taking his life. A sense of helplessness spread through Lu Fan's body, yet he felt no fear, for he had quietly summoned the system for protection. He was well aware that reckless words would provoke Nirvana Half Saint. When enraged, no one in the academy could rival her. Thus, he had arranged with the system in advance to secure his life at a critical moment. The system had consented, with the condition of relinquishing his current cultivation. After all, to have traversed into the realm of cultivation only to be crushed before ascending to the celestial realm would be an utterly disgraceful fate, especially as merely an elder from the lower realms. Haha, what a lively scene at Xuanyuan Palace. Why was I not informed? With a few hearty laughs, A figure slowly entered the grand hall. At that moment, the oppressive aura surrounding Lu Fan dissipated, allowing him to breathe a little easier. Gasping for breath, Lu Fan turned to face the newcomer. The individual wore a pale moon-white robe, with white hair and beard, moving with a lightness that belied his appearance as an ordinary old man. However, the profound depth of his cultivation shone in his luminous eyes, commanding respect and caution. The sect leader has emerged from seclusion? Zhuoku murmured in astonishment. The newcomer was none other than the 175th sect leader of the Heavenly Tao Academy, the head of the 12 Peaks, the fully realized Xuanyuan Half Saint. Following him was a stocky, middle-aged man, the Law Hall Elder Chongjing, whom Lu Fan had requested from Bianyu. Nifeng Half Saint frowned. Why is he here? This old man, despite not having broken through to the Saint realm during his seclusion, appeared to have advanced a level in strength, effortlessly shattering her oppressive aura just moments ago. With just a stroke of fortune, he could breach the Saint realm, at which point no one on the continent would be able to withstand him. Xuanyuan Half Saint glanced at Lu Fan, who was kneeling in disarray, drenched in sweat, and kindly assisted him to his feet. He had absorbed everything that had transpired. He sighed inwardly. Lu Fan had dared to confront Nifeng Half Saint, suggesting he had truly suffered an immense grievance. After all, his master had shattered his dantian with a single strike, a fate no one could bear lightly. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. It seemed that not all within the Heavenly Tao Academy were devoid of justice. Once Xuanyuan Half Saint settled onto a nearby bench, Nifeng Half Saint inquired, "What brings you here, Xuanyuan Half Saint?" Xuanyuan Half Saint stroked his beard. "I just emerged from seclusion and heard there was a commotion. I thought I would come and take a look." Nifeng Half Saint's lips twitched. Their master-disciple relationship had soured, yet he treated it as entertainment, truly underestimating her strength. Elder Chongjing cleared his throat, and Xuanyuan Half Saint realized his words were inappropriate. Turning to Lu Fan, "Have you truly made up your mind to leave your sect?" Lu Fan bowed respectfully. "I humbly request the sect leader's understanding." Seeing that Lu Fan was serious and resolute, Xuanyuan Half Saint did not press further, nodding. Nifeng Half Saint, "While Lu Fan has erred, you have also stripped him of his cultivation. Moreover, he displays considerable potential, and the academy is in need of talent. I suggest allowing Lu Fan to remain, albeit without the privileges of a direct disciple." In truth, he was subtly warning Lu Fan. The treatment of a direct disciple is not something an ordinary outer disciple could compare to. Do not let a moment of pride lead to the loss of an identity coveted by countless cultivators. Nifeng Half Saint remained silent, leaving everyone with only her retreating figure. Lu Fan produced a storage bag and placed it on the ground. Inside were the jade tokens proving his identity, the sun and moon secret art given by Nifeng Half Saint, and the magical treasures gifted by his senior sister from Wangxia Peak, all returned to Wangxia Peak. He then turned to leave, his youthful silhouette elongated in the sunlight. With Xuanyuan Half Saint present, no one dared to impede him. It seemed this matter was settled. Zhuoku hurried to retrieve the storage bag, and upon seeing its contents, her small face paled, tears of helplessness streaming down her cheeks. Xuanyuan Half Saint fixed his gaze upon the gradually fading figure. Although Lu Fan had ostensibly requested to leave the sect, the outside world would not perceive it that way. They would only believe that Lu Fan, deemed a failure, was unworthy of remaining at Wangxia Peak, and no one would think he had the audacity to depart from a master of such formidable strength. That boy, from the moment he stepped out of Chonghua Palace, would be subjected to countless rumors and slanders. "Little friend, Lu Fan, wait." With a cold expression, Lu Fan was on the verge of returning to Yaoguang Peak when he heard Xuanyuan Half Saint calling from behind. Sect leader, Elder Chong, Lu Fan greeted them. Accompanied by Elder Chong, the three made their way to a secluded mountain foot. Lu Fan was astonished that the sect leader had come, as he had only been friendly with Elder Chong, having assisted him in the law hall on a few occasions. He had initially planned to seek a position for Elder Chong after leaving Wangxia Peak. The outer disciple's remuneration was low, and Lu Fan could not afford to take on disciples without any investment. Xuanyuan Half Saint had not intended to involve himself in the affairs of Wangxia Peak as master and disciple. However, during his seclusion, he had suddenly sensed a surge of Tao power. Even with his speed akin to lightning, he had only managed to grasp a wisp of that power. The moment the overwhelming spiritual energy surged into his body, he still vividly remembered the sensation of his soul trembling. For cultivators at the Half Saint level, each advancement was immensely challenging, requiring tremendous opportunities, especially for Xuanyuan Half Saint, who had been stuck at the late Half Saint stage for many years without progress. The power of the Tao is derived from the essence of the heavenly Tao, containing countless laws and the purest, most benevolent force. Unlike spiritual energy, which must be refined within the body, it can be directly absorbed to harness the essence of the universe for one's own use. The primordial Tao power is something that 9 out of 10 cultivators have never had the chance to witness, making Xuanyuan Half Saint exceptionally fortunate. Before his seclusion, he had already cultivated to the peak of the Half Saint realm, and he was convinced that with just one more encounter with the Tao power, he would undoubtedly break through to the Saint realm. This was precisely why Xuanyuan Half Saint personally intervened to retain Lu Fan. Only he had witnessed that the Tao power emanated from Lu Fan of Yaguang Peak. As for how Lu Fan had drawn it out, Xuanyuan Half Saint was unaware. Nonetheless, until this question was answered, Xuanyuan Half Saint would not easily let Lu Fan go. Take this. Xuanyuan Half Saint observed Lu Fan's pale complexion and sighed softly, producing a pill from his fingertips. Lu Fan's dark eyes fixed upon the pill in the elder's hand, which emitted a rich fragrance, a blue pill. Elder Chang's eyes widened in shock. A 4th-grade qi recovery pill, crafted from over a dozen thousand-year-old precious herbs. Such a pill was something even the peak leaders of the 12 peaks could only acquire occasionally. The qi recovery pill is a common remedy in the cultivation world for swiftly replenishing spiritual energy, typically carried by wandering cultivators for emergencies. In battles against foes, it could be used to restore spiritual energy. Higher-grade qi recovery pills could even assist in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. The effects of a 4th-grade qi recovery pill were even more formidable, directly enhancing one's strength and elevating one's state of mind. The last time the Heavenly Tao Academy sought to recruit a wandering cultivator at the spirit separation stage, they had offered a 4th-grade pill, though not exceedingly rare. For the sect leader to gift a 4th-grade pill to one who had fallen to the status of an ordinary outer disciple left Elder Chang perplexed regarding his intentions. Chang Jing's prominent, round eyes scrutinized the faces of the 2 individuals before her. Could it be that Lu Fan was the offspring of the sect leader and some unknown Tao companion? They bore no resemblance to each other. Lu Fan did not hasten to respond. His relationship with the semi-holy Xuanyuan was neither close nor distant. It was already peculiar for Xuanyuan to speak on his behalf, and to offer him pills would be even more inappropriate. Was it possible that Xuanyuan had discerned his possession of a system and sought to align himself with a powerful ally? Chapter 33. Conditions for apprenticeship from your demeanor. You do not seem to be an impulsive person, and your separation from the sect that nurtured you for years likely comes from your own difficulties. Consider this a means for me to atone to Nia Huang. Do not feel burdened, simply consume it, Xuanyuan, the semi-holy, stated. Lu Fan hesitated for a moment before accepting the offering with gratitude, choosing not to ingest it immediately but rather to store it in a spatial pouch. Although you have departed from Wenxia Peak, the matter is not yet concluded. You are not currently a direct disciple and cannot take on apprentices. While the hierarchy within the Tiandao Academy is not overly rigid, there are clear distinctions regarding the ranks and corresponding treatment of disciples. Direct disciples may take on apprentices, while outer disciples can only serve as deacons, guiding other disciples through small group teaching. However, do not be anxious. I have made an agreement with Nia Huang. If Bianyu loses in the trials 2 months hence, she will not be able to remain at the academy, and you will only be an ordinary outer disciple. Should Bianyu triumph, arrangements will be made for you to assume the position of an outer deacon elder, allowing you to officially take on apprentices at Yaguang Peak. Xuanyuan spoke slowly, though internally he bore Lu Fan's concerns in mind. Disciples capable of attracting the power of the great Tao were exceedingly rare. One could say they were virtually unheard of. Xuanyuan had much to gain from this encounter. Risking offending Nia Huang was also an expression of gratitude towards Lu Fan. Given Lu Fan's current awkward status, no elder would wish to offend Nia Huang by taking him as a disciple. Should Lu Fan become an ordinary outer disciple, he would surely face disdain and setbacks from many. If Lu Fan had the authority to establish a separate peak and limit his interactions with other disciples, it might yield a favorable outcome for him. Lu Fan nodded. His successful departure from Wenxia Peak was indeed aided by the sect leader. Since the conditions were proposed by Nia Huang, the sect leader would surely find it difficult to offend her. Lu Fan understood the intentions of Xuanyuan and expressed his gratitude. Chang Jing silently observed Lu Fan, still processing the events of the day. The notion of Lu Fan, a direct disciple of the semi-holy Nia Huang, being cast aside by Wenxia Peak was difficult to fathom. A storm of public opinion was sure to follow. As for the trials 2 months later, Chang Jing had not even considered that aspect. It was worth noting that if Xia Ziyue could be selected by Yi Wanyu from among the miscellaneous disciples, it would be akin to discovering a pearl in the dust. Bianyu, on the other hand, was a waste, having cultivated for a century to only reach the third stage of qi refinement. With talent so poor it was unworthy of mention. Even if she were to take a master, the disparity with Xia Ziyue would be insurmountable. Recalling the disdainful and icy gaze of Nia Wang when she proposed this condition, Changjing felt Lu Fan was overestimating his own capabilities. It would be wiser for him to ponder how to curry favor with a core elder, ensuring a less arduous future. Upon returning to Wenxia Peak, Lu Fan intended to quietly return to his cave abode. That girl should be training on the mountainside. If she sees me like this, bloodied, she will certainly have her thoughts. This was a critical period for Bianyu's training. Lu Fan wished for her to secure first place in the trials and possibly take on a few apprentices. Thus he could not allow her to be distracted. Just as Lu Fan grimaced and pressed his hand against his wound, an exquisite figure appeared before him. "Master, you are injured," Bianyu exclaimed. Her eyes wide as she swiftly supported Lu Fan. Lu Fan offered her a reassuring look and said, "Stay calm. It's merely a minor injury. I can handle it." Though Lu Fan spoke lightly, Bianyu had already deduced what had transpired and, gritting her teeth, declared, "It was your master who did this." "What master? Don't speak nonsense. I have no ties to Wenxia Peak now. I am a free individual." Lu Fan shrugged, delivering his words casually. Bianyu, witnessing this scene, instinctively clenched her fists, silently vowing, "My master only endured this for my sake, to protect me. I will train diligently alongside my master, even if it means day and night, to win this battle for my master in 2 months. Moreover, I will win it for myself." Lu Fan cast a sidelong glance at the fiercely determined Bianyu. Indeed, the growth of a protagonist often required the fuel of resentment. Having been underestimated and mocked since childhood, with a hidden lineage, how could she be anything but a protagonist? In truth, Lu Fan had another method to accelerate Bianyu's growth. The notion of parental sacrifice and boundless power. To Bianyu, a master was akin to a reborn parent, was it not? Lu Fan shook his head. He had not yet exhausted his own life. Such a desperate tactic should be reserved for other fortunate souls. News of the Chonghua Palace incident swiftly spread throughout the Tiandao Academy. The agreement between Lu Fan's disciple Bianyu and Xia Ziyue, disciple of Xuanyuan, became a topic of great interest. It had been a long time since such lively events had occurred at the academy. However, the majority were decidedly in favor of Xia Ziyue. Even the academy's higher-ups regarded Lu Fan's actions as a mere struggle to preserve the last remnants of his dignity. In the eyes of many elders, Lu Fan's status as an inner disciple now bore no difference to that of an outer disciple in 2 months' time. As for the other disciples, they could hardly contain their anticipation. Lu Fan's reputation at the academy was abysmal. Everyone clamored for his downfall. The female disciples despised him for bullying Song Qinghe, eagerly wishing for him to be confined to the inner court so they could avenge her. The male disciples, filled with envy, could not comprehend how Lu Fan, having fallen into the celestial realm of Wenxia Peak, could still be discontent. Many had witnessed his poor treatment of Xuanyuan and Zhuoku, and now that Lu Fan had become a cripple, no one dared to voice a complaint against him. "Rest assured, master, I will quickly comprehend the power of thunder and not disappoint you. I am going to the law hall to purchase some medicine. Wait for me," Bianyu said, removing her spatial pouch. Her master had been injured by a semi-holy figure. Ordinary pills would surely not suffice for healing. She wondered if her savings over the years were enough to buy a third-grade pill. "Come back. The quickest way to recover is, of course, to take pills. But what kind of person is your master? You may rest assured and focus on your training. I have my own means," Lu Fan said earnestly. Though the truth was that combined, he and Bianyu could not afford the pills. Most of his spirit stones as a direct disciple had been borrowed by Zhuoku, and the monthly offerings for outer disciples had yet to be distributed. He also hoped to reserve some for basic living expenses. "Your master needs to heal. It is essential that you do not disturb me." Bianyu, seeing Lu Fan's retreating figure, did not pursue him further. Slowly lowering her head, she gripped her spatial pouch tightly. She was determined to surpass Xia Ziyue in the trials. She would not endure such humiliation again. Watching Bianyu stride away with unwavering resolve, Lu Fan finally felt at ease as he closed the door. Although he did not outwardly display his discomfort, the sweat-soaked shirt betrayed the extent of his injuries. The wrath of a semi-holy was not something he could currently withstand. Were it anyone else, they would have long since suffered shattered meridians, reduced to dust. He settled into a lotus position on his cushion, taking a deep breath. System. Chapter 34. Truly pretentious. Host. Lu Fan. Realm. Slightly better than a cripple. Cultivation, 4908. Apprentices, 1. Upon successfully taking on an apprentice, the host will receive 1 to 100 times progress for each advancement made by the apprentice. Technique, Thunderfire Technique, perfected. Martial skill, 9 Yang Ring, major accomplishment. Upon accessing the system, Lu Fan discovered that his cultivation had amassed nearly 5,000 points. Slightly better than a cripple. He pondered, uncertain of how 5,000 translated into the realm rankings of the Xuanyuan Continent. Perhaps I should find someone to spar with? Lu Fan mused, feeling an impulse to engage in combat. Due to his shattered dantian, he had long instructed the system to conceal his cultivation, so to others. He remained merely a powerless cripple. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. His reputation at the Tiandao Academy was poor, and he must avoid unnecessary trouble. Stability was essential. He was not yet strong enough. Upon accumulating sufficient cultivation points, or upon attaining a formidable rank, one might venture to explore the depths of this world. Closing the personal information page, Lu Fan accessed the marketplace. He had previously noticed the marketplace, but the system had indicated that his cultivation points were insufficient, lacking the requisite 100 to unlock it. This was also the reason he had refrained from consuming the 5th grade chi replenishing pill immediately, as he desired to utilize his cultivation points for healing. However, the prices for magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and formations were exorbitantly steep. At last, Lu Fan comprehended the significance of cultivation points. Apart from elevating his rank, they could also serve as currency for transactions, albeit his rank would remain unchanged. He understood why the prices were so high. The disciple collecting system's primary function was to encourage the host to recruit disciples. Browsing the elixir sales page, Lu Fan found the chi replenishing pill he sought. 3rd grade chi replenishing pill. Effect: consuming it heals internal injuries and restores vitality. Price: 1,000 cultivation points. Detected host injuries. Recommended consumption of 2 pills. 2,000 cultivation points. The expense stung. Yet, Lu Fan could no longer afford to be frugal. He sensed his meridians were misaligned. And the longer he delayed, the more agonizing it became. After paying 2,000 cultivation points, 2 white pills appeared in his hand. With a swift gulp, he swallowed the 3rd grade chi replenishing pill, feeling an immediate warm sensation coursing through his body. Within moments, the elixir was fully absorbed, and as he sat up and tested his limbs, he found his injuries healing remarkably fast. The realm of cultivation was an unfathomable paradise compared to the mundane world. Such rapid recovery from internal injuries would be regarded as a fantasy on Blue Star. Curious to see if there were any other valuable items in the marketplace, he noticed an anomaly. The chi replenishing pills had restored his vitality but had not increased his spiritual energy. Pondering this, he realized that after consuming the 2 3rd grade chi replenishing pills, his cultivation had not progressed at all. Enhancement, strengthening, and functional elixirs are ineffective for the host and can only be used for healing-related ailments. Lu Fan paused, quickly deducing the reason. The benefits bestowed upon him by the disciple collecting system were so substantial that the system had to impose restrictions to maintain balance, preventing any augmentation of his cultivation. Otherwise, he could simply seize Bianyu, the sacred fire body, and exchange elixirs from the marketplace as if they were mere candies. As for magical artifacts, formations, and talismans, they were all far beyond his means. Just to purchase a low-grade formation would require 2,000 cultivation points. For now, he would have to devise his own solutions. Lu Fan retrieved the 4th grade chi replenishing pill and inquired of the system, "Will you accept this? I need spirit stones." Detected that this elixir is an ordinary 4th grade chi replenishing pill. Spirit stone price is 1,000. Proceed with sale? Yes, no. The system's pricing was quite fair. However, popular items like chi replenishing pills were highly sought after. In reality, after market markup, such pills could fetch as much as 1,500 spirit stones. Yet, this would necessitate Lu Fan leaving Yaoguang Peak for direct transactions, and given the potential dangers outside the academy, he deemed it wiser to trade with the system. Moments later, Lu Fan completed the transaction, the fragrant chi replenishing pill vanishing from his grasp, replaced by a pile of shimmering spirit stones. After counting the stones, Lu Fan sighed. While 1,000 spirit stones seemed substantial, they could be spent rapidly. It appeared he should first assist Bianyu in passing her trial, as securing the opportunity to formally accept disciples was of utmost importance. Outside Xianghua Palace, disciple Yuanyu sought an audience with her master. "Master, all mistakes made by junior sister Jiao are due to my inadequate guidance. I implore you to reconsider your decision. I shall diligently instruct her in the future, ensuring you are not disappointed. Yi Wanyu, clad in flowing white garments, exuded an ethereal and transcendent aura, her presence as graceful as the autumn waters, her brows like distant mountains. Yet, a lingering sorrow clouded her expression as she steadfastly knelt before the unyielding palace door, awaiting a response. She had been meticulously guiding Xia Ziyue's training, determined that Xia Ziyue would decisively defeat Bianyu, thereby proving to junior brother Jiu that upon departing from Wenxia Peak, he was rendered powerless. In just a few days, Lu Fan was no longer her junior brother. Two errand disciples, yawning as they ascended the mountain, stumbled upon Yi Wanyu's kneeling figure, awakening from their drowsiness. Why is Sister Yi kneeling here? Hasn't she been at it for 2 days? One of them shivered against the cold breeze, recalling how Yi Wanyu had remained here since learning of Lu Fan's expulsion from the sect. You know how the semi-sacred's temperament is. Once a decision is made, it is seldom reversed. If only Sister Yi could leave. I fear she may not budge until she sees the semi-sacred. As winter approached, could Yi Wanyu endure kneeling on the cold floor? Why fret? High-level cultivators are not so easily affected by the cold. Just focus on your own duties. The other disciple, enviously nodding, remarked upon Yi Wanyu's kindness and warmth towards others, clearly feeling deeply for Lu Fan. How fortunate to have such a sister. They were oblivious to Lu Fan's predicament, though the two disciples kept their distance. Yi Wanyu's vast awareness effortlessly captured their whispered exchanges. One thin, tall disciple scoffed derisively, "True feelings? The Academy's disciples all say Lu Fan is overly vindictive. Yet I cannot concur." When Lu Fan was dragged from the palace, bloodied and near death, Yi Wanyu was preoccupied with hosting Song Qinghe's initiation ceremony and did not spare a glance for him. Now, is this mere theatrics for whom? Their words cut through Yi Wanyu, leaving her momentarily stunned, her thoughts drifting back to that fateful day. Chapter 35. Was it a deliberate act by junior brother? On that day, Master had sternly admonished junior brother Jiu, and she too had been overwhelmed by Jiu's reckless words. She chastised him for neglecting his cultivation, allowing jealousy to cloud his judgment. In the perilous path of cultivation, stagnation equated to regression. No wonder his progress was non-existent. Master had always been indifferent, placing great trust in her words. Upon hearing Yi Wanyu's concerns, Master, incensed, had struck out before anyone could react. Lu Fan lay in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. She had intended to check on him, yet fully aware of Master's temperament. She knew that any attempt to see Lu Fan would only provoke a harsher consequence. Other sisters had urged, "Junior brother Jiu has indeed overstepped. He must learn a lesson. Master's reprimand is not severe. He will merely rest for a few days in his cave, nothing of great consequence." As the eldest sister, your immediate duty is to oversee Master's disciple initiation ceremony. Everything else can wait. Yi Wanyu suppressed her unease, bearing the responsibilities of the eldest sister. Yet, as soon as the initiation concluded, she rushed to Lu Fan's cave to check on him. "Junior brother, how could you sustain such grave injuries? Enduring the torment of pain alone for 3 days. How could you not resent me? How could you distance yourself?" Her complexion paled, and the ache in her heart intensified. All of this was her fault. "Master, disciple Yi Wanyu seeks an audience. Do you truly wish to abandon junior brother Jiu?" The only response was the tightly shut door and the chilling mountain winds. At that moment, Xueku and Song Qinghe hurriedly approached. They had intended to consult Yi Wanyu, but after searching in vain, they learned from the errand disciples that she was here. Upon witnessing Yi Wanyu's despondent kneeling before the palace, Xueku felt a surge of uncontainable anger and rushed to assist her. "Eldest sister, why are you kneeling here?" Yi Wanyu pushed Xueku's hand away, shaking her head with resolute determination. "It is my fault. I failed to guide junior brother Jiu properly. As the eldest sister, I must bear the blame. Master does not harbor ill feelings towards him. She is simply momentarily angered." Xueku, flustered and scratching her head, was never adept at handling such matters. It appears that the senior sister is still unaware that the 9th junior brother left voluntarily. However, considering the circumstances, it may be wise for her to remain silent for now. Song Qinghe was also abruptly pulled over by Xueku. Lu Fan departed for the Wenxia Peak, nearly beside himself with joy. He even disguised himself to indulge in a night of revelry at the entertainment district of Kanglan City. Yet he did not linger over the comforts of the courtesan's embrace and quietly returned to Wenxia Peak, unnoticed by anyone. Upon his return, he began to devise his next steps, eliminating the greatest threats. Now, he simply needed to accelerate winning everyone's favor and then seize an opportune moment to absorb spiritual energy. Observing Yi Wanyu's resolute figure, he suddenly realized that matters might not unfold as smoothly as he had envisioned. Despite Lu Fan having profoundly disappointed everyone, and even being expelled from the sect by their master, weren't they the ones who heeded the words of the semi-holy Nia Huang the most? Song Qinghe distinctly remembered how they had treated Lu Fan in the past, yet now they sought to plead for his favor. Humanity is truly selfish and hypocritical. It remains unclear whether today's actions were truly for Lu Fan or merely to soothe their own pangs of guilt. It was Song Qinghe's first time witnessing the usually composed and gentle senior sister in such disarray, and it was all because of a man. The sight of Yi Wanyu ignited a surge of anger within him. He took a deep breath to maintain his usual demeanor. But just as he was about to offer words of comfort, he saw Yi Wanyu slowly rise, her eyes suddenly fixed on Zhuoku, crimson with emotion. How does our master know about the trials? Yi Wanyu's voice was chillingly cold. Zhuoku, at a loss for a suitable response, was increasingly agitated. So what if I informed our master? Ultimately, our master was also provoked to take action. Can that erase the affection we have shown him over the years? She failed to consider who had brought him back and cared for him daily. But what about him? In the end, it was he who harbored too much resentment. They had clearly agreed that even with the arrival of a junior brother, they would still treat him well. Couldn't everyone continue as before? Was it his narrow-mindedness that couldn't tolerate others? Why must he keep dredging up past grievances? Reflecting on Lu Fan's comical and distorted visage only fueled her ire. Shouldn't he learn a lesson? Once Zhuoku's temper flared, no one could stop her. Yet she remained oblivious to the increasingly somber expression on Yi Wanyu's face, as if it were thickening with dark ink. She lowered her voice. So you brazenly used Phoenix fire to burn the 9th junior brother, leaving him grievously injured? You took all his spiritual stones, leaving him without a proper magical artifact? You brought this matter before our master, causing a rift among us. Zhuoku, you claim that the senior sister dotes on him the most. But have you ever done anything to consider the 9th junior brother? Have you? Yi Wanyu's voice was soft, but it left Zhuoku momentarily speechless, unable to retort. The memories of the injuries and the spiritual stones taken from him tore at her heart, leaving her in a state of agitation. It felt as if she were scolding her former self, ridiculous, overestimating her worth, and insufferably self-righteous. During their quarrel, darkness and baseness were laid bare. Thus, they failed to notice Song Qinghe, whose intense malice simmered beneath the surface. Zhuoku tugged at her hair, regret washing over her, and suddenly lifted her gaze to Song Qinghe. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought to report to our master. Song Qinghe's expression changed, and he quickly interjected, Second sister, I advise you not to speak to our master about this. Who knew you would be so impulsive? Yi Wanyu shot her a glare. The junior brother is not that kind of person. Why are you slandering him? Zhuoku, exasperated, retorted. Then we should clarify things with the 9th junior brother. Yi Wanyu shook her head. Do you think I don't want to? The moment I learned of the news, I went to Yaowang Peak to find Lu Fan. But the restrictions at Yaowang Peak were activated, and my messages haven't received any response. The 9th junior brother does not wish to see her. Yi Wanyu was fuming, her head throbbing, too exhausted to utter another word. Tomorrow would be the trial, and she decided to let Ziyue win the competition first. Then, on that day, she would have a proper discussion with the 9th junior brother. With that, she soared into the sky on her sword, transforming into a streak of light. Zhuoku gazed at Yi Wanyu's departing figure, her thoughts taking a different turn. The senior sister, heartbroken over Lu Fan, focused entirely on how to bring the 9th junior brother back to Wangsha Peak. However, Yi Wanyu's assertion that the junior brother was not like that stirred something within Zhuoku, prompting her to reconsider the events leading to this point. She had approached their master in a moment of impulsiveness, yet she distinctly remembered hoping that someone would intervene to prevent her from escalating the situation. But how did she end up at Xianghua Hall so smoothly? Zhuoku glanced at the worried expression of the junior brother beside her, her heart skipping a beat. Was it possible that the junior brother had deliberately refrained from stopping her? Zhuoku's expression shifted as she contemplated. Song Qinghe had called her impulsive. Yet if he truly wished to intervene, was there really no opportunity for him to do so? How could he simply follow her into the hall and allow her to speak indiscriminately before their master? Chapter 36, Standing by your side as Zhuoku contemplated. Her emotions were too evident in her eyes, even though Song Qinghe was merely standing beside her without directly meeting her gaze. He could clearly sense her underlying doubts about him. Song Qinghe's eyelids twitched, In pursuit of his objectives, he had indeed acted more recklessly than before, leading Xuanyuan to harbor suspicions. A wave of agitation surged within him, prompting him to lower his head and conceal his inner turmoil. When he raised his gaze again, his handsome features bore a cautious and somewhat ingratiating expression. Soon after, a pair of poorly crafted metal bracelets appeared before Xuanyuan. Second sister, for you. I fashioned this from golden flame stone. While the material may not be as rare as the Juyang ring, I crafted it with my own hands. I hope you do not disdain it. Do not let your heart be troubled over the matter of the 9th senior brother, no matter what. The 10th junior brother will always stand by your side. Xuanyuan's heart trembled slightly as she reached out to accept the bracelet. The golden flame stone bracelet bore clear traces of being polished, and crafting such an item requires immense patience and time. The success rate for novices is quite low, indicating that he must have expended considerable effort. Always stand by my side. Xuanyuan struggled to muster a smile as she donned the bracelet. Gazing into Song Qingha's eyes filled with concern for her, a wave of guilt washed over her. The unexpected turn of events and Lu Fan's repeated hostility towards the junior brother made her resentment towards Lu Fan entirely reasonable. Everyone possesses emotional responses. He was unaware that reporting to their master would lead to Lu Fan's expulsion from the sect. How could she unjustly direct her suspicions towards Song Qingha? Even if she had scolded him, he had selflessly offered her the bracelet he had personally crafted, embodying the attitude expected of a junior brother. Unlike some individuals who, having been doted upon since childhood, would quibble over trivial matters and cause a rift, truly spoiling him. With these thoughts in mind, Xuanyuan grasped Song Qingha's wrist firmly. Her tone icy. Come, there is no need for us to plead with our master. Since he wishes to remain outside, let him be. When Ziwei brings the 9th junior brother to his knees, let us see what face he has left to act so arrogantly. In the secret realm of the Heavenly Tao Academy. This secret realm lies within the sacred fire peak of the academy, where 3 spiritual veins converge. Due to unstable geothermal activity, this peak is not utilized for alchemical purposes. Volatile fire particles mingle with the spiritual energy, rendering it impossible for ordinary disciples to cultivate here. Those of lower realms never enter the secret realm for fear of being scorched by the intense heat. However, for those practicing fire attribute techniques, the effects here are remarkably efficient. The concentration of fire spiritual energy at the base of the mountain far exceeds that of other locations. With hidden spiritual veins resembling molten lava, emanating waves of heat, and occasionally erupting like magma. Anyone who comes into contact with it would be reduced to ash. In the open space beside the spiritual vein, Bianyu, clad in delicate gauze, gracefully dodges the oncoming spiritual vein attacks as fiery rings rotate around her. Her expression grave yet exuding an ethereal quality. It has been nearly 3 months since Bianyu arrived at the sacred fire secret realm. This expansive secret realm, with its high concentration of fire spiritual energy, is perfectly suited for her cultivation as a sacred fire immortal body. She spent the majority of her time here, resulting in numerous scars burned into her skin by the ground's flames. However, with effort comes reward. Now, Bianyu has learned to evade simultaneous attacks from 15 spirit veins, a significant improvement from her initial inability to avoid even one. Lu Fan lounged at the exit of the secret realm, leisurely engrossed in a comic book. He knew Bianyu could handle herself. His only task was to assist her in protective matters when she was on the verge of a breakthrough. A glance at the agile girl dodging the fiery onslaught drew a subtle nod from him. With a flick of his sleeve, the magma from the spirit veins dispersed and violently crashed towards Bianyu. The intense heat of the molten rock would scald a normal person's breath, let alone the skin, which would be instantly charred to a grotesque pulp. Yet, Bianyu faced this sudden assault without a hint of panic, even feeling a thrill. Her delicate face tightened, eyes fixed on the searing flames from all directions, her inner energy surging as arcs of white electricity danced around her palms. She seized the 9-sun ring, the dual rings of thunder and fire radiating in extraordinary brilliance. With the fiery red flames and white lightning of the 9-sun ring, she charged forward. Observing this, Lu Fan's eyes lit up with surprise as he murmured, "This girl can actually wield both her technique and her artifact simultaneously?" Clang, clang, clang. The clash produced a symphony of metallic sounds. The collision sparked a dazzling display in the air, scattering countless fiery embers, a sight both beautiful and tragic. Should any of these embers touch Bianyu, the consequences would be dire. The powerful waves of spiritual energy sent shards of rock flying in all directions. Bianyu propelled herself off the wall, landing gracefully on the ground. All right, today's training concludes here. Rest and recuperate. You have a competition tomorrow, Lu Fan gestured. Bianyu adeptly summoned the 9-sun ring back to her, holding it firmly in her hand, and respectfully cupped her hands in salute towards Lu Fan. Yes, master. After speaking, she seated herself on the ground, swiftly entering a state of cultivation. After 3 months of training, she understood that the best time to cultivate was right after her spiritual energy was depleted, as her body craved spiritual energy more than ever. After a fragrant incense stick burned, Lu Fan, reclining in his chair, was absorbed in his reading when a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Your disciple Bianyu has broken through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment, awarding you 2,000 cultivation points. Lu Fan paid no heed to the voice. Turning to the next page. When he finally finished his book, he noticed a slight increase in his own cultivation. Stretching. He relished the ease of gaining cultivation simply by reading a novel. This carefree existence was utterly delightful. Turning around, he saw Bianyu still in meditation, a paternal smile spreading across his face. Well done. This girl has reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment in just 3 months. It seems the secret training has greatly benefited her. After a while, Bianyu slowly opened her clear eyes, gazing at Lu Fan with a radiant smile. Master, I have broken through. Lu Fan nodded gently and patted her shoulder. Excellent. Today, I shall prepare fish for you to celebrate your triumphant return. Ah? Bianyu was taken aback by Lu Fan's words, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Fan inquired, What's wrong? Do you lack confidence in your victory? Bianyu scratched her head, recalling that Xia Ziwei was trained by the Academy's recognized swordsmanship genius, Xuanyuan, and that tomorrow's trial would surely be a fierce battle. She looked into Lu Fan's resolute eyes, took a deep breath, and declared, I will prove myself and not disappoint my master. That's the spirit. Come. Let us go eat fish, Lu Fan said, walking away nonchalantly. Bianyu thought to herself, I wonder if he caught it from some elder's spirit field again? Though she silently grumbled, her stomach was already growling, prompting her to quicken her pace to catch up with Lu Fan. Chapter 37. Do you have self-awareness? The next day marked the trial examination. The trials consisted of 2 types. 1. Opening the trial tower. Successfully navigating the trial tower would lead to passing. 2. Competing against others. In such competitions, life and death were at stake, with countless casualties on the battlefield. The trial examination was the last opportunity for errant disciples to redeem themselves each year. The Tiandao Academy was the foremost among the 10 sacred lands, offering innumerable advantages to its disciples. Should one be expelled from the academy, they would lose a powerful shield of protection and become a wandering cultivator. From then on, cultivation resources and rare treasures would need to be fought over, often living on the edge of danger. Without a stable cultivation environment or resources, a wandering cultivator's progress would be significantly slower than that of disciples in a sect. Some fortunate individuals would pass through the trial tower and continue to enjoy the academy's resources. Others would leave with pallid faces, barely able to walk. However, the disciples most eagerly anticipated the competition arena. The offenders would have to duel against high-level cultivators, challenging those above their rank. Given the rigorous training the disciples endured, it was only natural for them to flock to witness such battles. Yet, the grim reality often unfolded as high-level cultivators mercilessly defeated the offenders, stripping them of all their resources and kicking them down the mountain. Those with a penchant for brutality would often sever tendons and reduce their opponents to a pulp, leaving the offenders to watch helplessly as they were ravaged, departing with bitter hearts. Thus, no one wished to be eliminated. The offenders had to muster every ounce of effort to pass the trial. Early in the morning, Lu Fan was awakened by the commotion outside. Stepping out of his dwelling, he witnessed countless white streaks soaring across the sky, all disciples heading toward the trial grounds. Lu Fan scrutinized Bianyu closely. Today, she donned a striking dark robe that deviated significantly from her usual style, exuding a gallant demeanor. Her gaze was slightly lifted towards the sky, her face adorned with a deep, melancholic aura, embodying an air of pretentious elegance. Why so serious? Relax, he reassured her. Bianyu turned to Lu Fan, feeling awkward as she replied, Master, I often see you deeply engrossed in your books, and I thought surely you were studying profound techniques. The books say masters emit a unique aura, one so profound it is suffocating, possessing an extraordinary charisma. Master, is there a problem? Wait, did this girl sneak a peek at my pretentious book? Lu Fan awkwardly scratched his head, but he quickly concealed his embarrassment. Disciple, let me ask you, what is the cultivation world like? Having lived on the miscellaneous peak for so long, Bianyu instinctively responded, self-interest prevails, and the strong are revered. After all, this was the unspoken rule of the cultivation world. It was a realm far more brutal than the secular society. Lu Fan smiled and said, precisely for this reason, maintaining high moral standards and integrity is a refreshing stream. Such an aura will captivate gentlemen and instill fear in the petty. Upon hearing this, Bianyu fell into a brief silence, her heart stirred. Throughout the years, the people she had encountered were either hypocritical pretenders or despicable scoundrels. Yet, she had never met someone like her master. Rest assured, master, I will do my utmost to defeat Xia Ziyue and uphold the honor of our sect. Bianyu proclaimed with conviction. Lu Fan was unaware that he had once again reshaped Bianyu's worldview. He simply felt that if they didn't tea leave soon, he would run out of things to say. He nodded emphatically. The two swiftly arrived at the trial competition venue, the plaza of Tiandao Academy. The square was already teeming with people, more densely populated than in previous years. On the platform, 3 peak masters presided over the event. The masters of the Spirit Sword Peak and the Refining Peak sat on either side, with the semi-holy Niao Huang at the center. The 2 peak masters chatted amiably with Niao Huang, who maintained an ethereal and aloof demeanor, rarely mingling with the mundane, only nodding politely on occasion. They were accustomed to Niao Huang's cold disposition and bore no offense, after all. A celestial being who could casually discard disciples raised over a century would hardly grant them a warmer reception. As Lu Fan and his disciple made their way to the center of the crowd, a particular group caught his attention beneath the competition platform. The disciples adorned with the waist tokens of the Celestial Path Academy displayed a spectrum of demeanor. Some were solemn and reserved, with closed eyes in tranquil meditation, exuding an air of calm assurance. Others, with reddened eyes, radiated an intimidating aura, as if poised to unleash a torrent of might upon their adversaries. Yet, there were those who appeared defeated before the battle had even commenced, their eyes glazed, unable to steady their magical artifacts. These were likely the culprits about to face a trial, the outcome of which would determine their fates, perhaps even severing their paths to immortality. Look at that arrogant fellow, Fan Zizhong, one disciple remarked. He is lecherous and has sullied his own junior sister, brazenly proclaiming his innocence. He truly deserves a thorough reprimanding. I find it hard to believe, came the reply. Fan Zizhong was at the 7th stage of foundation establishment, while the trial officer, his senior brother Wu Lian, stood 2 levels above him. A cornered individual will invariably resort to desperate measures. Perhaps this Fan scoundrel might indeed prevail. Why is no one discussing Bianyu? A voice chimed in. The onlookers exchanged glances. What is there to deliberate? She is up against Xia Ziyue, who is 9 stages her superior. Xia Ziyue's master is the swordsmanship prodigy Xuanyuan, while Bianyu is merely a servant disciple who has not reached foundation establishment in a century. Although her master was once a disciple of the Half Saint Nifeng, he is now utterly useless. The disparity in their cultivation levels is insurmountable. There is simply no chance of victory. Your words are quite insulting. It is clearly Lu Fan who is reckless and envious of his peers. Song Qinghe is genuinely benevolent. Had it been me, I would have taken action long ago. Lu Fan's downfall is entirely of his own making. Lu Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Song Qinghe's pretense was remarkably adept, managing to convince the Academy's disciples that he was the one at fault. Yet, despite his discontent, Lu Fan could only exercise patience. He soon caught sight of Bianyu, her gaze shifting suddenly, her right hand poised over the 9 suns ring. Ready to engage in combat, Lu Fan offered her a calming look and said with a smile, do not rush. The competition arena today is your stage, the place where you shall truly prove yourself. Bianyu took a deep breath and replied, you are right, master. I have been too impulsive. I am determined to win this match and strike back at these people, avenging my master. Lu Fan nodded. I shall eagerly await your victory. After exchanging a few more words, Bianyu ascended the stage to prepare for her next contest. Do you possess any self-awareness, Lu Fan? How could that useless Bianyu possibly triumph over Ziyue? A female disciple interjected, her tone laced with indignation. Lu Fan pondered, recalling that she was the direct disciple of the peak master of the artifact refining peak, known as Lu Yingying. She was an admirer of Song Qinghe and had long harbored a disdain for Lu Fan, especially after the news of his expulsion from the sect had brought her much joy. Lu Yingying had even spread numerous rumors about Lu Fan. She had thought that once he was ousted from Yaoguang Peak, he would vanish into obscurity, becoming insignificant. Yet, to her surprise, he had boldly taken Bianyu as his disciple to challenge Xia Ziyue. Bianyu's status as a convict stemmed from her disrespect towards Song Qinghe. and Lu Fan's grand gesture of accepting her as a disciple was an overt challenge to Song Qinghe. Chapter 38. A gamble. Lu Yingying scoffed and shot Bian Yu a cold glance. Some believe that mere connections can elevate them to greatness. Not only does Ziyue have the training of senior sister Yi, but even in the past, you could never have matched her. Her words garnered immediate agreement from many around them. Bian Yu felt a surge of anger, but, noticing Lu Fan's reassuring glance, merely gripped the Nine Suns ring in silence. She was not weak. She understood that no amount of protest would sway the opinions of others. To silence their chatter, she had to defeat Xia Ziyue in the trial, thereby restoring honor to her master and Yaoguang Peak. The setbacks of the past months, coupled with Lu Fan's guidance, had matured her significantly, instilling steadiness in her mindset and actions. Lu Yingying, seeing that her words had seemingly fallen on deaf ears, glared furiously at Bian Yu while gritting her teeth as she turned her attention to the competition stage. At that moment, the trial between the convict Fan Zizhong and his senior brother Wu Lian commenced. Fan Zizhong's expression was fierce, fully aware of the dire consequences of defeat, and he was eager to strike. His steps were nimble and deceptive as he swiftly approached Wu Lian, a cunning glint in his eyes. This was a tactic he had meticulously devised over the course of many days. Wu Lian, skilled with the sword, knew that prolonging the fight would be to his disadvantage. He had to strike first for a swift resolution. Upon witnessing Fan Zizhong's erratic movements, he was taken aback. So much so that he barely had time to draw his sword. Just as Fan Zizhong reached him, a flash of white light shot out from his sleeve, darting straight towards Wu Lian's heart like a lethal arrow. A flying sword talisman, gasped the onlookers. A type of talisman artifact, the flying sword talisman possessed immense power, capable of storing and unleashing formidable spiritual energy. Its rarity made it highly valuable, typically reserved for life and death situations. It seemed Fan Zizhong was willing to spare no expense to secure his place at the Celestial Path Academy. Discussions erupted among the spectators. If that talisman struck true, it would surely pierce through Wu Lian's chest. Yet Wu Lian, with his sword in hand, coldly regarded the approaching talisman and, with a swift motion, deflected it aside. Fan Zizhong's expression shifted, and he instinctively retreated. However, before he could react further, a chilling voice resonated. "Today, I shall avenge my junior sister." Fan Zizhong was startled, and as he heard the dull sound of a blade entering flesh, he looked down to find the sword fully embedded in his chest, the hilt the only part visible. The referee announced, "Wu Lian is victorious." This declaration was met with thunderous applause from the crowd. It was no wonder the disciples were so exhilarated. Fan Zizhong had long been a bully, while Wu Lian had shown no mercy in vanquishing him. This act was undoubtedly seen as a righteous retribution, prompting the disciples to cheer in delight. "Ha, Lu Fan, did you see that?" Lu Yingying laughed uncontrollably as she gazed at Fan Zizhong's lifeless body. A convict is indeed a convict. Should he harm Bian Yu, no one would intervene. Rather, they would applaud. Look at Fan Zizhong's fate. Wu Lian, merely 2 stages above him, defeated him with ease. Xia Ziyue is a full 9 stages above Bian Yu by the time the match concludes. She could flay her alive and reduce her to mere minced meat for the dogs, and not a soul would intervene. While the opportunity remains, you should quickly pack your belongings and sneak down the mountain. It may yet spare you your life. Such commotion could not escape the notice of the esteemed figures present. 2 prominent leaders had come to witness the spectacle surrounding the tension between the 9th and 10th disciples of the Half Saint Nifeng, who had been expelled from their sect. Lu Fan, the younger generation, was now gambling against the Half Saint, and they had come specifically to observe the unfolding drama. The masters of the Spirit Sword Peak and the Artifact Refining Peak exchanged knowing glances, raising their teacups while their ears perked up. Observing the gleeful expression on Lu Yingying's face and the scornful gazes of those around him, Lu Fan mused, "You wish to see me panic and flee with my disciple. Tail between my legs, do you? But I, Lu Fan, am no coward." With a slight smile, he declared, "My eldest disciple possesses exceptional talent and unparalleled potential. Having undergone my guidance, how could she possibly struggle against Xia Ziyue? Even if confronted with 10 Xia Ziyus, she would prevail." At his proclamation, the disciples, including Lu Yingying, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The 2 peak masters nearly choked on their tea, instinctively glancing toward the Half Saint Nifeng, whose countenance was dark enough to drip water. Impudent wretches, buffoons. If not for the presence of the crowd, he would have descended the stage to cripple Lu Fan. Lu Yingying, having regained her composure, realized the absurdity of Lu Fan's words. Could he truly be so deluded? She recalled the moment Xia Ziyue had emerged from her seclusion, once an inconspicuous disciple of the servant peak. Her fortune had changed dramatically when she encountered a mortally wounded fire spirit bird, which had laid an egg just before its demise. After waiting for 3 grueling days and nights, Xia Ziyue, driven by hunger, had consumed the egg, unknowingly altering her destiny forever. As fate would have it, the unfortunate incident turned into a blessing, and soon, Xuanyuan took notice of Xia Ziyue and accepted her as a disciple, a meteoric rise indeed. Countless disciples at the academy envied Xia Ziyue's fortune, although her combat prowess was not the strongest in the academy. The personal guidance of the swordsmanship prodigy Xuanyuan led to a remarkable transformation in her cultivation. Lu Fan's audacity was astonishing. He claimed that even if one were to sculpt clay, it would still remain clay. Not only could Bianyu not surpass Xia Ziyue, but even defeating the outer court disciples would be a challenge. Lu Yingying looked at him disdainfully, believing he was merely trying to save face, for when shopping to accept you as a disciple is indeed a misfortune for the sect. Lu Fan chose to disregard her remarks, realizing that her grievance likely stemmed from her loyalty to Song Qinghe rather than any genuine concern for Wen Xiaofeng. He smiled and proposed, "If you doubt me, let us wager." "A wager, you say?" "Very well," Lu Yingying replied, furrowing her brow. Her disdain for Lu Fan was rooted in her dislike for Song Qinghe, and she sought to mock him before being expelled from the academy. Lu Fan's bold words irked her. His dismissive attitude was truly infuriating. "If Bianyu loses today, you shall kneel before Song Shidi and apologize on the spot. If you utter the words 'I was wrong,' I might be able to persuade Ziyue to spare Bianyu's life at the last moment. You value your disciple highly, do you not? Would you dare accept such a wager?" Lu Yingying raised her chin defiantly. She thought Lu Fan was exceedingly arrogant, fully aware he would lose yet still willing to bet. Betting against someone who willingly degrades themselves, she felt no need to show mercy. Lu Fan chuckled softly, knowing that should Bianyu indeed lose, her life would be spared. But he would bear the shame of being labeled as jealous of peers and disrespectful to elders. This woman is truly ruthless. It seemed to resonate with the crowd. And after Lu Yingying finished speaking, many nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lu Fan nodded and extended his hand. "All right." Chapter 39. Fire Spirit Sword Technique. What does it mean? Unclear. Perhaps he is merely spouting nonsense. Lu Fan could not be bothered to explain himself to someone lacking even a primary school education. Lu Yingying was taken aback by Lu Fan's prompt acceptance. Casting a suspicious glance his way, Bianyu was a waste who had not established her foundation for a century. Any disciple from the outer court could easily bully her. Could it be that Lu Fan, like Fan Zizhong, had found some secret treasure for his elder disciple? Yet even with the treasure, the outcome depended on who wielded it and how it was used. Bianyu, at the 3rd stage of qi refinement, could hardly unleash the full potential of any artifact. How could she possibly compete with today's Xia Ziyue? Though this question seemed unnecessary, I have always prided myself on fairness. If Bianyu were to win, what would you do? Lu Yingying asked graciously, her doubts dissipating. "I know that Lu Shiji is a genius in weapon forging, her spiritual power inherently superior to ordinary disciples. Which is why elderly Feng values her and has taken her as a personal disciple, nurturing her for succession. It has come to my attention that Lu Shiji has recently acquired a piece of blazing crystal. I kindly request your assistance in reforging the 9 Suns ring." Lu Fan said with a radiant smile. "Blazing crystal?" Lu Yingying was momentarily taken aback. It was formed from fire's spiritual veins over millennia, imbued with intense flames. And its crimson hue was like blood. It was a rare material for forging fire-type artifacts and weapons, enhancing their potency. She had intended to forge a short dagger for Song Qinghe's upcoming birthday for his protection, yet Lu Fan had the audacity to covet the blazing crystal. Lu Yingying's eyes blazed with fury, but unable to retract her words, she could only suppress her resentment and retorted, "You, Lu Fan. I shall await the moment you kneel before Song Shidi to apologize." With that, she stormed away, as if fearing the contamination of lingering too long in Lu Fan's presence. As their conversation concluded, another round of matches on the competition stage came to an end, and the judge stepped forward, the center Bianyu. "Step onto the stage to face the challenger, Xia Ziyue of Wen Xiaofeng." As the judge's words fell, a graceful figure clad in purple swiftly ascended the stage. Xia Ziyue had finally made her appearance, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her right hand wielding the flowing light sword gifted by Xuanyuan. Her delicate face radiating an imperious smile. "Junior sister Ziyue, you have blossomed even more beautifully in these past days. Junior brother, shall I take your place? Lest my dress be sullied by blood?" "Shoo," Are you courting death? Do you not see the half-saint seated upon the high platform? Xia Ziyue first saluted the half-saint Nia Huang with utmost seriousness. The half-saint's gaze was sharp as a blade, scrutinizing her for a moment before revealing a satisfied expression. Xia Ziyue understood her master's intent and turned her gaze toward Lu Fan below the stage. Seeing him feign ignorance of her presence struck her heart with a mixture of fury and indignation. Bianyu also ascended the stage, and upon witnessing Xia Ziyue before her, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within her eyes. Over these past months, she had diligently cultivated, sacrificing sleep to train, haunted by dreams of that day when Xia Ziyue had nearly beaten her to death. From below, the crowd's attention shifted to Bianyu. Someone shouted, "Bianyu, as a mere third-stage Qi refinement disciple, how can you hope to defeat Sister Ye's disciple? Indeed, it is utterly impossible. Consider your position. Losing could cost you your life. It would be wiser to concede. Lu Shixiang will understand, and as long as you bow and apologize, both you and your master will at least be spared." Their tone dripped with disdain and mockery. A disciple from the servant peak seeking to triumph over Yi Wanyu's prodigious pupil appeared utterly delusional to them, especially since this battle was a quest for justice for Song Qinghe. As the younger brother of Wen Xiaofeng, he was the idol of countless female disciples at the academy. Exuding grace and refinement, while Bianyu had shamelessly tarnished his reputation, naturally she would face scorn from others. Moreover, with her master being the renowned Lu Fan. The murmurs grew louder and increasingly caustic. However, despite the jeers of nearly 1,000 disciples, Bianyu maintained her composure, as if the tumultuous world outside could not sway her inner peace. Xia Ziyue's gaze was fixed intently on Bianyu, sensing something had changed in her, this waste, who could remain unfazed even when the crowd turned against her, would soon reveal whether she truly possessed any merit or was merely feigning calm. "Bianyu, do you hear their cries? For Uncle Song 4. I shall show you no mercy," Xia Ziyue exclaimed, drawing her flowing light sword, its blade gleaming like snow. The sword pointed menacingly at Bianyu. Bianyu raised her gaze to meet hers, unflinching. "Yao Guang Peak, Bianyu." Then, in a gentle voice, she added, "Life and death are fated." The gathered disciples could not help but look at Bianyu, astonished by her audacity. Even the judge's brow furrowed slightly. A disciple from the servant peak facing the talented Xia Ziyue, who was under the tutelage of Yi Wanyu. The outcome seemed all too clear. To concede would ensure survival. Yet she chose to persist, evoking discontent. A cold smile graced Xia Ziyue's lips. The contemptuous attitude of her opponent ignited the flames of her fury. "Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you insist on barging in. Very well, I shall grant your wish." Xia Ziyue tightened her grip on the flowing light sword. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from her, transforming into a purple shadow that charged fiercely toward Bianyu. She excelled in swordsmanship and was of the fire element. The flowing light sword, skimming the ground, left a long trail of blazing flames in its wake. Fifth stage of foundation establishment. The exquisite fire spirit sword technique. I never expected junior sister Ziyue to break through to the fifth stage of foundation establishment in such a short time and master the fire spirit sword technique to this extent. Truly impressive. The path to the Tao is just around the corner. I wonder what kind of Tao body junior sister Ziyue will awaken? A saint body is not beyond the realm of possibility. It seemed this match was destined to end swiftly, with the fire spirit sword technique unleashed. Bianyu would likely be reduced to ashes. The disciples below were astonished, realizing that Xia Ziyue's prowess would likely leave Bianyu with no opportunity to counter. Bianyu, upon witnessing the unfolding events, slowly removed the Juyang ring from her arm. The ring suddenly expanded to half the size of a person, engulfed in blazing flames. Gasps of astonishment echoed, as many questioned, fire-based martial arts? Wasn't she originally trained in water-based techniques? With a crisp clang of metal, two fiery beams surged forward, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The collision of these two forces generated massive shockwaves across the competition stage. Xia Ziyue felt her palm nearly shatter under the impact, her delicate face shifting in surprise as she uncontrollably retreated nearly 10 meters. Countless spectators stared in disbelief at Xia Ziyue, who was nearly sent flying off the stage. Could it be that this disciple of Yi Wanyu was so easily defeated? With a thunderous crash, Xia Ziyue landed heavily on the stage, causing a resounding noise that echoed throughout the plaza. Her large eyes were filled with shock. Foundation Establishment Stage 3. This was impossible. Saint Niha Huang gripped the armrest tightly, her gaze fixated on the competition stage in disbelief. It quickly dawned on her that Xuanyuan's earlier strike would have been difficult for even a Foundation Establishment Stage 7 practitioner to withstand. Yet, Bianyu had effortlessly countered it. In just a few short months, her progress could only be described as meteoric. Bianyu, a mere disciple, had undergone such a remarkable transformation, unless someone had guided her. Her complex gaze shifted to the figure of her former disciple below the stage. Xuanyuan, still in shock, found her focus drawn back to the present by a familiar voice echoing in her mind. Ziyue, I am secretly transmitting to you. I will now teach you the secret method to instantly enhance your cultivation. Listen closely. Xuanyuan felt a haze envelop her. She had memorized the secret method imparted by Saint Niha Huang, but using it would be tantamount to cheating, a grave taboo on the competition stage. She raised her eyes to Bianyu, whose slender figure was now strikingly different from before. Just moments ago, she had exuded confidence, oblivious to Bianyu's transformation. Recalling their last encounter, Bianyu had been ablaze with fierce determination and resentment, yet now, her features remained the same, but her demeanor had transformed entirely, stable and unwavering. Her deep, dark eyes suggested that nothing could impede her progress. Xuanyuan had unleashed her full strength in that last attack. Yet she could not suppress the taste of blood in her throat, nor the feeling of dread that Bianyu still had energy to spare. If she were to fail this time, not only would she tarnish the reputation of Wuxia Peak, but the other disciples would surely look down upon her. Most importantly, with Bianyu present, how could she hope to restore her past camaraderie with her ninth master uncle? Failure was not an option, especially not to someone she deemed a failure. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes. The plaza fell silent, as everyone's gaze remained fixed on Bianyu, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Bianyu has made remarkable progress, observed the peak master of the refining peak. Swallowing hard as he glanced between the unperturbed Saint Niha Huang and Lu Fan below, implying something with his words. However, this girl, Ziyue, has been personally nurtured by Xuanyuan. Look how the energy within her is rapidly increasing. She must have other trump cards. The saint of the Lingjian Peak acknowledged the impressive techniques of Wuxia Peak, recognizing that since this was a dispute between different peaks, they could only turn a blind eye, pretending nothing had happened. On the competition stage, Xuanyuan wiped the blood from her lips, executing a graceful flip to regain her footing. While others failed to perceive the changes in Xuanyuan, Lu Fan did. Observing the peculiar fluctuations of spiritual energy within her, he furrowed his brow, casting a glance towards the high platform where Saint Niha Huang presided. Damn it, where's the judge? Is anyone monitoring this? I want to lodge a complaint about cheating. Saint Niha Huang merely cast a cold glance at him, her aloof demeanor surveying the unfolding chaos. Fire spirit, sword technique. At that moment, Xuanyuan launched her attack, her momentum soaring as numerous fiery sword energies coalesced from the air, hurtling towards Bianyu. With narrowed eyes and a firm grip on her red lips, she hissed, Bianyu, perish. Yet Bianyu remained unfazed, her inky black eyes gleaming with a chilling light. In an instant, a surge of white light erupted from her, shooting skyward. The roar of thunder resounded from the heavens, darkening the skies. In the midst of swirling clouds, bolts of lightning as thick as tree trunks danced in a ferocious display, resembling a flying dragon. The attending disciples were taken aback. What was happening? What kind of technique was this? The girl could wield the power of thunder. Who exactly was she? With a swift motion, Bianyu wielded the Jiuyang ring, unleashing a torrent of white lightning that entwined around her as it surged forth to intercept Xuanyuan's fire spirit sword technique. The tremendous sound reverberated across the competition stage, the collision generating fiery sparks that obscured the view of the chaos unfolding atop the stage. The explosive shockwave swept through the plaza like descending heavenly fire, forcing some weaker disciples to instinctively take a few steps back, though a protective barrier had been set up in advance. After a prolonged moment, as the storm subsided and the sword energy and thunder dissipated, the spectators eagerly turned their gazes back to the competition stage, only to find Xuanyuan seated there, bloodied and disheveled, with the Jiuyang ring pulsating with a searing glow around her, threatening to claim her life at any moment. A heavy silence fell over the arena, the tension palpable, as if a pin drop could be heard. Why did you not kill me? She coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her expression laden with bitterness. Just moments ago, she had unleashed her secret method, ready to take lethal action. I harbor no interest in your demise. Your defeat today serves as retribution for the insults you directed at my master, Bianyu replied coolly. If she were to truly kill Xiaoziyue, Saint Nia Huang would likely erupt in fury, and her master alongside Wu Xiaopeak would become irreconcilable enemies, event she wished to avoid. I lost, Xiaoziyue admitted. Her eyes tightly shut, resigned to her fate. The moment Bianyu had invoked the power of thunder, a profound fear surged within her, causing her very soul to tremble. Just 3 months prior, Bianyu had lacked foundation, yet now, she had effortlessly bested her. Bianyu cast a contemplative gaze skyward, her expression grave, reminiscent of a melancholic sage who had weathered countless trials. She then turned her attention back to Xiaoziyue, declaring with unwavering resolve, Xiaoziyue, I have defeated you fair and square. Our ties are severed henceforth. Xiaoziyue trembled slightly, gradually lowering her head as if something within her were shattering. The weight of despair collapsing upon her. Saint Nia Huang's expression shifted, a chill running through her. This was not good. Ziyue's resolve had fractured. With a subtle flick of her wrist, Bianyu caused the Jiuyang ring to rise abruptly, transforming in midair before settling back onto her arm. She had begun to grasp the deeper significance of Lu Fan's words. Her previous worldview had been too narrow, believing that the world of cultivation was governed by vengeance and grudges. Yet, in that moment of triumph over Xiaoziyue, her heart was a tumult of emotions. In the face of transcending to immortality, what did worldly grievances truly matter? It was far better to let go and focus on seeking her own path. With that thought, Bianyu turned and strode away with purpose. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Her rapid ascent in cultivation, her extraordinary prowess, and her grace in defeating a Foundation Establishment Stage 5 opponent, only to depart with compassion, was truly moving. In a world where strength reigned supreme, Bianyu's actions were a refreshing current within the realm of cultivation. As the onlookers reevaluated their perceptions of Bianyu, Lu Fan scratched his head awkwardly, observing his disciple now radiating an aura of confidence. What was he to do? It seemed he was leading her down a path of arrogance. Chapter 41. The show-off wasn't done yet. Boom. Before Bianyu could take more than a few steps away from the competition stage, a thunderous resonance echoed in her mind. At the same time, the spiritual energy of the world surged forth as if summoned, coalescing around her to create a small vortex of spiritual energy. The torrent of energy rushed into her body through every pore, filling her limbs and bones. Having never experienced such a phenomenon before, she cast a pleading glance at Lu Fan, who wore a smug smile. Do not panic. Simply meditate as I have taught you. Bianyu nodded gently, settling into a meditative position with her palms facing the heavens, her eyes gently closed. As she occupied the competition stage, the presiding elder hesitated, contemplating whether to continue the match. However, upon noticing the gesture from the peak master of the forging peak to wait, he could only stand quietly by. Within Bianyu, the spiritual energy surged progressively, swiftly breaking through the bottleneck of the 3rd stage of Foundation Establishment. Her sudden enlightenment occurred right there on the stage, making it impossible for others to ignore. The audience below was utterly dumbfounded. This girl had just won a battle, and now she was beginning to comprehend. And she was merely a disciple from the servant's peak, yet she was quickly catching up to those prodigious talents from the academies. Was she not satisfied with her display of prowess? Xiaoziyue was helped down from the competition stage, her expression a mixture of emotions. She turned to Lu Fan, recalling how her 9th master uncle had been highly regarded by the Xiahua Peak upon entering the academy, recognized as a genius with exceptional comprehension. Had it not been for her uncle's excessive focus on emotional matters, wasting time on trivialities and helping others shoulder blame at the reflection cliff, he would not have remained stagnant in his cultivation for so many years. With such a master as her mentor, how could a disciple be lacking? Surely her uncle was a gentle and patient guide, just as he had been with her in the past. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Xiaoziyue's features, leaving a significant emptiness in her heart. With no distractions, Bianyu continued her enlightenment. Lu Fan, having procured a chair from somewhere, leisurely listened to the mechanical voice in his mind. Congratulations to your primary disciple Bianyu for successfully breaking through to the 4th stage of Foundation Establishment, rewarding you with 2,200 cultivation points. Congratulations to your primary disciple Bianyu for successfully breaking through to the 6th stage of Foundation Establishment, rewarding you with 2,700 cultivation points. The spiritual energy was incredibly rich. Someone urged, everyone, seize this opportunity to cultivate. Instantly, the disciples below reacted, sitting down to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. One by one, they entered a meditative state, creating a rare spectacle that encompassed the entire square. Among them were disciples from the Spirit Sword Peak and Forging Peak, all of whom gained substantial insights. The semi-saint of Waya and the semi-saint of Biluo nodded in satisfaction, their glances towards Lu Fan softening considerably. As time passed, the serene countenance of the semi-saint of Nifeng displayed a hint of coldness. The square was exceptionally quiet. After an undetermined duration, Bian Yu's eyes slightly trembled as she gradually opened them. Had her enlightenment concluded? A faint laughter echoed in her ears. Lifting her head, she saw Lu Fan standing nearby. Bian Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "Master, I have broken through to the 8th stage of foundation establishment." Lu Fan nodded, a cheerful smile gracing his face. "Then let us return. I am quite hungry." Nodding in agreement, Bian Yu stood up from the ground, still savoring the profound state she had just experienced. It was somewhat regrettable that she had not cultivated to the Tao realm. As the rich spiritual energy dissipated, everyone awakened from their meditative states. Upon opening their eyes, they heard Lu Fan's words, which left them grimacing and cursing internally. Lu Fan could barely suppress a grin at the sight of their expressions, sensing their envy at Bian Yu's rapid ascension. To achieve such enlightenment in an instant and gain 5 stages of cultivation was a feat that sparked jealousy in many. If Bian Yu were to attain the Tao on the square and awaken the sacred fire immortal body, how would her fellow disciples face the world? Today, she had proven herself. It was time to consolidate her achievements and prepare for future cultivation, Lu Fan advised, adopting a noble mentor's demeanor. The awakening of the Tao body would be a matter for another day. Today had been sufficiently astonishing for them. "Master is right. I was indeed too hasty," Bian Yu acknowledged. As they descended from the competition stage, a wave of exclamations erupted from below. "Bian Junior Sister is so powerful." "Thank you, Bian Junior Sister. I benefited from your presence and made a breakthrough. My cultivation may not have increased much, but I gained significant insights into artifacts. Thank you." The growth experienced by the disciples in the square was primarily due to Bian Yu, and for this reason, their attitudes towards her shifted positively. Those who once regarded her as an easy target now avoided her, acknowledging the strength she had exhibited. Bian Yu smiled and returned the salutes, instantly surrounded by admirers. In the crowd, Lu Yingying sensed trouble and attempted to leave, only to be blocked by a grinning figure. "Where's Lu Junior Sister off to?" Lu Fan inquired. His tone teasing, "Have you forgotten something?" Lu Yingying glared coldly at Lu Fan, her heart ablaze with frustration, looking for an outlet. The disciples who had previously rallied around her now appeared awkward, leaving without so much as a farewell. After all, Lu Junior Sister was a renowned talent from the Forging Peak. Provoking her could lead to undesirable consequences. Lu Fan, unperturbed, smiled and said, "Lu Junior Sister, we had an agreement before the match. If Bian Yu lost, I would count out a Song Qinghe an apology. If you lost, I would kindly ask you to part with the flame crystal stone." At his words, the spectators displayed expressions of astonishment. Although the flame crystal stone was not an unparalleled treasure, it was indeed rare, and Lu Yingying had retrieved it while injured. They pondered why this internal conflict of Xiaohua Peak had entangled Lu Junior Sister as well. Lu Yingying's expression shifted, keenly aware of the curious gazes directed her way. And fearing that her thoughts as a young woman might be exposed, she hastily replied, "This young lady keeps her word. I will bring your disciple to the Forging Peak in 3 days." "Truly admirable, Lu Junior Sister. I am reassured," Lu Fan remarked with a gentle smile. Lu Yingying wasted no time and hurriedly departed. On the high platform, the semi-saint of Biluo and the semi-saint of Waya observed Lu Fan's unperturbed demeanor at his disciple's victory, as if everything had been within his control, stirring their curiosity further. Their gazes instinctively shifted towards the semi-saint of Nifeng at the center. Nifeng's expression fluctuated, revealing a hint of confusion. Bian Yu's displayed techniques were simply too astonishing to comprehend. Being Lu Fan's mentor, she was well aware of Bian Yu's circumstances. When she left the Servant's Peak, she had been a talent who had not established her foundation in a century. How could a seemingly useless individual master lightning techniques in just a few months? This phenomenon was unheard of, even in the entire Xuanyuan Continent. Should Bian Yu's lightning techniques continue to ascend, she might even harness the power of the storm itself. What surprised her the most was how Bian Yu had made such rapid advancements, reaching the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. Her aptitude had been unremarkable, and Lu Fan had entrusted all his resources to her before leaving Xiaohua Peak. Did she possess spirit stones to purchase pills? Where had she acquired a technique capable of summoning thunder? Turning to a disciple behind her, she commanded, Go, summon Lu Fan. I have inquiries for him. Yes, semi-saint. The attendant disciple replied. Chapter 42. Did you steal this? What an intriguing little one. The semi-saint of Biluo sighed softly. He had observed Bien Yu invoking the lightning technique clearly. A once useless individual suddenly rising to prominence. Any discerning eye would recognize that the key lay with Lu Fan. Indeed. It was remarkable that he could teach his disciple to such a level, demonstrating his own strength. The semi-saint of Waya nodded, offering a mild evaluation. As the esteemed peak master of the Spirit Sword Peak, this was the first time he had given such praise to someone so young. Turning his gaze towards Lu Fan, he shook his head slightly. What a pity that he is a mere mortal with no cultivation. As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at the somewhat pale-faced semi-saint of nothing, a faint smile playing at his lips. Being nearly equal in cultivation, he felt no fear. Bien Yu smiled at the gathered crowd, then slowly approached Lu Fan under their watchful gazes. Sunlight poured down from the heavens, illuminating her solitary figure, which appeared much lighter than before. The master and disciple were elated, and Lu Fan suggested they celebrate in style. However, before they could exit the square, a disciple intercepted Lu Fan. Lu Daoist, please hold on a moment. The semi-saint of Nifeng has something to ask you. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's footsteps faltered slightly as he was about to leave the square, his fist tightening within his sleeve. Bien Yu's brows furrowed tightly as her gaze fixed upon the center of the elevated platform, vividly recalling the scene where Lu Fan was injured by the semi-holy nothing. You may go first. I will join you shortly, Lu Fan said, patting Bien Yu's shoulder, and followed the attendant disciple to stand before the three esteemed figures. With a serious expression, semi-holy nothing remarked, in today's contest, Ziyue was indeed outmatched. However, rising slowly amidst the crowd scrutiny, semi-holy nothing fixed a piercing gaze on Lu Fan and intoned, where did Bien Yu acquire that lightning technique just now? Did you, using your status as a direct disciple, access it from the transmission hall? Upon hearing this, a murmur of whispers swept through the square. Lu Fan had previously been a disciple of Xiaohui Peak, enjoying a status equivalent to that of a core elder, and had the freedom to come and go within the halls, except for the forbidden chamber of the transmission hall, where he could select techniques at will. Yet, in this moment, semi-holy nothing's sudden inquiry suggested that Lu Fan had taken techniques not befitting an outer sect disciple before departing from his master. This notion flickered through the minds of the onlookers, leading them to an understanding. They knew Bien Yu's talents were mediocre at best, originating from the servant's peak, and reaching even the 8th stage of qi refining was commendable. The gulf between mastering the forces of heaven and earth and that of a mere servant disciple was insurmountable. How could she have possibly achieved such prowess? Lu Fan smiled lightly in the face of the immense pressure emanating from semi-holy nothing and the multitude of disciples from Tiandao Academy, his voice echoing across the square. What do you mean by that, semi-holy? Do you truly believe I pilfered techniques from the transmission hall? I did not imply such a thing, she responded icily. After all, since Bien Yu won this contest, according to our previous agreement, you have already attained the status of an elder. With a flick of her sleeve, her chilling voice rang out. However, some things should not be within the reach of an outer sect elder. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the vast square. The atmosphere thickened as the anger of a semi-holy was no trifling matter. The two esteemed figures beside her perked up, eager to uncover the truth behind this matter. Could it be that the transmission hall housed an undiscovered, miraculous technique? Given Lu Fan's identity, it was indeed inappropriate for him to possess a supreme quality technique. Lu Fan raised his head, scanning the square where expressions varied: surprise, suspicion, doubt, and anger. Given his tarnished reputation due to the incident with Song Qinghe, no one dared to speak in his defense. After a moment, he turned to semi-holy Nifeng, unperturbed, and stated, Semi-holy, I express my regret regarding the defeat of the disciples from Xiaohui Peak. However, that does not grant you the liberty to slander me. Consider this. If the Academy truly possessed a technique capable of summoning lightning for a third-stage foundation establishment disciple, wouldn't the elders of the transmission hall be aware of it? The Peak Masters would have already scrambled to provide each disciple with a copy. The technique was something I stumbled upon. Semi-holy, could it be that you were vexed by Ziyue's loss to my esteemed disciple? His words left semi-holy Nifeng momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, semi-holy Wui from Lingjian Peak hastily intervened. What Lu Fan says is not without merit. Nifeng, you are merely a bit too hasty and mean no offense towards him. You are now an elder of Yaoguang Peak, with the right to teach techniques to your disciples. With these words, the earlier schemers who coveted Lu Fan's techniques fell silent. However, it was noted that Yaoguang Peak was not an inner sect, thus lacking access to crucial resources, and one would need to devise their own means. It was a matter to consider carefully. Semi-Holy Wui abruptly shifted the topic. The younger generation understood. Lu Fan inclined his body in a respectful gesture. The crowd nodded in agreement. It dawned upon them that this young man was fundamentally inexperienced in cultivation, and that lightning technique was merely a fortuitous accident. To cultivate another disciple of Bian Yu's caliber without excellent resources was an unrealistic endeavor. Should Lu Fan lead his disciples astray in the future, his position as an outer sect elder could be rescinded at any moment. At this juncture, they acknowledged Lu Fan's identity, which could also earn him a favorable reputation. The two esteemed figures began to ponder how they might acquire Bian Yu for themselves, for a technique of supreme quality, no matter the cost, was worth the investment and should not fall into another's hands. Lu Fan, however, remained unconcerned about becoming an inept teacher. The countless fantasy novels in his mind were his greatest support, and he was now contemplating how to recruit disciples and lure them into Yaoguang Peak. If he could enroll 10 or 8, each one's cultivation would provide him with rewards, and then his own cultivation would flourish. What then of Xuanyuan? Not even semi-holy nothing would command his respect. Lu Fan shook his head. Life should be kept simple. Future matters were best left for the future self to grapple with. For now, celebrating with his esteemed disciple was the priority in the law enforcement hall. Xuanyuan stood with her back straightened, radiating an air of pride, embodying the image of the beloved senior sister in the hearts of many. The disciples passing by were astonished to see her, especially on the day of the arena contest between Xia Ziyue and her 9th junior disciple. Why was she not at the scene, instead lingering here? Xuanyuan paid no heed to the gazes directed at her, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. She felt no need to attend the contest. Xia Ziyue would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Upon winning, her 9th disciple would be expelled from the academy. She planned to leverage her status as the senior sister of Xuanyuan Peak to secure Lu Fan's stay, while also aiding him in enduring the punishment for having taken on a guilty disciple, enduring the dual punishments of the ice and fire cliff. With 3 lashes of divine whips each day, her 9th disciple was merely a mortal and would not withstand such torment. Each time she closed her eyes, she would recall her own cold words and the sight of her 9th disciple's injuries. He was a child she had nurtured since childhood, akin to a younger brother. Even if he had committed a grave error, it was her duty as an elder sister to bear the burden. Chapter 43. The result is announced senior sister. When Zhuoku and Song Qinghe arrived, they found Xuanyuan in a daze. Senior sister, are you truly going to take the blame for Lu Fan? You are the senior sister of Xuanyuan Peak. Do you intend to leave as well? In matters concerning Lu Fan, Zhuoku was more perceptive than Xuanyuan had anticipated. Semi-holy nothing expelling Lu Fan was merely a pretext to delineate boundaries with them. The truth was that Lu Fan had erred, which had pushed them further apart. Zhuoku observed Xuanyuan's complete disregard for everything for Lu Fan, feeling both anxious and exasperated. If their master discovered that Xuanyuan was trying to exchange her senior sister status for Lu Fan, he would surely be furious. Senior sister is being unreasonable. For someone who is not worth it, you need not go to such lengths, Zhuoku thought, unable to watch her senior sister make such mistakes repeatedly. Xuanyuan slowly turned her head, her gaze piercing as she coldly asked, "What? Are you willing to let my 9th disciple leave? He is not your beloved junior brother?" Zhuoku was rendered speechless. She racked her brain for ways to persuade Xuanyuan, but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately turning to Song Qinghe, whose words she knew senior sister would heed at least once or twice. "Junior brother, speak up." Since joining Xuanyuan Peak, Song Qinghe had never encountered such a stubborn Xuanyuan, clearly understanding her true desires. She did not want Lu Fan to leave. Song Qinghe realized that Xuanyuan truly had feelings for Lu Fan. What of himself? Was he not enough? Was he not sufficient to replace Lu Fan in her heart? A surge of unnameable anger welled within him, and he quickly lowered his head, suppressing the flames of jealousy in his eyes before stepping forward to say, "Senior sister, do not act impulsively. There are other ways to address brother's departure. Our master is merely angry at the moment. He cannot truly bear to see brother leave the academy. I have a plan, though it may be a bit unfair to brother." Seeing Song Qinghe remain silent, Zhuoku could no longer contain herself. "What is this crucial moment? Hurry up and speak." Song Qinghe replied, "Brother has lost all his cultivation. It would be better to send him to the servant's peak as a spirit herb attendant. The conditions may be harsh, but at least he can remain in the academy. I believe our master will grant this opportunity. Yi Wanyu's body stiffened in place. What did you say? Hearing Song Qinghe's words was like a sharp sword cleaving through the gloom in Yi Wanyu's heart. The situation had not yet reached its worst, so why should she trouble herself unnecessarily? Their master, though stern in demeanor, was warm-hearted. How could he truly be so callous? If her ninth disciple became a disciple of the servant's peak, laboring daily in the fields, it would be just the thing to temper his character, and their master would not object. As long as her ninth disciple remained in Tiandao Academy, there would be ample time ahead. Yi Wanyu's previously rigid expression softened, the pent-up frustration within her dissipating, her eyes ablaze with newfound light. Master sister, must you still bear the consequences for him? Zhuoku, visibly displeased, found an outlet for her frustrations, launching into a relentless tirade. Lu Fan truly does not comprehend the gravity of his actions. He casually takes on a disciple, thinking he can triumph over Wen Xiaofeng. Yet, in the end, it is still us who must clean up after him. Perhaps now he will understand how benevolent we have been towards him. All of this chaos stems from that Bianyu, disrupting our sister-brother bond. If it comes to that, I shall personally intervene and teach her a lesson. Yi Wanyu chose to ignore Zhuoku. She was not one to resort to ruthless measures and had even instructed Xia Ziyue to tread lightly, ensuring no one was pushed to their demise. With a sigh, she recalled the sword techniques she had honed over the past few months. Even if Xia Ziyue intended to hold back, it would be quite challenging. The sword art was formidable, a unique technique of Wen Xiaofeng, manifesting as flames that enveloped the heavens. Even at less than 1/10 of its potential, Xia Ziyue could still defeat any peer-level cultivator, let alone Bianyu. With Xiaojiu's temperament, would she hold it against her? Yi Wanyu's previously rosy complexion dimmed, reflecting her turbulent emotions, rendering her appearance listless, a fact not lost on Zhuoku. She knew Master Sister had a soft heart, and the one she taught, Ziyue, was also a good child, a mere servant disciple. If she were to die, then so be it. If Lu Fan were to blame her, he could certainly confront her about it. At that moment, a disciple from the enforcement hall rushed in, exclaiming, "Sisters, brothers, the results of the competition are out." Yi Wanyu could no longer remain seated. She abruptly stood and made her way into the enforcement hall. Xiaojiu is merely a mortal. I must act before the elders impose punishment. Zhuoku, for these 3 years, you must look after our junior brothers and sisters, as well as all affairs of Wen Xiaofeng. Please try to persuade Master to quell her anger. It is my oversight. As for Xiaojiu, you and the sisters must convince him to return. Wen Xiaofeng cannot be without Xiaojiu. Yi Wanyu's eyes were heavy with sorrow. In the past, she had never regarded Lu Fan with much consideration, but it was only upon his departure that she realized how important Xiaojiu was to her, regardless of his misdeeds. Her expression darkened, her posture no longer upright. At this moment, Zhuoku found it difficult to utter any harsh words, feeling an ache in her heart. Though Song Qinghe was upset that Yi Wanyu cared for Lu Fan, he soon reflected that without Yi Wanyu, their endeavors would likely falter. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he surreptitiously glanced at Zhuoku, who was clad in a form-fitting red dress. While Yi Wanyu hesitated to take action against her, Zhuoku was more approachable. Song Qinghe discreetly licked his lips, noting that Zhuoku's cultivation was also commendable. Yi Wanyu slowly approached Song Qinghe, earnestly asking, "Junior brother, would you blame me for not being by your side?" She felt her actions were rash, yet unavoidable, having witnessed Lu Fan's precedent. She hoped her junior brother would not harbor resentment towards her. Song Qinghe shook his head, his melancholic gaze softening as he spoke with a choked voice. "Sister, I do not blame you. Ninth brother is a part of Wen Xiaofeng. If possible, I wish to take your place." Yi Wanyu's worries dissipated, and she exhaled in relief, forcing a smile. "It is good that you do not blame me. You are the most understanding. Master has always favored you. Should you encounter anything you do not comprehend in your cultivation, she will certainly assist you." "Very well," Song Qinghe replied readily. "Sister, what are you discussing?" The enforcement disciple looked back and forth between them, wearing a puzzled expression. "Today, Brother Lu brought Bianyu to the trial. Over the past few months, she has experienced tremendous changes and learned a technique from Brother that can summon lightning, achieving a breakthrough to the 3rd level of foundation establishment." Yi Wanyu and the other two listened intently, their eyes filled with faint confusion. Was this the same worthless individual who could not establish a foundation for a century? The enforcement disciple lowered his head, unwilling to meet their gaze. Bianyu won decisively. Master Ziyue was defeated. Xuanyuan and Zhuoke's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 44. Xiaojiao cares for no one. The fire spirit sword technique, cultivated by a senior sister surnamed Xia, enabled her ascension to the Dao realm and led to the establishment of her own sect under the Heavenly Dao Academy, gaining renown across the continent. In Yi Wanyu's generation, this technique was unique to Wen Xiaofeng, further refined with various new moves. While Xia Ziyue's talent was not considered top-tier within Wen Xiaofeng, her diligence was commendable. Achieving mastery of the fire spirit sword technique at her age was a significant challenge. Under Yi Wanyu's direct guidance, Xia Ziyue's progress astounded many, making it difficult for her peers to catch up. Yet, she had actually lost. The enforcement disciple recounted the events of the duel in detail, leaving Yi Wanyu dazed and Zhuoke with an unusual expression. "Let us go and see," Yi Wanyu stated, turning to exit the enforcement hall. Song Qinghe stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could this be? With Bianyu's abilities, even with exceptional talent, it was utterly impossible for her to reach such a level. Suddenly, Lu Fan's visage flashed in his mind, sending a shiver through him, and his deep-set eyes grew colder. Yi Wanyu and Zhuoke hurried to Yunxiang Cave to find Xia Ziyue. Upon arrival, they were taken aback to find her lying in bed, pale and groaning in pain. Hearing their movement, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, which were filled with tears that silently streamed down, soaking her pillow. After softly apologizing to Yi Wanyu, she turned away, choosing silence. In that moment, the room fell into silence. The three of them stared at Xia Ziyue, their faces painted with disbelief. Yi Wanyu instantly recognized the sense of defeat in Xia Ziyue's eyes. Her disciple's heart was shattered. How could this be possible? Once outside the cave, Zhuoke finally dared to speak. What a disgrace! How could Wen Xiaofeng lose to a mere servant disciple? 3 months prior, Bianyu had not even reached foundation establishment. Song Qinghe reflected on Bianyu's training journey and involuntarily connected it to Lu Fan. As he calculated Bianyu's progress, a wave of horror surged within him. After defeating Xia Ziyue, she had gained insights on the spot. Setting aside his various opinions about Lu Fan, he realized he had underestimated him. The apparent sycophant had hidden the fact that he was once a prodigy. Years ago, the semi-saint Inai Huang had recognized his talent, astonishing the continent. Meanwhile, Song Qinghe, with his mediocre aptitude, had never qualified as Inai Huang's disciple. For the first time, he felt an uncomfortable sense of inadequacy in Lu Fan's presence. A burning jealousy ignited within him, leaving him agitated. He gazed towards Yaoguang Peak, his eyes filled with resentment. Clenching his teeth, why did Lu Fan so easily possess what he yearned for? It was because of his own lack of talent that he found himself overshadowed by Lu Fan, who now sought the attention of everyone. How utterly unfair. His hand trembled within his sleeve as he took a deep breath, suppressing his racing heartbeat. He stepped forward. "Sister, do you not remember? Although Bianyu is a servant disciple, ninth brother belongs to Wen Xiaofeng. If he were to secretly assist her, achieving victory would not be difficult. Yet, seeing our junior's injury, I cannot bear it. Is ninth brother truly so ruthless towards us? Does he not care at all for the bond we share as siblings?" Yi Wanyu and Zhuoke were taken aback by his words. Song Qinghe rarely lost his temper. He felt that Lu Fan had gone too far. He understood that Lu Fan was aware of his secrets, and typically, individuals like that did not survive. Yet, Lu Fan was still a part of Wen Xiaofeng, and the elder sisters had hesitated to sever their ties. Therefore, Song Qinghe was cautious, fearing that any rash actions might draw the attention of the academy. Originally, it was anticipated that after Bianyu's defeat, both Lu Fan and Bianyu would be expelled from the Tiandao Academy. At that juncture, the absence of their identities as disciples of the academy would present the perfect opportunity for action. However, to everyone's surprise, Bianyu did not lose, and consequently, Lu Fan remained, even rising to the position of a deacon elder while establishing his own peak. If one were to act now, it would be a far more complicated endeavor, for the death of an elder from the Tiandao Academy would be difficult to explain. Thus, the only recourse was to deepen the rift between the two parties, ensuring that Lu Fan would never have a chance to return and disrupt matters. Song Qinghe's words struck like thunder, leaving Zhuoke in a daze for quite some time. Her mind was consumed by the pale visage of Xia Ziyue, embodying a profound sense of disappointment and despair. The heart of her disciple had been shattered by that scoundrel Lu Fan. The young girl had been struck by the very uncle who had once cherished her most. How could he? How dare he? The dull ache in Zhuoke's chest intensified, and she yearned to express something, but it felt as though a fire had ignited within her, rendering her entire being awry. Senior sister, please take good care of Ziyue and guide her. She must not succumb to such despondency, Xuanyuan said. Her brow furrowed as she retrieved a collection of elixirs and spiritual herbs from her storage bag, pushing them into Yi Wanyu's hands before swiftly departing. Yi Wanyu, ever vigilant, inquired, "Where are you going?" "You must not confront Xiaojio. Rest assured, senior sister, we have no standing to intervene with Xiaojio at this moment." The brief exchange conveyed an overwhelming fury. She was determined to send a message to the third sister. Lu Fan feared not the master nor the senior sister. His greatest trepidation lay with the third junior sister. It was time for the third sister to return and discipline him. Song Qinghe was at a loss for words of consolation. "Senior sister, the second sister." Yi Wanyu waved her hand dismissively. "Let her be. What purpose does it serve to stop her?" Upon returning to her cave dwelling, she found Ziyue gravely injured. Strangely, this body seemed utterly depleted, as if it had been subjected to an unsustainable technique that drained its powers, leaving her in a state of collapse. Gazing upon her disciple's pallid face, devoid of color, she heard her whisper weakly for her master, the fragile voice wrenched with heartache, evoking deep sympathy. This scene pierced Yi Wanyu's heart, for in that moment, Ziyue mirrored Lu Fan's condition from months prior. Had the injured Xiaojio truly endured such suffering? The pain was excruciating, reminiscent of a half-saint strike. Why had she not thought to visit Xiaojio then? Was he not deserving of pity? During those times when her junior brother cried out in pain within the dark cave, had they ever shown him compassion? Looking back at Ziyue's condition, a multitude of clues converged, leading Yi Wanyu to once again recognize Lu Fan's determination, her fair and radiant face now shadowed by despair. Xiaojio truly seemed to care little for anyone from Wuxia Peak. Chapter 45. Defiant Senior Sister, have I spoken out of turn again? The second sister only seeks what is best for her disciple. After much hesitation, Song Qinghe stepped forward. Yi Wanyu regarded Ziyue, wiping her brow with a damp cloth. Her tone icy. "It was you who claimed Xiaojio won through foul means. Is it not natural for the second elder to be angered?" "Senior sister." Song Qinghe felt a sense of shock. He had always believed Yi Wanyu to be the most understanding and magnanimous among their peers, the pillar of their group. Thus, he had confided in her, hoping for her usual comfort, yet she had responded in a manner entirely contrary to his expectations, leaving him both furious and bewildered, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of dread. "Senior sister, I harbor no malice towards ninth brother. I merely reacted in the heat of the moment upon seeing my disciple so brutally beaten. Please do not be angry. I apologize for my presumptuous accusation. If you are displeased, I shall seek him out to make amends." Observing Yi Wanyu's unusual demeanor, Song Qinghe quickly offered his apologies. Upon hearing his voice, Yi Wanyu's expression softened somewhat, yet her words remained frosty. "Your second sister has a fierce temper. Everything she says weighs heavily on her heart. You must refrain from such comments in the future." She herself was unsure of her own feelings, recognizing that her junior brother had only meant well. However, the recent troubles plaguing Wuxia Peak had become too burdensome for her to bear. Today, spurred by Ziyue's injury, her long-suppressed emotions erupted. Her junior brother had always been the most obedient and considerate. Yet this time, instead of calming Xuanyuan, he had only added fuel to the fire. Reflecting on past events, a wave of sorrow washed over Yi Wanyu. She found herself longing for the days spent alongside Xiaojio rather than her current position within Wuxia Peak. Alas, what was done was done. Her junior brother was now irrevocably her disciple. Why should she vent her frustrations upon him? As the senior sister, she must set an example, ensuring fairness towards her juniors. Song Qinghe, pouting in a manner suggestive of grievance, was internally nurturing boundless resentment. He had endeavored to ingratiate himself with everyone since joining Wuxia Peak, and their growing fondness for him had become apparent. Song Qinghe practiced dark arts, believing his handsome appearance and unique demeanor naturally endeared him to others. Among the demon race, there existed a profound technique known as the heart-seeking skill, mastered by the demon lords of yore, capable of controlling the very souls of others. Naturally, attaining such heights would render one invincible. However, only the previous demon lord had reached the 9th level, and his arrogance eventually led to his downfall at the hands of human cultivators. Song Qinghe believed himself to possess a deeper cunning than his predecessor, better able to endure. Yet, for the first time, he felt somewhat powerless regarding this matter. No wonder humans claim that a woman's heart is as elusive as the depths of the ocean. He could hardly fathom what thoughts occupied their minds daily. Were he in their position, he would have no time for subtleties. He would simply capture Lu Fan and confine him in the deepest valley of Wuxia Peak. Regardless of his willingness, Xiao Jiu would forever remain his junior brother. Fury ignited in Song Qinghe's eyes, his gaze darkening. He could not afford to wait any longer. Lu Fan must be dealt with swiftly. Once Lu Fan was gone, he would garner the adoration of all within Wuxia Peak, seamlessly absorbing their powers until he ultimately ascended to become the head of the Tiandao Academy. The cultivation of every individual within Tiandao Academy would be his to command. As for Yi Wanyu and the others, upon witnessing the demise of their beloved junior brother, they would be left with nothing but tears. Thus, Lu Fan must perish. Resolute in his decision, Song Qinghe fixated on Yi Wanyu's elegant silhouette, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. The Deacon Hall, responsible for the registration of outer disciples and the venue for discussions among the elders, was abuzz with the gathering of outer elders. Presiding over this assembly was Elder Chongjing, the same elder who had previously received a message from Lu Fan, seeking the master's intervention in times of peril. Elder Chong, although the master and Half Saint Niefeng agreed to grant that young lad Lu Fan the position of Peak Master, I still find it utterly frivolous, remarked Elder Yang, stroking his goatee. Indeed, that rascal Lu Fan was expelled from the sect by Half Saint Niefeng. How can a morally corrupt individual be deemed worthy of the title of elder? Moreover, he is still quite youthful and lacks the capability to manage a peak. Several elders clamored, their faces flushed with indignation over Lu Fan's ascension to the role of Deacon Elder. Surely this junior had merely stumbled upon a great fortune to secure such a position? Resources for outer disciples were already scant compared to those for inner disciples. They could scarcely accommodate their own kin, let alone allow outsiders to partake. Listening to the discordant voices, Elder Chongjing felt overwhelmed, caught in a dilemma. This was a bet made by the master and Half Saint Niefeng, which the master had consented to. Yet, everyone seemed to maintain a facade of compliance, unaware that Lu Fan's disciple had indeed harmed Xiaoziyue. The Tiandao Academy had always upheld principles and decorum. It could not become like those shameless minor sects, failing to honor their word. Just as the elders found themselves at an impasse, a clear, cold voice broke through the din. Perhaps you should lend an ear to Lu Li's perspective? Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the entrance. A girl, cold as ice and exuding a sense of distance, walked in. Upon seeing her, the body of those present shuddered slightly, seemingly taken aback by her arrival. The ice beauty surveyed the room, noting the elders' tacit approval, and coldly remarked, Lu Fan has shamelessly lingered at the Tiandao Academy, and you are unable to do anything about it. As her words fell, the elders fell into contemplation. Elder Chongjing addressed her with a courteous tone. Disciple Liuli, it has been many years since we last met, and your straightforwardness remains unchanged. So, according to your perspective, how should this matter be resolved? The ice beauty's tone was indifferent, yet it carried an aura that brooked no dissent. Since none of you are convinced that Lu Fan is worthy of being an elder, let his disciple participate in the outer sect competition. He has 5 months to recruit new disciples. If 2 of his students can place in the top 10, then it can be deemed he has the ability to teach and impart wisdom. If not, her expression suddenly darkened, her voice resonating throughout the elders' hall. He should be expelled from the Tiandao Academy. Our academy should not harbor such shameless and unworthy individuals. The elders remained silent, exchanging glances. The outer sect competition was an annual event at the academy, designed to encourage the outer disciples. The top few not only received substantial rewards, but could also gain entry into the inner sect. The talents of the outer sect would all be on display. Lu Fan had the fortune to cultivate a disciple like Bianyu. Could it be that all the geniuses had congregated at Yaoguang Peak? There was little time left for the outer sect competition, and nurturing a champion was indeed a formidable challenge. The girl's conditions were indeed stringent. Disciple Liuli, I fail to comprehend. Are you not also from the Wuxia Peak? Lu Fan is your junior brother. What is your intention behind this? Elder Chongjing inquired, puzzled. That is not something for you to worry about, the girl replied, tilting her head, her light green dress flowing gracefully in the air. Chapter 46. Third Senior Sister by Liuli. The outer sect competition is the grand event of the Tiandao Academy, and those eligible to participate are all experts among the outer disciples. They compete fiercely, with many nearing the threshold of enlightenment. The notion of placing in the top 10 is no jest. Elder Chongjing, after receiving nods of agreement from the others, slowly said, It is possible. But what if Lu Fan cannot find a second disciple? That would be perfect. If he cannot achieve that, we can expel him from the Tiandao Academy openly. The girl replied with an air of certainty. Indeed, you speak wisely, disciple. To aspire to be an elder of a peak, Lu Fan must demonstrate some competence. Otherwise, with his cultivation and age, it is but a foolish dream to stand on equal footing with us. One elder nodded in agreement. Even if he was once a disciple of the Nirvana Half Saint, his conflicts with his peers are unacceptable. The Tiandao Academy has always upheld the values of respect and acceptance, and such a petty individual is unworthy of our legacy. As long as he can cultivate outstanding disciples, he may be considered. However, can two disciples, no matter how exceptional, compare to the thousands in the outer sect? Indeed, I concur, the elders nodded. Elder Chongjing, however, appeared somewhat hesitant and turned to the assembly, saying, "All right, everyone, this matter is settled. It is time to disperse." Understood. The elders responded in unison before departing from the elders' hall. Once they had left, Elder Chongjing turned to the girl in the green dress, Baliuli, the third disciple of the Nirvana Half Saint. Among the 10 disciples of Xuanyuan Peak, she was the one he dared not provoke. This was due to her unique cultivation path in the realm of immortality, divination. She claimed that the laws of heaven and earth could be deciphered, and by extending the patterns, one could glimpse the secrets of the cosmos. This girl was brought back from the mortal realm by the Nirvana Half Saint, and upon her birth, she was accompanied by a magical compass. It was said that she was the reincarnation of a great celestial being, descending to assist humanity. In the midst of contention, she took the initiative. When danger loomed, she could navigate it to achieve auspicious outcomes. She could even divine future events, altering the course of fate. In a place teeming with geniuses at the Tiandao Academy, Baliuli was undoubtedly the most extraordinary presence. Several significant events at the Academy had been foretold by her, averting numerous disasters, thus elevating her status among figures like Yuanyu. Elder Chongjing, having received kindness from Lu Fan in his younger years, understood that the young man was not as incapable as others claimed, and thus sought to speak on his behalf. Disciple Liuli, while I am not from Xuanyuan Peak, I have heard much over the years. Your repeated targeting of Lu Fan, seizing every opportunity to expel him. What is the reason for this? Remember the time Lu Fan merely lost a golden fiend beast? You insisted on a severe punishment, suggesting he be sent to the thinking cliff for reflection. Do you realize that by saying this today, Lu Fan's situation will only worsen? He has already left Xuanyuan Peak, and your relentless pursuit does him no favors. In my view, he may not even be able to take on a single disciple. Elder Chongjing knew he should not speak such words, but he could not bear to remain silent. Balioli's cold demeanor softened slightly, and after a moment, she responded, "Is that so? I believe I have shown considerable regard for the bond between senior and junior siblings." With that, she turned away, leaving only her silhouette behind. At the entrance of the elders' hall, Lu Fan approached leisurely, intending to retrieve the elder's waist token. He happened to brush past the girl in green. Balioli paused, slowly turning around, incredulous as she gazed at Lu Fan, who seemed oblivious to her presence, and instinctively called out, "Ninth junior brother." Lu Fan turned to look at Balioli, taking a moment to recall who she was. Balioli often descended the mountain and was rarely at the academy, making it understandable that he did not immediately recognize his third senior sister. His impression of Balioli was not particularly favorable. She had always been cold and distant, like an unyielding block of ice. "Sister Bai, is there something you need?" Balioli's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Upon returning to the academy, Xueku had detailed recent events. Yet she found it difficult to adjust to Lu Fan not addressing her as sister. "You return to the sect, but do not come to see me? Instead, you pretend not to see me?" Balioli questioned, feeling that Lu Fan regarded her with indifference. Had it not been for her recent return, she would have used her compass to trap him for 10 days or more, as was her usual method. Sensing Balioli's piercing gaze, Lu Fan could not help but scratch his ear with his pinky finger. "From the moment I left Xuanyuan Peak, we have become individuals from entirely different worlds. It is indeed my fault. Do not hold it against me, Sister Bai. However, I am no longer a member of Xuanyuan Peak. Please refer to me as Junior Brother Lu or Lu Fan from now on. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." His previous statement had just lightened Balioli's expression, but his following remark ignited her anger. She had expected Lu Fan, upon seeing her, to either lament his grievances or harbor resentment, refusing even to meet her gaze. Yet she never anticipated his utterly nonchalant demeanor. This was her junior brother, who had grown up before her eyes. Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure, the unfamiliarity and distance in his words deepened her discomfort. The fleeting sadness transformed into a palpable disdain in by Liuli's eyes. Ninth junior brother, events are indeed unfolding in the manner I predicted. If you intend to confront me with such an attitude, do not blame me for being merciless. A chill flickered in her gaze as she spoke. What did you say? Upon hearing Elder Chongjing's words, Lu Fan was taken aback, his expression darkening. Elder Chongjing understood the unfairness of the situation for Lu Fan and could only gently suggest that the academy would notify him when new disciples were being recruited. While lamenting that Lu Fan's teaching abilities were beyond his control, Lu Fan's eyes glinted with coldness. This was all by Liuli's doing. Back when Song Qinghe had yet to join Wangxia Peak, everyone had shared a bond of camaraderie except for Bai Liuli, who treated him with disdain. Could he not have a few more days of peaceful existence before being disrupted by those from Wangxia Peak? It was evident that individuals from Wangxia Peak were the stumbling blocks on his path to cultivation. The disciples eligible for the Outer Sect competition were all elite members of the Outer Sect, or potential Inner Sect disciples. Do not mention that he has no disciples. Those old men from the Outer Sect will undoubtedly obstruct him from taking on apprentices to prevent more people from vying for resources. Without a means to recruit disciples, he cannot simply seize them from other peaks, can he? However, as the fortunate son bestowed with the golden finger of destiny, how could he be easily defeated by such trivial matters without having yet gathered 3,000 disciples and attained enlightenment? Perhaps he should descend the mountain tomorrow to seek out a potential apprentice. Chapter 47. A Sister? The sky was bright and clear, an excellent day. Lu Fan did not indulge in a lion but rose early, ready to set off after breakfast. Master, I will guard Yaoguang Peak. You may go with peace of mind. After gathering the necessary daily supplies, Bianyu handed them to Lu Fan. If anyone were to cause trouble, do not resist in emergencies. You may call upon Elder Chongjing for assistance. Lu Fan was naturally referring to the group from Wangxia Peak, who were persistent and likely to come knocking again. He took a yellow talisman from his bosom and handed it to Bianyu. This talisman is for your protection, should danger arise. It will save your life and buy you time. Originally, Lu Fan wished to exchange his cultivation points for a protective mountain formation. But even the most basic one required over 50,000 points, and he was left with a meager 15,000. This talisman alone cost over 4,000 points. After speaking, Lu Fan waved his hand and walked down the mountain towards the Tiandao Academy, taking a boat down the mountain. He did not linger in Kanglan City but ventured further afield. He had heard there were several villages nearby, and experience told him that mountain villages often produced remarkable talents. As he approached the Wu Yin Mountains, dusk fell, and the vast mountains were anything but tranquil. Spirit beasts roamed, their movements resonating through the air, causing the trees to tremble and leaves to fall. Concealed high in the treetops, Lu Fan finally waited until a golden core-level unicorn had moved far away. He withdrew his neck, brushed off the fallen leaves from his clothes, and gazed at the pristine mountains, silently lamenting how different this place was from the Tiandao Academy. The mountains near Kanglan City had been entirely claimed by cultivators, with spirit beasts of the entry realm being rare, while this mountain range was teeming with high-level spirit beasts, retaining its most primitive form. After more than half a month and traversing over 100 villages without encountering a kindred spirit, he was nearly at his wit's end. Just as Lu Fan jumped down from a tree, he heard a startled gasp that took him by surprise. In this perilous world of cultivation, lacking any protective treasures, encountering a high-level cultivator could lead to his demise. It was then that he saw a young girl of about 15 or 16, with a pure and charming appearance. Dressed in coarse linen, carrying a bamboo basket, standing a few steps away, her gaze fixed on him with uncertainty. She was likely a villager, and it seemed he had found the right place, which brought him joy. Are you a celestial being? The village girl asked tentatively, pointing at him when he remained silent. Having altered his appearance for convenience, Lu Fan had changed out of the Tiandao Academy disciple robes and donned a flowing blue shirt, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. He nodded in response. The girl's clear eyes brightened, and she respectfully replied, "Greetings, celestial being. Are you here to select villagers? But isn't it's still too early? I am but a wandering cultivator, drawn here by fate, seeking those destined to be with me," Lu Fan explained. Through their conversation, he learned that the Outer Sect's disciples from the Tiandao Academy would come to the village every 5 years to select individuals with sufficient aptitude to follow them. The girl's name was Shomei, a resident of Cypress Village, a small settlement deep in the mountains, devoid of any cultivators. However, the villagers held great respect for cultivators, believing that if chosen by a celestial being, they could change their destiny and escape the toil of farming. A villager named Brother Stone had been selected and returned to the village after several years, having flown in from the sky. As they spoke, they caught sight of a cypress tree, 7 or 8 meters wide, marking the entrance to Cypress Village. The small village was impoverished yet quaint, with a few dilapidated wooden houses scattered about. The streets were filled with yellow sand, unpaved with stone slabs, and after recent rains, the ground had turned into muddy terrain, making it difficult to traverse. Jomei navigated the path with ease, leaping over the stones while excitedly calling out, "Village chief, everyone, we have a guest." A celestial being who can fly before she could finish, a furious voice roared, "Either hand over Han Xing, or everyone dies. Yes, hurry and give us Han Xing. Lord Sun is a cultivator. You must know his might." Lu Fan looked up to see a dust-covered youth in the crowd, his eyes radiating a cold, vengeful light as he shielded a small girl with his body. Observing closely, Lu Fan noted a group of burly men brandishing hoes and axes, led by a gaunt, monkey-like man whose greedy gaze was fixed on the girl behind the boy. This thin man, with his sharp, shifty eyes, exuded a powerful aura of magical energy. He was indeed a second-tier Foundation establishment cultivator. He must be the Lord Sun spoken of by the villagers. Although he could not compare to the disciples of the Tiandao Academy, he was undoubtedly among the elite of wandering cultivators. Beside Lord Sun stood a man with a mustache, also a cultivator, poised to enter the Foundation establishment stage. 2 cultivators, both at the Foundation establishment stage. Lu Fan remained motionless, observing the scene. Having depleted his cultivation, he possessed only a handful of cultivation points, uncertain if he could stand against them. Until he grasped the situation, he would refrain from intervening to avoid unnecessary calamity. "What are the villagers surrounding Xuanyuan for?" Zhou Mei murmured, her concern prompting her to set down her bamboo basket and rush over to an elder. She whispered something in his ear, presumably inquiring about the situation. The elder, puffing on his pipe, glanced at Zhou Mei with annoyance. "Han Xin took something that does not belong to him. Whoever sees it can claim it. My sister is seriously injured. I saw that fruit gleaming like the spiritual fruits mentioned by celestial beings, so I let her eat it. I did not take anything from anyone." Before the elder could finish, the boy shouted in frustration. Zhang Jun smirked, stroking his mustache as he leisurely replied, "Child, my senior brother and I have waited in the shadows for 3 days and nights for the heavenly spirit fruit to ripen, and before we could pick it, you were quicker. Hand over your sister." Lu Fan observed quietly, realizing the significance of the heavenly spirit fruit. It could enhance a cultivator's physique and cultivation, and was also a crucial ingredient for the Foundation establishment pill, bearing fruit only once every 200 years. Spiritual herbs possess spiritual awareness, and during fruiting, they are highly alert. No one must be present, or else they will not bear fruit. The heavenly spirit fruit they coveted had been consumed by the girl named Han Xing, and this man was indeed ruthless, intending to use the girl's blood as a medicinal catalyst for alchemy. Upon hearing that they intended to take Han Xing away, Zhou Mei immediately scooped the girl into her arms. "Grandfather, do not listen to them. Since the fruit has already been eaten by Xing, let them find another." Han Xin had no parents and relied on his sister for survival. No one could separate them. Han Xin cast Zhou Mei a grateful glance. No parents? And yet he had a sister? A warm smile crept onto Lu Fan's face as he focused on the sharp-eyed boy. His identity was anything but ordinary. Although he could not currently assess the boy's aptitude, Lu Fan began to feel a curiosity about Han Xin, confident that he met the criteria for an apprentice. Chapter 48. Innate Divine Strength. Zhang Jun snorted, signaling for others to step forward and seize Han Xing. 3 burly men advanced, ready to grab Han Xin by the collar. The elder grew anxious, nearly kneeling before them. "Sirs, I promised his father to take good care of Han Xun and his sister. If not, we will mobilize the entire village to find the fruit you seek." Yes, this child's father was gone before he was even a year old. He is a pitiful child. The heavenly spirit fruit? We shall go up the mountain to search for it now. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself how ignorant these mere mortals were. The Tianling fruit took 2 centuries to mature, and the others had long been harvested by major sections. Even if they turned the entire mountain upside down, they would not find a second one. Seizing the moment, 3 men surrounded Han Xin, grabbing his arms and legs, intent on subduing him. Han Xing cried out, waving her hands as she approached Han Xin. "No, brother, don't hurt my brother. Xing, stay back." Han Xin was pinned to the ground by 2 men. Seeing another approaching his sister, his eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted. With a swift motion, he grasped one man's collar with his left hand and the other man's pant leg with his right, effortlessly lifting both burly men off the ground. My goodness, he possesses innate strength. Lu Fan watched in astonishment as Han Chen raised what must have weighed 400 pounds above his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was undoubtedly the hallmark of a classic protagonist in a fantasy tale. Lu Fan yearned to immediately take Han Chen as his disciple. Zhang Jun's eyes widened as he observed the two burly men being tossed to the ground by Han Chen, his expression shifting slightly. Useless fools. Don't blame me for being ruthless. With a sweeping motion of his hand, several golden hook knives soared into the air, hurtling towards Han Chen with great force. There were 6 knives in total, infused with potent magic, striking with unparalleled ferocity, leaving Han Chen with no place to evade. Lu Fan thought to himself, my disciple. Suddenly, a fireball, no larger than a fist, materialized in his palm. The seemingly inconspicuous fireball automatically divided into 6 parts, flying towards the golden hook knives. When Zhang Jun's knives collided with Lu Fan's fireball, a series of metallic clangs echoed, and all the knives fell to the ground. Who? Zhang Jun, ever vigilant, turned to see the source of the fireball. There was indeed a cultivator present. These 6 knives had been exchanged for a 1,000-year-old magical herb, renowned for their offensive capabilities and difficult to evade, often leading to the demise of even foundation-building practitioners. The individual who could control a fireball from such a distance and effortlessly knock down the knives was clearly formidable. Lu Fan, hidden behind a tree, was drenched in sweat, his heart racing. It was his first encounter in combat with a cultivator, and he was simply terrified. Which fellow Taoist is hiding there? Why not step forward for a meeting? Zhang Jun released his spiritual sense to search meticulously, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. He soon spotted someone concealed behind a tree. Hiding, are we? Zhang Jun snorted coldly and advanced towards Lu Fan's hiding place. Hearing the footsteps, Lu Fan steeled himself and stepped out, maintaining a facade of calm, even displaying a hint of pride. The two locked eyes, and Zhang Jun began to assess Lu Fan's strength. Noticing Lu Fan was young and bore no insignia, he assumed he was likely an itinerant cultivator like himself, prompting a brazen look in his eyes. Kid, you're meddling in private matters that don't concern you. You're asking for death. Zhang Jun strode towards Lu Fan, his magic energy surging behind his back, while a protective barrier was prepared. This was his usual tactic. If the opponent retaliated, he would use the barrier to shield himself and gauge their strength to decide whether to feign weakness or continue the attack. At this moment, Han Chen had already shielded Han Xing in his embrace. Seeing Zhang Jun's covert actions, he shouted to Lu Fan, "Immortal, be careful." Zhang Jun chuckled, confident in his spell, which he had painstakingly perfected. With 80% of his magic power, he could temporarily immobilize a foundation-building practitioner for 3 seconds. If Lu Fan fell victim to this attack, his life would surely be forfeit. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap echoed, and a dazzling bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, targeting Zhang Jun. Thunderfire technique, perfected. The lightning struck Zhang Jun, and onlookers could see him enveloped in a dense shroud of purple lightning. Sparks erupted from his features, and even his pores seemed to emit electric energy. The scene fell into silence. Zhang Jun's prepared spell never had the chance to manifest. His body was charred, releasing a foul odor, utterly lifeless. From a distance, Han Chen was equally stunned, rendered speechless. This man with the mustache was indeed a foundation-building practitioner. The highest level he had previously encountered was a steward disciple from the Tiandao Academy, who was also merely at the foundation-building stage. Yet, here was a cultivator who had no means to retaliate against Lu Fan. If only he could take him as his master. With this thought, a hint of frustration flickered in Han Chen's eyes. When the Tiandao Academy came to recruit disciples, they had deemed his aptitude insufficient, leaving him unchosen. Lu Fan looked at the charred remains of Zhang Jun. Simply having summoned a bolt of lightning, was that all it took? Such an inability to withstand a blow? He exhaled a sigh of relief, his previously tense emotions easing. Sun Ming stood in shock, and when he regained his senses, he wailed, "Junior brother." He met Lu Fan's gaze, which bore a hint of amusement, and felt an icy chill run down his spine. In the cultivation world, those lacking wisdom did not last long. Sun Ming immediately suppressed his arrogance, lowering his voice. "I apologize. I should not have underestimated you and disturbed the elder. It was my fault. I no longer desire the Tianling fruit. I shall leave at once." Lu Fan, speechless, noted Sun Ming's genuine contrition. Since he had saved him, there was no need to pursue the matter further. His tone was icy as he replied, "Leave, and do not let me see you again." "Yes, yes." Sun Ming bowed. disregarding Zhang Jun's corpse, respectfully saluting before hastily retreating. As he left, he cast one last glance at Han Chen, an insidious glint flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the other villagers finally emerged from their stupor. The residents of Baishu village, initially filled with trepidation, were overwhelmed with joy as the celestial lightning had vanquished the villain. The ups and downs of life unfolded rapidly, and as the villagers came to their senses, many wept tears of joy, expressing their gratitude to Lu Fan. Han Chen, carrying Han Xing, approached solemnly and knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Taoist, for saving our lives. I will remember your kindness, sculpting a clay effigy for you and offering incense daily." "But Taoist," Han Xing chimed in with her innocent voice, "thank you, Taoist. No need for clay effigies or incense. It was merely a gesture." Lu Fan smiled, quickly helping them to their feet. As for the name Xuanyuan sect, he had never heard of it and felt no fear. "Do not worry. I shall handle whatever comes my way." Han Chen remained apprehensive. After all, Lu Fan was just an itinerant cultivator, regardless of his abilities. The Xuanyuan sect had countless disciples. How could one man stand against them? At that moment, an elder approached to express gratitude to Lu Fan. After thanking him, the elder hesitated, glancing back and forth between Han Chen and Lu Fan, as if weighing his words. Lu Fan feigned indifference, yet his peripheral gaze lingered on Han Chen, internally lamenting. "Oh, disciple, how arduous your path has been." He internally cried out while maintaining an outward calm, inquiring softly, "Elder, please feel free to speak your mind." After a prolonged silence, the elder cautiously asked, "I am grateful for your assistance, Immortal. However, I dare to inquire, do you have any relation to this child, Han Chen?" "In truth, I am an elder of the Tiandao Academy, coincidentally passing through this area, seeking to recruit disciples, and this child is the one." Lu Fan, adorned in a flowing blue robe, stood tall, smiling in the sunlight. The elder was momentarily taken aback, looking at Han Chen. Is the Immortal referring to him? Though Lu Fan had become an elder of Yaoguang Peak, a title that sounded imposing, in reality, he wielded no real power. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into this remote village in search of a disciple. Han Chen had nearly perished while offending the Xuanyuan sect's practitioners for the sake of his sister. Sun Ming's departure would undoubtedly relay the news to the Xuanyuan sect. And this child had attracted significant trouble at such a young age. Han Chen, though lacking in aptitude, possessed innate strength, a clear archetype of a protagonist. Lu Fan had already resolved to take this young man under his wing. "You came specifically for Han Chen?" The elder's astonishment was tinged with caution. Does the Immortal truly possess a method to admit young Chun into the Tiandao Academy? Prior visitors claimed his aptitude was lacking. Upon hearing the name Tiandao Academy, the elder grew even more vigilant. Tiandao Academy stands as the foremost among the 10 sacred sites, a place long coveted by countless cultivators. However, the selection process is exceedingly rigorous. Candidates must either possess extraordinary talent or hail from esteemed cultivation families. Han Chen, a rather unique case, was deemed by the Academy's steward disciples as lacking the requisite aptitude. Lu Fan sighed inwardly, realizing that although he had rescued Han Chen, the path to taking him as a disciple would not be so straightforward. It was clear that abducting him like a human trafficker was not an option. At that moment, Han Chen resembled a wounded lone wolf. Upon hearing Lu Fan's arrival, a flicker of hope ignited within him, only to be quickly extinguished by self-mockery and indignation. The village chief was right. His comprehension was merely 3, rendering him unqualified even for the menial tasks at the servant peak. He had strived earnestly, yet despite his efforts, he remained stagnant at the first level of qi refinement. Han Chen bit his lip tightly, his expression sorrowful. Though he felt gratitude for the long journey undertaken by the Taoist, he feared he might disappoint him. "Do you wish to endure today's humiliation a second time? If you remain in Baishu village, you will never have the opportunity to cultivate. If you become my disciple, I can ensure your safety and at least offer you a glimmer of hope." Lu Fan spoke with a calm demeanor. This simple inquiry sent ripples through Han Chen's heart, drawing him into a sea of memories. He and his sister, Han Xing, had lost their parents at a tender age, with their father entrusting them to the village chief before his departure. Although the villagers were warm-hearted and willing to provide for their upbringing, the village's poverty limited them to mere subsistence. Han Xing had suffered from malnutrition since childhood, frequently falling ill. The doctor had informed them that her condition was inherited, untreatable, and that without adequate nutrition, her life would be cut short. During one of his visits, Shi Tu, a former disciple of the academy, had taught Han Chun how to guide qi into his body. He had heard tales of miraculous elixirs within cultivation sects, claiming that even a single pill could transform one's constitution and extend one's life. However, his lack of comprehension barred him from entry into the sect. Witnessing his sister's increasingly frail form, Han Chen's heart ached more than anyone else's. In his moment of despair, he recalled reading in Shi Tu's notes about the Tian Ling fruit, which could enhance one's constitution. He remembered the cave on the back mountain, where numerous unfamiliar herbs grew, one of which bore a striking resemblance to the fruit described in the notes. After arduous efforts, he managed to retrieve the Tian Ling fruit and fed it to Han Xing. However, soon after, Sun Ming and his two brothers from Qinghe village arrived to besiege them. Watching as they could easily take his sister away left Han Chen in agony. He recalled his father's fervent pleas before his departure, vowing to raise his sister to adulthood. If she were truly captured, Han Chen could not bear to live, nor face his father again. I cannot give up. The people of Jiushan sect will not spare Xing Xing. With a heart full of resolve, Han Chen released his blood-stained lips and declared, his voice hoarse yet determined, I refuse to endure today's humiliation a second time. Seeing Han Chen's fierce determination, Lu Fan's smile broadened. Indeed, in the face of crisis, the boy's spirit transformed. His eyes radiating an icy fierceness and a regal aura, exactly the talent he sought. Han Chen knelt before Lu Fan, pleading, Taoist, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I am willing to work tirelessly, just to provide a roof over my sister's head. In the future, I shall repay you, even at the cost of my life. Lu Fan gently helped Han Chen to his feet and said, I do not require you to toil for me. I wish for you to channel all your energy into the path of cultivation. Just as a boat must navigate upstream against the current, the higher you aspire to rise, the greater the challenges you will face, especially given your limited talent. Despite Han Chen's inner strength, Lu Fan's words brought tears to his eyes. The old village chief was deeply moved by the scene and stepped forward, saying, Little Chun, you have always been resolute. Do not let a mere obstacle deter you. Follow the immortal. Gazing into the hopeful eyes of the villagers, Han Chen nodded solemnly. The Taoist had chosen him. What reason did he have to hesitate? Student Han Chen pays his respects to master. He knelt once more, performing the formal bow of apprenticeship. Congratulations, host, on accepting disciple Han Chen. Han Chen is currently at the first level of Qi refinement. Reward to host. Cultivation level 30. The Dao body detection function has been exhausted. Future Dao body cannot be detected. Lu Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After much effort in accepting a second disciple, it turned out that his qualifications were even lower than those of his first disciple. Now, with no way to ascertain his Dao body, should he awaken either an ordinary or celestial body, it would indeed be quite disheartening. He could only silently console himself. Master, I do not wish to be separated from my sister. May I bring her along? That is not a problem. However, Lu Fan glanced at the pale, frail girl. Her aptitude was ordinary, and unlike Han Chen, she did not possess any remarkable talents. Thus, she did not qualify to be a disciple at this time. Yet, one must consider that the sister of a mystical male protagonist is unlikely to be an ordinary person. Was there some detail he had overlooked? Let us take her back to the academy first, he decided. We at Yaowang Peak do not support idleness. Let her serve as a tea attendant. Are you agreeable to this? Before Han Chen could respond, Han Xing, with bright eyes, exclaimed, As long as I can be with my brother, I am willing to do anything. At her words, laughter erupted among the onlookers. Though Lu Fan smiled on the surface, a lingering worry remained in his heart. Han Chen seemed to be leaning towards physical cultivation, yet in Lu Fan's previous life, he had rarely seen protagonists excel in this area. Where could he possibly find a profound physical cultivation technique? Immortal, please do not rush off. Stay for a meal, as we celebrate Han Chen's apprenticeship. The old village chief remarked, pulling Lu Fan back to reality. A meal? Lu Fan's interest peaked. What is on the menu? Our village has fine brews, fresh fish, and smoked duck, the village chief replied. So many delicacies? I have grown weary of the spirit fruits and spirit rice from Wenxiao Peak. A change of flavor sounds delightful, Lu Fan exclaimed. Elder, lead the way, and tell me how the smoked duck is prepared. Chapter 50. First level of Qi refinement by Shu Village, with its pristine mountains and clear waters, is truly a rare gem. After 3 days of enjoying the hospitality, Lu Fan finally set off. Upon returning to Tiandao Academy, he promptly led Han Chen to the steward hall to complete the registration process. The siblings were captivated by the sight of arcs, flying swords, and ethereal pavilions. Particularly for Han Chen, Witnessing the disciples soaring through the clouds and wielding spells only solidified his resolve to cultivate. His master had granted him this hard-won opportunity for advancement. He vowed to honor his master and never abandon his aspirations. The trio continued onward to the steward hall. Lu Fan produced his elder's token and approached the elder at the registration desk with a smile, saying, "Old Hu, I have brought my disciple for registration." Upon hearing this, Elder Hu glanced at Hanshin, then back at Lu Fan. "No wonder I haven't seen you around lately. You were busy taking in a disciple." "Very well. Present your disciple's basic information, and let me see what kind of talent you have brought back." His voice was not loud, yet the steward hall was relatively quiet, causing all present to direct their attention toward the pair. "Isn't that Lu Fan from Yaowang Peak?" Rumors had circulated among the elders regarding Lu Fan's qualifications, claiming that he would not be considered a true elder until both of his disciples could rank among the top 10 in the outer sect. Otherwise, he would be expelled from Tiandao Academy. With the outer sect competition fast approaching, many were eager to see what kind of disciple he would accept. Hanshin lifted his head to look at Lu Fan, confused by their murmurs. Ignoring the chatter, Lu Fan placed a reassuring hand on Hanshin's shoulder. "Hanshin, first level of Qi refinement, comprehension 3. Please present your identification for Elder Hu to register." With a sudden thud, a disciple standing on a ladder, organizing scrolls, lost his balance and fell. The others present looked on in astonishment at Lu Fan's statement. Has this boy lost his mind? The minimum requirement for a disciple at the servant peak is a comprehension of 4, and he has brought back a disciple who is even less qualified. They whispered amongst themselves, having never witnessed such a spectacle in their time at Tiandao Academy. It would have been inconceivable in the past for anyone to claim that Elder Yaoguang had taken on a disciple who was even inferior to those at the miscellaneous peak. Yet, this very occurrence was unfolding before their eyes. What could Lu Fan possibly be thinking? Elder Hu glanced at Han Chen's registration, the youth hailing from Baishu village. Though somewhat distant, still fell within the jurisdiction of Tiandao Academy. A person who had not even been chosen as a servant disciple had been selected by Lu Fan. Had he become addicted to taking in useless individuals, believing that everyone was a hidden gem waiting to be discovered? Elder Hu opened his mouth, uncertain of how to dissuade Lu Fan, and could only silently register Han Chen's name. After handing over the basic items for disciples, he waved his hand in resignation. "Thank you, Elder Hu. We shall take our leave." Once the two departed, the members of the disciplinary hall began to discuss the matter, certain that it would soon spread throughout the academy. Hearing their murmurs, Han Chen felt quite uncomfortable. He instinctively glanced at Lu Fan, hoping to gauge his reaction. To his surprise, his master seemed entirely unfazed by the gossip, his expression betraying no emotion. Unable to contain himself, Han Chen asked, "Master, they say that if we do not make it into the top 10, we will be expelled from the academy. Does my qualification hold you back?" "Indeed," Lu Fan replied without a moment's hesitation. Han Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Fan smiled gently. "Since you are aware of this hindrance, you must ensure that you do not disappoint me. In the realm of cultivation, talent dictates everything. However, resources, wisdom, opportunity, and perseverance are equally vital. One must possess greater patience and tenacity than others. So what if you are a burden? You will not be a burden for a lifetime." Taken aback, Han Chen nodded and declared, "Your kindness is akin to a rebirth, Master. I vow not to let you down." The trio arrived at Yaoguang Peak, which, as Lu Fan had previously described, consisted of merely a few humble wooden huts. Sensing their arrival, Bian Yu emerged from the courtyard, talisman in hand, and immediately welcomed Lu Fan back. "Master, you have returned." "Yes. Have any outsiders come looking for me during this time?" Lu Fan inquired. Bian Yu, understanding that he referred to certain individuals, nodded. "Several from Shifeng have come by. I told them you were not here, but they were initially skeptical. Master Zhu even attempted to force his way in for a search, only to be escorted away by Master Yi." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan patted her shoulder in appreciation. "You have done well. Allow me to introduce you to your junior brother, Han Chen, my second disciple. This is his sister, Han Xing. They will be living with us from now on." Han Chen bowed to Bian Yu. "Greetings, senior sister. Please feel free to call upon me should you require assistance." Lu Fan arranged accommodations for the siblings before leading Bian Yu to the refining peak. As they arrived, Lu Yingying happened to emerge from her cave dwelling. Upon seeing Lu Fan, her gaze betrayed a hint of unease. Hadn't he gone down the mountain? She had thought that with his cultivation level, he might be devoured by spirit beasts. It seemed a pity that he had returned alive. Noticing Lu Yingying's expression, Lu Fan approached her with a smile. What a coincidence. Senior sister Lu, I was just about to seek you out. We made a wager previously. I trust you haven't forgotten? Of course not, Lu Yingying responded, almost through clenched teeth. Then I shall rely on you, senior sister. As they walked side by side, other disciples looked on with confusion. One approached Lu Yingying, inquiring, Senior sister, why are you with him? Lu Fan interjected, Senior sister is celebrating my disciple's success in the trial by providing the fiery crystal for refining magical artifacts. After hearing his words, Lu Yingying felt something was amiss, yet time was of the essence. She was eager to settle the debt of their wager to prevent any further complications. The disciple, with an enigmatic "oh," walked away. Upon reaching the earth fire chamber, Lu Yingying reluctantly retrieved the fiery crystal, which emanated intense heat. Senior sister Lu is renowned for her exceptional refining skills. Surely you would not take advantage of this situation? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. At his words, Lu Yingying paused slightly, and upon meeting Lu Fan's scrutinizing gaze, her expression turned icy and grave. I would never compromise my craftsmanship or tarnish the reputation of the refining peak. Moreover, I have high standards. Anything crafted by my hands shall not be of ordinary quality. Half a month, then, she concluded, entering the earth fire chamber without a backward glance. Lu Fan, reassured, took Bianyu back to Yaowang Peak, longing for the comfort of his own bed after such a long absence. Chapter 51. No longer a burden at Shifeng, the atmosphere was tense. The half-saint Nirvana gazed down at Xuanyuan, who knelt in the middle of the grand hall, her icy voice barely concealing her anger. Xuanyuan's head hung low, appearing as if her soul had been drained. Juka stepped forward hastily. Senior sister acted impulsively. Please do not hold it against her, master. Bai Liuli echoed, Please, master. Do not be angry. You have disappointed me, Niahuang stated flatly. Yet, Xuanyuan felt the overwhelming pressure behind her words, still remaining in a state of despondency. It was as if her spirit had withered alongside Lu Fan's departure, leaving behind only an empty shell. Xuanyuan had requested to exchange her status as the eldest disciple for Lu Fan's matters, which reached Niahuang's ears. This usually composed disciple had been thrown into disarray by a mere Lu Fan, causing repeated errors in the tasks assigned by the academy. Fortunately, Xuanyuan's reputation held, and no one spoke out for now. But how long could this continue without damaging Shifeng's reputation? Xuanyuan, disciple is here, Xuanyuan replied after a prolonged silence. You are the eldest disciple of Shifeng, bearing an inescapable responsibility. Should I witness you in this pitiful state again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Niahuang's tone was unyielding, leaving no room for argument. Upon returning to Xuanyuan's cave, Zhu said, Eldest sister. Xuanyuan raised her eyes to glance at her, then picked up several vials of elixirs. Ziyue's injury has not yet healed. It would be unwise to leave her with lingering issues like Xiaojiu. Zhu watched as she vacantly departed, frustration boiling within her. She turned to Bai Liuli and exclaimed, Do you see this? Shifeng is in shambles, and no amount of persuasion seems to help. Third sister, you have always been independent. Can you bear to see our senior sister in this state? And what of Xiaojiu's departure from Shifeng? You have not uttered a word. Do you already know something? Bai Liuli remained silent, seated at the table, sipping tea slowly, the steam obscuring her eyes. Gifted in the art of divination, she could perceive the threads of fate, even delving into the mysteries of destiny. To cultivate her skills, Bai Liuli often ventured beyond the mountains, traversing the land. Each time she returned to Shifeng, her cave was spotless, and a jar of well-brewed bamboo leaf wine awaited her. Lu Fan had said that third sister, while journeying in her practice, must constantly yearn for home, and he had prepared the bedding in advance for her comfort. The world of cultivation teemed with dangers, requiring vigilance. Thus, he had brewed the wine himself, allowing her to indulge freely upon her return. Yet, this time, her cave was dim and damp, the dusty stone table devoid of fresh bamboo leaf wine. Thoughts of Lu Fan filled Bai Liuli with agitation. Other senior sisters remarked on how seriously Xiaojiu regarded her. Yet she could not muster a kind expression for him. Confronted with Zhu's inquiries, Bai Liuli drained her cup and replied coldly, No. Just then, Song Qinghe arrived. Third sister, you have returned. Bai Liuli's cold demeanor softened into a smile as she greeted her junior brother. Bai Liuli, with her unique aura of independence, stood there quietly, her gaze as serene as a tranquil spring, seemingly untouched by the tumult of the world around her, embodying purity and sanctity. Song Qinghe gazed at Bai Liuli, reminiscent of a snow lotus, and felt an overwhelming desire to pluck her from her pedestal. Bai Liuli retrieved a stone radiating with fiery brilliance from her storage bag, a remnant from her travels to the sacred land of fire. "You might find this useful," she remarked. Song Qinghe's heart skipped a beat. The dragon essence stone, formed from the bones of fire dragons and buried deep within the earth, was a testament to its creator's dedication. He chuckled softly, accepting the stone, pondering how his senior sister had known he required fire materials for crafting magical artifacts. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His senior sister was truly astute. How could such a trivial matter escape her notice? "Senior sister, this is a wine I brewed myself," he said, a hint of trepidation in his tone. For among the disciples of Wenxia Peak, he held Bai Liuli in the highest regard, fearing her uncanny ability to perceive the unseen. He had once indirectly inquired about Xuanyuan, learning that the third senior sister rarely employed her compass due to the immense energy required to harness the forces of heaven and earth. Relying instead on the principles of the Tao, one could navigate fortune and misfortune with ease. Observing Bai Liuli, Song Qinghe felt reassured. She was not a fortune teller. However, the future remained uncertain. Should she one day grow capable of divining all things, his identity as a member of the demon clan would be at risk. With this thought, a faint smile graced Song Qinghe's lips as he spoke, his voice smooth as jade. "I too have something for the third senior sister." He produced 3 jars of wine from behind him, scratching his head in uncertainty. "I am unsure of your preferences, but my second senior sister mentioned you enjoy wine, often consuming several jars upon returning to the academy. These are the 3 most popular wines sold in Kanglan City. I hope they meet your approval." Bai Liuli's gaze shifted to the 3 jars, recognizing them as the best sellers from various wineries, a feat difficult to achieve. With a deep sigh, her eyes held a profound meaning as she expressed her gratitude. "Have you heard? Senior sister Lu from the refining peak gifted that piece of blazing fire crystal to Lu Fan's disciple, even personally refining it for her." On that day, they were seen laughing and chatting in the square, appearing quite close. Wasn't she fond of Song Qinghe from Wenxia Peak? The blazing fire crystal was intended as a birthday gift for him, a fact I overheard. What on earth is happening? Is she developing feelings for someone else? 2 disciple stewards, gossiping as they passed by the entrance of the cave, suddenly realized where they were and quickly silenced themselves, retreating. Lu Fan had always been one to mingle with those from other peaks. As for Lu Yingying, Zhuoke scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. While Bai Liuli turned to observe Song Qinghe's expression, he feigned a look of innocent grievance, though internally he was seething. The dragon essence stone paled in comparison to the blazing fire crystal, a fact that irked him to no end. Previously, Lu Yingying had been quite forward with her affections, yet he had merely maintained a facade of indifference, his heart swelling with pride. What was her game? Could it be that after Xia Ziyue's defeat at the hands of Bianyu, her attitude towards Lu Fan had shifted? Why couldn't women exercise a modicum of common sense? As Song Qinghe wallowed in despair, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears, resembling a sorrowful puppy. In the past, such vulnerability would have prompted others to comfort him, granting his every request unconditionally. After all, which woman could resist a man displaying such fragility? Bai Liuli, not made of stone, inquired, "Do you desire the blazing fire crystal?" Song Qinghe shook his head. "No, that belongs to senior sister Lu. She can bestow it upon whomever she wishes. I believe the dragon essence stone is far superior." His obedient demeanor brought a modicum of solace to Bai Liuli, who gazed into the distance, her expression suddenly clouded with ambiguity. Soon, Lu Fan would be expelled from Tiandao Academy, and the matter would no longer linger in their hearts. In Chapter 52, Bianyu was taken aback. "Hanshen, I had no idea you possessed such skill with spirit beasts. Today's feast of roasted meat is truly thanks to you." At Wenxia Peak, Lu Fan and his companions formed a circle, meticulously preparing the hide of a 2-horned rhinoceros. This spirit beast was renowned for its delectable flavor, rich and fat, making it ideal for roasting, though its hide was notoriously thick. Typically, one would have to pay a craftsman 5 spirit stones to have the hide removed. However, Hanshen, endowed with extraordinary strength and having grown up in a village, found the task trivial. With just a knife, the thick hide and flesh fell away as easily as slicing through vegetables. Having spent a week at Wenxia Peak, Hanshen was gradually acclimating to his new life. Initially intimidated by his master and senior sister, both celestial beings, he found it hard to relax under their roof. However, as days passed, he discovered their warmth and kindness, treating him and his sister as true family. His sister, Han Xing, was not tasked with serving tea, but was taught how to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His master remarked that while Han Xing's comprehension was limited, her youth offered an opportunity for gradual teaching. Even if she lacked the potential for true cultivation, physical training could strengthen her body. Yet Han Xing wondered why his master had yet to impart any cultivation techniques to him. Did he truly lack talent, rendering him unworthy of any teachings? Would his master eventually dismiss him and Han Xing for a more gifted disciple? Lu Fan, observing his troubled second disciple from a distance, was acutely aware of his thoughts. He had been monitoring Han Xing, who could only absorb faint spiritual energy without retaining it within his dantian, rendering him ill-suited for cultivation. Forcing spiritual energy into his body would only confine him to the early stages of qi refining, with minimal achievements. Casting even a simple fireball spell would be a challenge. Thus, the best course was to focus on physical cultivation, allowing spiritual energy to enhance his body. While he might not wield spells or extend his lifespan, he could become immensely powerful and resilient, capable of shattering boulders with ease. Those fortunate enough to reach advanced stages could even reconstruct their physical forms, impervious to blades and bullets. Individuals like Han Xing were not uncommon in Xuanyuan Continent. There were thousands, if not tens of thousands, but who would not yearn to traverse the void and seek immortality? Xiao Chun, is the meat ready yet? Your master is famished. Lu Fan disregarded Han Xing's emotional state. Food, after all, surpassed all else. Master, just a moment longer. At last, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the courtyard. Even Bianyu, typically reserved, found herself swallowing hard at the enticing scent. Han Xing removed the roasted meat from the grill and placed it on the table. As he inhaled the fragrance deeply, his eyes widened in astonishment. Master, what kind of seasoning is this? I have never encountered such a delightful aroma. Master's culinary skills are unparalleled, Bianyu added, her appetite sharpened by Lu Fan's cooking. But master, how come I never knew you could roast meat? Lu Fan chuckled. Have you noticed the plants I cultivated in the courtyard? Their contributions are invaluable. Although he subsisted on spirit rice free of additives at Tiandao Academy, the lack of seasonings in the cultivation world was disheartening. Thus, during his leisure, he experimented on the mountain, discovering substitutes like Sichuan pepper and cumin that matched the original flavors perfectly. His room was stocked with a dozen types of spices, his treasures. Lu Fan even mused that if others accepted his culinary skills, he could perhaps find work in a restaurant. He chuckled at the thought, realizing the absurdity of a master having to work to support his disciples. Dig in. Yes, replied Bianyu, Han Xing, and Han Xing in unison as they began to eat. The moment the rhinoceros meat touched their lips, their eyes sparkled with delight. This is exquisite. The aroma is unmatched by any food I have encountered. Han Xing, in particular, exaggeratedly lifted a piece of meat larger than her face and began to gnaw at it, her appetite having significantly improved since her arrival. An hour later, the group sat content, their bellies full. Bianyu, do you have something to discuss with me? Lu Fan directed his question towards her, ignoring Han Xing. Huh. Bianyu looked up in surprise. I've noticed you've seemed troubled during the meal. Is there an issue with your recent cultivation? Lu Fan inquired casually, noting that Bianyu's progress had indeed slowed considerably compared to before. The Nine Suns ring was merely refined to perfection, and the system rewarded him with the complete Nine Suns ring, yet there were no significant advancements. Bianyu pursed her lips, stating, Disciple encountered issues while cultivating the Thunderfire technique. You mentioned that at its pinnacle, it would manifest 9 divine dragons with immense power. However, ever since I learned to summon lightning, I have been unable to grasp its essence. Not even a shadow of a dragon appears. To harness the thunder of the heavens is far from an easy feat. I had warned you before that this technique is peculiar, and the success rate of reaching its zenith seems to be no more than 20%. Lu Fan let out a wry smile and shook his head. Bianyu understood this principle well. She recalled the extraordinary phenomena when her master first presented this technique, which could easily be deemed of saintly caliber. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan spoke softly. To ascend further with this technique, you must open all your meridians. Only by doing so can you absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, transforming it into a thunder dragon. From your appearance, it seems you have already opened 3 meridians, gaining the ability to summon lightning, and this power has coalesced into spiritual energy, hasn't it? In the Xuanyuan Continent, practitioners cultivate by absorbing the spiritual energy of the world and converting it into their own. Bianyu, whose constitution belongs to the fire element, is particularly attuned to the attributes of thunder and fire, generating energy, within her body through these two means. Nodding, Bianyu acknowledged, "Master, your insight is remarkable." Lu Fan continued, "If you wish to expedite the opening of your meridians, it is essential to engage with the Thunderfire technique." As he spoke, a complex expression flickered across his face, unsure of how to convey the following words. "Master, no matter how difficult it may be, I will endure." Bianyu seemed to sense his hesitation. The Thunderfire technique possesses the ability to temper the body. As it flows through the meridians, it inadvertently refines flesh and strengthens bones. To achieve this effect, one must draw the violent lightning upon oneself, repeatedly enduring its punishment. I fear, as a young woman, you may not be able to withstand such trials. Observing Lu Fan's sigh, Bianyu felt a chill of shock. To be struck by lightning? Whose brilliant idea was this technique? Master, knowing the dangers of this technique, why did you ever introduce it to me? Lu Fan gazed at Bianyu, who appeared lost in thought, and cleared his throat, attempting to regain his composure. Despite the risks, this technique harbors boundless potential. Should you master it, there will be few in the Xuanyuan Continent who could rival you. Bianyu nodded in understanding. The sensation of being filled with power while summoning the heavenly thunder is beyond words. If she could indeed cultivate 9 thunder dragons, even a half-saint like Nia Huang might find herself an opponent. Of course, this is under the condition that she does not perish from the lightning herself. Looking at Bianyu, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. What is this? Are you having second thoughts? Bianyu trembled slightly, lowering her gaze. The Thunderfire technique is among the top-tier techniques in the Xuanyuan Continent, but could she truly withstand the punishment of lightning? Memories of Xia Ziyue and her days living on the miscellaneous peak flooded her mind. Gradually, her eyes narrowed, and her hands clenched involuntarily. The cultivation world values strength. Power equates to dignity. When Xia Ziyue had once held a sword to her neck and nearly beaten her to death in front of others, it was a testament to her superiority and strength. Although she had defeated Xia Ziyue in the presence of the truly gifted talents at Tiandao Academy, her accomplishments seemed trivial. She could not bear to return to the days on the miscellaneous peak. She must strive to reach the pinnacle. Lu Fan's expression softened as he gently said, "Take your time to contemplate. You are my disciple, and regardless of your choice, I shall not hold it against you." After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Bianyu, hoping she would not take his good intentions lightly. Slowly, Bianyu raised her delicate face and, in the presence of Lu Fan's slightly hopeful gaze, declared, "Master, had you not rescued me from the miscellaneous peak, I would not be the Bianyu of today. I am aware of the bet you placed. Please allow me to descend the mountain for training." Warmth flowed through Lu Fan's heart as he smiled and patted her shoulder. "Very well. You may go." He added, "However, you have a maximum of 2 months. The time for your entrance into the Dao realm approaches. And awakening your Dao body is no small matter. I shall protect you during this critical time." Upon hearing this, Bianyu's face lit up with excitement. "I understand, Master. I will return before awakening my Dao body." Lu Fan saw that she was sufficiently motivated and confident that his eldest disciple would learn to grow independently without his constant prodding, said with a smile, "All right then, go forth and train." Disciple takes her leave, Bianyu stated before turning to depart. Lu Fan watched her figure fade into the distance, pondering whether she could withstand the might of the thunder. If she couldn't, he thought, it would be a shame to lose a disciple he had painstakingly nurtured. Before dawn at Yaoguang Peak, Lu Fan had just settled down for sleep. His long-standing habit of late nights and late mornings firmly ingrained. Han Shun and Han Xing, the sibling duo, were already awake. Han Xing, no taller than a broom, embraced one as she began to sweep the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Han Shun had gone to the kitchen, washing the spirit rice and placing it in the pot, before quietly entering Lu Fan's courtyard to tidy up the disordered table and wash the dirty clothes by the creek. At that moment, a transcendent figure descended from the foot of Yaoguang Peak. Bai Liuli appeared as steadfast as a mountain, although inwardly, she was concerned about Lu Fan's well-being, given that her junior brother had grown up sheltered by his senior sister and had not faced much hardship. Seeing the overgrown state of Yaoguang Peak, Bai Liuli frowned slightly. "So this is what the Tiandao Academy has come to. I wonder what it signifies." Closing her eyes, reminiscent of a cold spring, she intended to discern what kind of disciple Lu Fan had taken on. The previous day, she had consulted an oracle regarding whether Lu Fan would succeed in the external sect competition. The outcome had taken her by surprise. It was neither the anticipated failure nor a complete certainty of success, but rather a state of flux, with the final result obscured in fortune's wavering. The change in fortune was determined by a particular hexagram line, which would influence the entire hexagram's meaning. She speculated that the individual affecting this hexagram was Lu Fan's new disciple, Han Qin. Li enveloped Yaoguang Peak with her spiritual sense. Soon, she observed Han Qin and his sister, while Lu Fan was still soundly sleeping in his cave. Witnessing this scene, Liuli's expression hardened. What hour is it? And he is still asleep? Previously, the senior sister lamented being too harsh on Xiaojiu. Now it seems Lu Fan has not been wronged at all. He is utterly useless. Shaking her head, she turned her attention to the outer courtyard. At that moment, the boy named Han Qin had just finished chopping firewood in the kitchen and stood in the courtyard stretching his legs. With a resolute and strong demeanor, Han Qin, muscles bulging, was lifting a stone weighing 1,000 pounds, his arms and back taut. After a deep breath, he leaped powerfully. This exercise, known as resisting the weight and pursuing the deer, is a method to build physical strength, albeit with considerable difficulty. Only those with exceptional physical conditions can practice it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He panted heavily, continuing his training until he could no longer bear it, throwing the stone to the ground, which created a large pit. Liuli observed silently. Indeed, this boy seemed to possess the rumored innate strength, but in the world of cultivation, mere physical power is of little use. With the external sect competition nearing, why had Lu Fan not prioritized training? Did he truly believe that a casually chosen disciple could easily secure a place among the top 10 in the external sect? As a direct disciple of a half-saint, Liuli recognized at a glance that this boy had low comprehension. He would never transcend the qi refining stage. At that moment, the 7 or 8-year-old Han Xing ran over, looking up at Han Qin. Brother, the leaves are all swept up. Star is truly amazing. Han Qin affectionately ruffled Han Xing's hair, smiling. Just then, Lu Fan finally made his leisurely appearance. He suddenly halted, pondering. How peculiar. Why do I feel an inexplicable sensation of being watched? Lu Fan shook his head, noting that there was no one around. He settled at the table in front of the kitchen, and Han Qin promptly brought forth the warm meal. Master, eat while it's hot. Lu Fan smiled gently at the 2 siblings and began to dine. The 2 children were exceptionally obedient. One served him dishes while the other massaged his legs. After finishing the meal, Lu Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and, after a prolonged silence, inquired, "How have things been at Yaoguang Peak during this time?" In response to Master, "Everything is well here, and my senior sister has taken good care of me," Han Qin replied honestly. However, Lu Fan shook his head, clarifying, "That is not what I meant. I was inquiring about your cultivation. You have been at the Heavenly Tao Academy for some time now. And even in this place abundant in spiritual energy, you should have noticed that your meridians remain difficult to traverse, making it hard to achieve any significant progress." Han Qin's expression shifted slightly, her palms clenching tightly as she continued to listen. Lu Fan continued, "Though you are currently forcing energy into your body, the path to cultivation is fraught with challenges, and you cannot even wield spells, let alone seek enlightenment to attain immortality. However, do not lose heart. For I have discovered a technique among countless methods that is tailored to your unique constitution." As he spoke, he pulled out a book from his robe. The tome bore no title, resembling a product devoid of any branding. Yet Lu Fan wore a proud expression. 5-star overbearing fist. 5-star overbearing fist. Han Qin murmured, her eyes lighting up at the mention of a martial technique. Liuli furrowed her brow. No matter how formidable the fist technique, it merely enhances physical prowess. How could it possibly contend with a practitioner well-versed in spells? Han Qin eagerly opened the book, only to suddenly sense something amiss and instinctively reached out to touch it. "Master, the ink on this book? It's still wet." Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "The inspiration struck me, and I spent an entire night feverishly writing it, only to catch a few hours of sleep. But the crucial point is not this. Rather, you must heed the content that follows." Liuli was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Had this individual truly composed a technique for his disciple? Was he so casual about it? Lu Fan enthusiastically drew Han Qin to sit down, resembling a real estate agent extolling the virtues of this extraordinary technique. "This is no ordinary fist technique. Each strike embodies the force of heaven and earth. Given your inherently robust physique, once mastered, you will be able to withstand various magical treasures and spells. When perfected, a single punch will shatter even the mightiest of artifacts or protective barriers. In the later stages, it will even manifest divine forms. Though that is a distant prospect. For now, focus on strengthening your body, There is no need to rush. As Hanshin listened further, her excitement became increasingly difficult to contain, her joy palpable. It became evident that her master had genuinely considered her needs, crafting a unique technique rather than merely using a generic one to placate her. Lu Fan smiled. Peruse the contents of the 5-star overbearing fist. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me, and also point out areas where your cultivation may be lacking. Thank you, master. Hanshin cherished the 5-star overbearing fist as if it were a priceless treasure, turning to leave, but paused to bow deeply to Lu Fan once more. I shall diligently cultivate, living up to master's expectations. After that, she hurried back to the courtyard to practice, observing this scene from a distance. Bai Liuli's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. What was the meaning of this? A technique created by him, boasting the ability to shatter supreme artifacts. Was this truly how Lu Fan instructed his disciples? A bold teacher and an eager student. In that moment, Bai Liuli found herself at a loss for words, unsure whether to regard their interaction as earnest or abstract. She had come early, worried, to observe the situation. Yet if this continued, it seemed inevitable that the trio at Yaoguang Peak would soon find themselves expelled from the Heavenly Tao Academy. However, witnessing the genuine bond between Lu Fan and his disciples stirred an indescribable emotion within her. She recalled a time when Lu Fan, with his bright, inquisitive eyes, cautiously presented her with a bottle of homemade bamboo leaf liquor, scratching his head as he said, "Senior sister, you've worked hard outside. Now that you're finally home, you can relax. I'm at the bottom of the rankings and have benefited from the kindness of senior sisters, so I ought to do something for everyone." Bai Liuli, her eyelashes fluttering like feathers, silently turned to leave. Perhaps this was for the best. To depart from the Heavenly Tao Academy quietly, without confrontation, was her preference. After leaving Yaoguang Peak, Bianyu did not immediately exit the Heavenly Tao Academy but instead headed to the Deacon Hall. While at the miscellaneous peak, she had taken on numerous tasks, and now that she had relocated to Yaoguang Peak, she received monthly external provisions. Her master was exceptionally skilled, allowing her to accumulate quite a few merit points. She exchanged some for 3 fire rings, while they could not compare to the Nanyang ring. With Lu Yingying still in seclusion, she had no choice but to acquire a magical artifact for emergencies. Additionally, she spent a spirit stone to purchase a map of Xuanyuan Continent. To cultivate the thunder body, she needed to find a place abundant in rain and clouds. And after careful examination, she finally pinpointed her next destination. Chapter 55, The Beast Core Contest in the misty forest of Yunwu Mountain. It rained incessantly, shrouded in fog, and teeming with venomous insects and exotic beasts. Should one venture too deep, even a practitioner at the entry realm could find themselves in peril. Typically, only specialized teams dedicated to hunting spiritual beasts would dare to delve into the heart of Yunwu Mountain, for without sufficient skill, escaping from a hunting team could lead to a swift demise from a hidden arrow. The ancient trees here towered skyward, and a single strike of lightning could split them in two in the blink of an eye. Danger lurked at every turn. Bianyu donned a straw hat, the large brim concealing her features while providing protection from pests and rain. Rumbling, thunder resonated in the overcast sky. With a gentle wave of her hand, the fire ring blazed brightly, appearing above the head of a blackhorn tiger at the entry realm. Seizing the moment while the tiger remained unsuspecting, the fire ring swiftly encircled its neck, igniting in a furious blaze that engulfed it in searing flames. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the forest as it thrashed and rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the raging fire. Yet, the fire ring remained steadfast, the flames only growing more intense, until the blackhorn tiger let out a final, despairing roar before collapsing. For a month, she lingered in the Yunwu Mountain forest. On days when it did not rain, Bianyu hunted spiritual beasts to enhance her combat experience, and during thunderstorms, she awaited the cleansing power of lightning. Harnessing the thunder to strike her meridians, she found, as her master had stated, that the efficiency of unblocking them increased significantly. Now only 5 of her 12 meridians remained. As distant thunder rumbled, resembling a waking beast, torrential raindrops fell like beans. Bianyu glanced up at the sky, now tinted with purple lightning. Sensing that the time was ripe, she dashed to a previously scouted elevated boulder and awaited quietly. Not long after she left, a group of approximately 15 individuals appeared. "Brother Wang, over here. There's a blackhorn tiger's corpse." A young man called out excitedly to his companions in the distance. Upon hearing about the blackhorn tiger, the group hurried over, with the leader adopting a cautious demeanor, stopping them 20 meters away. Be careful. This blackhorn tiger has taken down 3 of our members and is fiercer than a 5th-level entry realm spiritual beast. It might just be playing dead. Everyone, do not act recklessly. Brother Wang is right. His words invigorated the others. They observed for a full incense stick duration. And only after taking to the skies could they ascertain that the blackhorn tiger truly lay lifeless on the ground. Cheers erupted from within the forest as they rushed forward. This group, composed of rogue cultivators who made their living by hunting spiritual beasts, was led by Wang Mian, the most experienced among them. Upon seeing the deceased blackhorn tiger, his expression finally shifted. Spiritual beasts are treasures in their entirety. Their fur can be fashioned into garments, their flesh can be used in medicine, and their bones can be crafted into weapons and magical artifacts. For the cultivators, they could exchange their spoils in the market for essential elixirs, magical artifacts, or even secret treasures. Previously, they had conspired to slay the blackhorn tiger, but not only did they fail to capture it, they lost several comrades in the process. Had they not fled swiftly, the entire group would have perished at its claws. Observing the scars on its body, it was evident that it had been struck by heavenly lightning, singeing much of its fur. Just as Wang Mian finished speaking, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the sky, accompanied by a flash of silver light that obliterated a towering tree in the distance, seemingly affirming his words. Although there was a tinge of regret, the allure of unexpected wealth lay before them. Who could resist such temptation? Wang Mian skillfully commanded his companions as they sliced open the creature's creamy underbelly, mingling its blood with the rain. What is this? Someone probed the belly of the blackhorn tiger and soon extracted a dull, spherical stone from within. A collective gasp arose from the group, their voices trembling. It's a beast core. Beast cores were rare, encapsulating the essence of spirit beasts. It was not uncommon for them to exert great effort only to find no beast core after slaying a spirit beast. A single beast core could fetch thousands of spirit stones, and the value of a core from such a formidable blackhorn tiger could soar even higher. Wang Mian clutched the beast core tightly, the joyous laughter of his comrades alleviating the sorrow of their fallen brothers. Yet suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out. Leave that beast core. True to their reputation as a professional hunting team, Wang Mian and his companions immediately ceased their laughter, drawing their respective magical instruments and scanning their surroundings warily. Fellow cultivator, we discovered this blackhorn tiger. Why should we relinquish it to you? Wang Mian's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, meticulously searched every possible hiding spot, leaving no stone unturned. At a glance from a fellow cultivator, he soon spotted a white figure atop a large rock. In this desolate wilderness, how could a lone girl be present? Could it be that the blackhorn tiger's corpse was merely a decoy, with people lurking in the shadows? Instantly, Wang Mian and his companions heightened their vigilance, signaling one another to prepare as they cautiously advanced toward the girl. Logically, they had already entered an ambush zone. Yet aside from the girl in the white attire and straw hat, no expected foes emerged. Miss, let us discuss this reasonably. Please have those hiding reveal themselves. Wang Mian called out, a sense of unease creeping over him. If there's no one else, then leave the beast core and depart quickly, lest you endanger your lives. Gazing up at the densely arcing lightning in the sky, small bolts began to break apart, accompanied by a deep rumble, as Bianyu declared, Brother Wang. What this woman says bears truth. I have scanned the area with my divine sense, and there is indeed no one else. A cultivator wielding a knife chimed in with a sinister laugh. I've heard that many disciples from various sects have come to the Cloud Mist Mountains for training. She's likely a straggler from some sect. Why not take advantage of her companion's absence? And murder and plunder were commonplace in the realm of cultivation. Seizing resources with only a bit of effort was a tantalizing prospect. Wang Mian smirked, leading the charge toward Bianyu. The others swiftly followed suit. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a thunderous boom reverberated through the air. A massive bolt of lightning seemed to flash out in an instant, transforming into a dazzling arc that hurtled toward Bianyu, who sat upon the boulder. In almost a heartbeat, the lightning crashed down upon her. Boom! The brilliant lightning erupted against the stone, while Bianyu, at its center, felt as though she had been struck by countless heavy hammers, her vitality surging violently. Countless tiny lightning bolts entwined around her, and amidst the excruciating pain, she could only hastily circulate her thunderous fire technique. Under the influence of her cultivation, the lightning transformed into a slender azure-purple aura that surged into her body, beginning to course through her meridians. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mian and his companions nearby felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground in shock.